Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it, but give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that. It's interesting for a minute, and then it's boring, and you can't hear anything. I don't grasp it. I don't understand what's happening. Oh, my God.
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
Happy Sunday. Greetings. Who we got? Ivan, how you doing? Leafy, Booyakashan. Chris. Good to see you. How we doing, lads? How's your Sunday? How's your Sunday going? You didn't go to bed last night. Why did you not go to bed last night, Chris? What were you getting up to, son? Tony, good to see you. Well, it depends what you were doing, dude. It depends what you were doing. I've stayed up all night and it it wasn't hard on anything because the only reason I stayed up all night was because I just had loads of energy. But it is rough when you just can't sleep. When you're tired but you can't sleep. And then it's rough on the head and body, absolutely. Do you mind me asking why you didn't sleep last night? Oh, you were right. Okay, that explains it. That'll be why it's hard on your head and your body. Yeah. Maybe the best thing you could do today would be to take a complete detox from the screen, because it's all that screen time. Last day of the season. I wish I could play games. I wish my Xbox hadn't just stopped working. I came across something yesterday that I thought I'd share with you guys. It's only really going to mean something to people that grew up in England who are around our age, Leafy. But well, you never know. I think you probably know a lot of our stuff in Australia. There's a lot more English stuff in Australia, I think, than there is in America.
Is Britain meant being part of the last generation to truly live before the digital age consumed? Growing up in the 1990s, Britain meant being part of the last generation to truly live before the digital age consumed everything. We straddled two worlds.
Mario Kart.
Analog childhoods with digital.
There's a couple of things. This is an AI written. You can tell this is written by AI because it fucks up. It puts things out. It puts some stuff in the 90s that weren't in the 90s. They were from the 2000s, but we'll let it off. It got most of it right. And the things that it is covered in here, I was just like, no way, man. Crikey. Messenger and text, how text speak developed, right? And why text speak developed. The reason why people started shortening words and everything. And then, like, later on, I remember getting, like, just thinking kids were stupid for what they were doing with the words. They were abbreviating everything. But really, they just got it from us shortening words in text. Anyway.
Adolescence. But here's the twist. We weren't just lucky. We actively chose when to engage with technology, making us the only generation with genuine digital autonomy.
I like that. We were the only generation with digital autonomy because you didn't need any details. You didn't need to log in. You didn't need to log into the network. You logged into your computer, but you didn't log into the network. There wasn't any network gaming or anything. It was all gaming at home. So it wasn't quite as good in that sense. You were stuck to. If you had a SNES, you could play split screen, and if you had a PlayStation, you could play battles, with Street Fighter 2 and stuff, but there was none of this gaming online. So you didn't need identification to play games. You didn't need to subscribe. You didn't need to pay a monthly fee. You didn't need to do any of that. You just picked up the console when you wanted to play a game, or you picked up the computer and you switched on, loaded up the game and you played, and that was it. And you owned the game. You actually owned the game. You had a hard copy of the game. So it didn't matter what went on with the company that you bought the game from. It didn't matter. Once you bought the game, you had the game.
What you're about to discover is archaeological evidence of humanity's last stand before total connectivity, preserved in Britpop, Tamagotchis, and dial-up sounds.
Ninetale Cosmic Fox. I've got a console and controllers. I'm not saying that nobody can say I can be a gamer, apart from my pocket, my money. I don't have the money to buy a new console because my Xbox One has just stopped working. I went to switch it on one day and it just didn't switch on. And there's power to the power box, so it's the actual console. So yeah, I can't game at the moment, but it's just because I don't have the equipment. And I'm not complaining about not being able to be a gamer. Because I am a gamer, just without my equipment.
Remember Sunday evenings, hunched over your stereo system with a blank TDK cassette?
Oh my God, mate, this one, right?
Preserved in Britpop, Tamagotchis, and dial-up sounds.
The art of recording
Remember
songs from Radio 1 on a Sunday night.
Evenings, hunched over your stereo system with a blank TDK cassette, finger poised over the record button like a sniper.
A blank TDK cassette.
Waiting for the perfect shot. The UK Top 40 with Mark Goodyear wasn't just a radio show. It was a 3-hour endurance test of patience, timing, and sheer bloody determination. You'd spend the entire countdown praying your favourite song would climb high enough to get played, only to have Bruno Brooks talk over the intro, or worse, cut to the news just as the guitar solo kicked in. The real skill was mastering the pause record technique. That split.
Ninetales. I don't even know who you are, unless you're Melanie. Is that Is that Mel? Ninetale Cosmic Fox. Is that you, Mel?
Split-second timing needed to avoid capturing the DJ's voice whilst maximising song length. We developed lightning-fast reactions, all for a mixtape that would inevitably get chewed up by someone's car stereo.
The Fox. No, that's not Mel. That's not the same. That's not the same avatar as Mel. So yeah. I don't know if you are, Mel.
Within a month. Those home-recorded mixtapes from the 1990s are now considered cultural artifacts, containing radio jingles, DJ banter, and chart rundowns that exist nowhere else. The controversial bit: despite the music industry's "home taping is killing music" campaign, cassette culture actually helped artists build fan bases, with mixtapes introducing millions to new bands they'd later buy albums from. Speaking of uninterrupted experiences, if you're enjoying this trip down memory lane, smash that subscribe button right now, because later I'm revealing the one 90s playground game that was actually banned by Parliament, and trust me, you definitely played it.
We all know what game that was banned by Parliament. Oh, Saturday mornings. Saturday mornings, man. Who remembers Saturday mornings? You are the Furby. All right. Well, you changed it then, because your fox was had sparkles, I'm sure, and was pink, and didn't have 9 tails, as far as I remember.
Saturday mornings in 90s, Britain had a schedule more rigid than military operations. You'd wake at 7 a.m. sharp for TV.
Excuse me? You'd wake at 5 a.m.? 7 a.m.? I was up at 5 to watch Transformers and Defenders of the Earth.
Live watching Ant and Dec when they were still PJ and Duncan, through to Dick and Dom's absolute chaos on live.
Dick and Dom didn't come about until, well, maybe they came about in the late 90s. But I didn't think Dick and Dom showed up until after 2000. But I wasn't watching children's TV back then. I just don't remember Dick and Dom on my TV. It was Philip Schofield, Ant and Dec. Oh God, what was her name? I think even that Ginger, Chris Evans, did a little bit as well.
Kicking. The dedication was real. No pause button, no catch up, no toilet breaks during.
That's what I thought, DJ. Dick and Dom was in the 2000s, wasn't in the 90s. So the AI got that one wrong. What's up, Uncle Fatty?
Pokemon. Miss it, and you'd spend Monday morning at school completely lost when everyone discussed Wonky Donkey or the latest Challenge Ant contestants
Wonky
who'd eaten something
Donkey!
horrific. What made this era special wasn't just the shows, but the interactive element. We'd phone in, on the landline obviously, trying to win competitions, with that distinctive engaged tone becoming the soundtrack to crushed dreams.
How many of you, I know I did it, how many of you sat there pressing repeat dial, hang up, 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 repeat dial, hang up. Oh shit, it was ringing, ring again. Oh no, it's engaged again. Damn it! Like because you're stuck in that hang up, redial, hang up, redial, hang up, redial, and then and you press hang up because you're stuck in that loop and you don't realise that it bloody called through. You nailed it once. I don't think I ever nailed it. I don't think I ever nailed it, man. And just remember, we're all adults in here. All right? So whatever somebody's life choices are, that's their life choice. That's what they want to do. And I'm not gonna make any judgments about it. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm not going to make any judgments about it, and I'm not going to bother being disparaging or belittling or anything of somebody that has made different choices to the ones that I've made. So no taking digs at people because of their life choices. All right.
The phone lines were constantly jammed on Saturday mornings, with thousands of kids simultaneously trying to get through. Here's the bizarre truth.
That was the thing, DJ. It was premium rate numbers, man. My mum and dad would go nuts at me. They'd go freaking nuts if I did ever get through. So it's good for me that I never did, because they would have been, what's this number here on Saturday morning? We know it wasn't us. We were still in bed.
TV presenters from this era have become cult figures, with university students now studying the parasocial relationships.
What's her name? Cat Deely.
These shows created.
She never
The
really
Hidden
did it
Truth,
for me, to be honest.
CBBC and CITV were locked in such fierce competition that they deliberately schedule their best content at identical times, forcing families to choose sides like some bizarre television civil war.
There we go. There's a nice little division that they put in there. Let's cause some arguments. Let's have families arguing with each other. Let's have kids arguing with each other and arguing with parents, and everybody arguing about what they're going to watch on Saturday, or any time really, with the children's TV. And I'm sure they did it with normal TV as well. Deliberately putting things on at the same time on opposing channel, like BBC One put something on at the same time as ITV or Channel 4 in direct competition with that. And so you would have arguments in the household about what you were going to watch. And if you didn't have more than one TV, only your own, dude, Ben. Only your own life choices should be judged by you. You should judge your own life choices, and if you choose to mock, if you see that you can mock them, you should mock them. But you shouldn't. What gives you the right to judge somebody else's life choices? You're not living their life, are you? It's not your life to live; it's theirs. And as a result, it means that whatever choices they make, it's their choice to make. You don't have to live it. You don't have to live their life. You're living your life where you've made your choices. So why don't you just let other people make their choices? We can make decisions about whether or not their choices are misguided, but we can't blame the person for themselves for making the choice, you know, about what clothes they're going to wear or whether they're going to identify as this, that, or the other. It's up to them.
The trip to Blockbuster was a social event that today's Netflix generation...
Blockbuster Video. Oh, mate. Friday nights. Friday or Saturday. Yeah, Friday night. You go and get a Friday night Blockbuster. Get it for 2 nights. Get like 3 movies for 2 nights.
And simply cannot comprehend. You'd spend 45 minutes wandering those blue-carpeted aisles, reading the backs of VHS cases like they were sacred texts, negotiating with siblings over whether to rent...
I'm not sensitive to opinions, dude. I'm just tired of... I'm tired of idiots. I'm not sensitive to choices. Why are you so sensitive to choices, dude? Opinions. And it's if somebody else has an opinion it's their opinion that causes them to make their life choices. So you're the one being sensitive about opinions. I'm not sensitive, dude. I'm just saying I don't like people sniping at each other, especially people that don't know each other really. You know, just met each other or seen somebody on a panel or whatever, and disagreed with choices that have been made.
The Matrix for the 8th time, or risk it on something new. The smell of plastic cases and popcorn, the disappointment of finding all copies of the new release gone, the pure joy of discovering that one film you'd been hunting for months. Late fees were the bane of our existence. Blockbuster made an absolute fortune from late fees, which formed a massive chunk of their total revenue. The most controversial aspect: former employees now reveal that stores would deliberately understock popular new releases to keep them in circulation longer, knowing customers would keep films extra days whilst waiting. But here's the beautiful bit. Those forced waits and limited choices meant we actually watched everything we rented. No endless scrolling, no starting 17 things and finishing none. We committed to our terrible choices and watched Jean-Claude Van Damme's entire filmography with pride.
Yup.
When CD burners arrived around 1997, we thought we'd reached the pinnacle of technology. Creating the perfect mix CD was an art form that required a 700 megabyte canvas, Nero burning ROM, and approximately 6 hours per disc. You'd carefully curate 19 tracks, never 20, always leave them wanting more, design elaborate covers in Microsoft Paint, and write track listings in your best handwriting with a specially purchased CD pen.
I used to fucking love that. I used to love doing that. I went out, got myself a CD pen, and the CDs that I made were it was me. It was my songs. I was recording the songs I was writing and then burning them to CD, and writing on them. But there was only ever like 3-4 tracks on there. But
the forgotten trauma nobody mentions. The coaster graveyard. That pile of failed burns because someone opened a door, causing a microscopic vibration that ruined everything at 98% completion. British households went through stacks of ruined CDRs, creating mountains of shiny drink coasters. The underground economy of mixed CDs in British schools was legendary, with certain students becoming famous for their themed compilations. One lad from Birmingham reportedly funded his entire university education selling revision mix CDs that supposedly contained subliminal learning frequencies, but were actually just, now that's what I call music albums. MSN Messenger and the art of digital drama. MSN Messenger wasn't...
This is where it started. This is where digital drama started. This is where it was born. All these arguments, the panel verse, all of it. This is where it was born. I remember taking part, I was, from 1995, I was really into Messenger and chat rooms and all of that. I was ice cold. My name was Ice Cold. Ice Cold 77. Why were you called Ice Cold, Richie? Because I got blue eyes.
Just an app. It was a Shakespearean theatre of teenage emotion. Your screen name was a carefully crafted piece of poetry, usually featuring unnecessary X's and references to Good Charlotte lyrics. Charlotte Says School Sucks wasn't just a status update. It was a cry for attention that would spark 40-minute conversations about absolutely nothing. The nudge feature was essentially a digital slap, and everyone had that one friend who'd spam it until your entire monitor shook like...
There's still a nudge feature, isn't there, on Messenger, on Facebook Messenger? I think there's still a nudge or a poke feature. You can poke someone. Am I wrong? Good day, Mr. Miyagi, Uncle Fatty, Rock Dog, DJ Emo. Rock Dog, I'm still waiting for you to reply to my email. You promised me that you would. You said, yeah, because I know that I've got an email coming, I will definitely reply to it. And I'm still waiting for that reply. That was like 2 weeks ago or something.
You were experiencing an earthquake. Custom emoticons were currency, and having the dancing banana meant you were basically royalty. The real
I don't know what the dancing banana was. Did anybody else have the dancing banana? I don't know what a dancing banana was.
Warfare was appearing offline while stalking everyone's status updates, or the ultimate power move, signing in and immediately setting yourself to busy to seem important. This was...
Yeah, screw Xbox, right? It was Nintendo. Super Nintendo versus PlayStation before Xbox came on the scene. It was SNES and PlayStation.
It wasn't just console rivalry. This was tribal warfare that divided
That little screen.
friendships, families, and entire council estates. PlayStation kids had Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear Solid, looking down...
Oh, Metal Gear Solid, man. Metal Gear Solid. What a game. Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell, the first two games that introduced stealth.
On Nintendo 64 owners like they were still playing with Fisher-Price toys. Meanwhile, 64 disciples had GoldenEye and Mario Kart 64, hosting legendary 4-player sessions that would last until someone's mum threatened to unplug everything.
Do you remember that? Do you remember sitting there playing and your mum saying, no, we're switching it off now. His friends have got to go home. It's time for dinner. Blah, 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 blah. And it'd be like, just one more game. Just one more game. No, we haven't finished yet. Blah, blah. And then she'd just go and switch it off at the bloody wall. And be like, no! I was just going to win. Like, it was funny. I remember those days. I remember those TVs as well. Do you remember them?
The split-screen multiplayer experience created a unique social dynamic. Screen looking was a criminal offence punishable by dead arms. And
yeah, absolutely. You weren't allowed to, because you're all looking at the same screen. You got 4 players playing GoldenEye. Each corner is a different screen, and if we didn't bother punishing people because you couldn't stop somebody from looking at the screen. But it just meant that you had to get really observant, and have good spatial awareness within the game. Like, have good spatial awareness of your digital surroundings to be able to work out where your mate was camped out and sniping you.
Everyone had elaborate theories about which controller port gave you an advantage. British gaming magazines of the era were basically propaganda machines, with official PlayStation magazine and N64 magazine conducting a Cold War through passive-aggressive editors' letters. The playground rumours about each console were legendary. Stories about memory cards getting viruses or consoles overheating spread like wildfire, though most were complete nonsense invented by kids who couldn't afford both systems. Before we dive into the next controversial 90s truth, hit that like button.
It's not kids that couldn't afford both systems. It was their parents. Their parents either wouldn't buy or couldn't buy.
If you ever blew into a game cartridge thinking it would fix it, and stick around because I'm about to reveal why your parents were secretly relieved when Tamagotchis died. When texting arrived, we became poets of necessity. With 160 characters and 10 pence per message, every text...
Do you remember that? Do you remember that? When text messages, you can only send 160 characters. You could only write 160 characters. And that phone he's got there is, I think it's a BT phone. It was the first prepay mobile that came out. And you got 160 characters and 10 pence per message.
was crafted with the precision of a haiku. We developed an entire language. CUL8R wasn't laziness, it was economic efficiency. Predictive text turned simple messages into comedy gold, with home becoming good, and nobody ever successfully typing book on the first attempt.
They absolutely are, Mr. Ben Spastic. They're absolute cringe nostalgia, and I fucking love it. And I'm pretty sure there's other people here that, even if it makes them cringe, they're enjoying looking back in the old days, before life went really crazy, before we got completely taken over by digital crap, when it was analog, back when it was all everything was analog.
The true art was text flirting with exactly the right amount of mystery. Too many kisses seemed desperate, too few seemed cold. The typing and deleting, the agonizing wait for a reply, the panic when you accidentally sent something to your mum meant for your mate. Text messaging exploded in the late 90s, with British teenagers leading the world in SMS usage. Phone companies made billions from texts that cost virtually nothing to transmit. One of the most profitable services in telecommunications history. Before Google, we had CFAX page 302 for football scores and teletext holidays for cheap breaks to Magaluf. Watching those pages slowly load, line by pixelated line, was meditation for the impatient. You'd memorize page numbers like phone numbers. 140 for news headlines, 160 for weather, 440 for TV listings. The bizarre bam.
Do you remember at the end of the day, like at midnight or whatever, when with the TV, they'd stop broadcasting. They would stop, like, BBC would stop broadcasting at 11 o'clock, or I can't remember what time, it's at 11 o'clock, and Channel 4 would stop broadcasting at 12 o'clock. Like, they'd stop broadcasting, and then once that girl with the clown came up on the screen, it'd either be that, or it'd just flick to CFAX, teletext, and it'd be flicking through the pages on teletext. You'd have to just sit there and watch that, because there was nothing else to watch.
Boozle quiz on Channel 4's teletext became a cult phenomenon, with its purposely impossible questions and sarcastic wrong answers. The creator made it deliberately frustrating as a social experiment in human persistence. The most useful feature was page 888 for subtitles, revolutionary for deaf viewers, but also the secret weapon for watching late-night films without waking your parents.
Yep.
The Woolworths Pick and Mix wall was where children learned about economics, self-control.
Mate. Woolworths. Woolworths. Hey, New Joy. Do you remember Woolworths? I think they've still got Woolworths in Australia. They've still got it, but it's gone bust in the UK. It went bankrupt and went completely out of business. So there is no longer a Woolworths Pick and Mix. You can't, and like the closest thing to it, to a Woolworths Pick and Mix, was you could go to the cinema and they'd have a pick and mix as well. So that was the closest thing to a Woolworths Pick and Mix. That's why I liked going to the cinema, because you had the cinema pick and mix.
and density physics. You develop complex strategies, heavy sweets at the bottom, light ones on top, crushing everything down to maximize your paper bag's capacity. The curved top technique, where you'd create a dome of sweets rising above the bag's rim, required engineering skills that would make Brunel proud. The unwritten rules were sacred. No eating whilst filling, no mixing chocolate with fizzy sweets, and absolutely no putting expensive fudge in your bag if your mum was paying. Shop workers now admit they were instructed to watch for...
put fudge in their bag? I never ever wanted fudge. Like, it was nice, but that's what my mum and dad ate. Like, why would I buy fudge? That's the sort of sweets your parents buy. No. Cola bottles and snakes and skulls and gobstoppers and frickin' mushrooms, those mushroom things, and the fried eggs. Like, that selection of sweets right there, that's the Christmas box that your mum buys. Well, it was for me anyway.
Overloading, as kids were masters at compressing sweets. The pick and mix was hugely profitable for Woolworths, becoming one of their signature features. The controversial truth? Those fresh sweets could sit in bins for months, preserved by industrial quantities of sugar and additives. School discos were basically Lord of the Flies with a DJ. Boys on one side, girls on the other, with a demilitarized zone in the middle where only the brave
Lord of
or
the
foolish
Flies
dare
with a
adventure.
DJ.
When Angels by Robbie Williams came on, the slow dance panic was real. Palms sweating, maintaining that awkward arm's length distance mandated by hovering teachers, praying...
Right. That wasn't a thing for me. We didn't have frickin' Robbie Williams. I don't think Angels had been released when I left school. I'm not sure what year it was released. But our school discos, it was Queen, Who Wants to Live Forever. That was a slow dance. And, oh, crikey. I can't even remember what it was before bloody Angels. But Angels wasn't released until after I left school, I think. So I never went to a school disco with Angels being played. Angels is the song that everybody went up when I was 17, 18 years old. Everybody was singing Angels at the karaoke.
The song would end before anyone noticed your complete lack of rhythm. The DJ was invariably someone's dad with a hi-fi separate system.
It was, you're right, Fatty. Love bites. Love bleeds. I can't remember the words, but Def Leppard, mate. Yeah. Oh, and Celine Dion. Tony Braxton, Def Leppard, Queen. Yeah, that sort of stuff.
And 2 CD decks, playing the same 40 songs at every disco for 6 years. The buffet consisted entirely of cheese and pineapple on sticks and bowls of hula hoops, with orange squash so diluted it was basically homeopathic.
We had salt and vinegar hula hoops, though.
That one kid who'd always request Cotton Eye Joe and turn the dance floor into a war zone of flailing limbs and scattered chips. The Argos catalogue was 1,500 pages of dreams, arriving twice yearly like some retail Bible. The laminated book of dreams became our Amazon, except you had to write item numbers on tiny paper.
Dude, you kicked Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Tony Braxton, Celine Dion. Oh God, all of them. Sunny D. Oh, dude, no, Sunny D didn't exist when I was at school. Sunny D came out. Oh, maybe it was like the last couple of years. I don't know. But 90. When did Sunny D come out? I guess I left school in 94, so I still had 6 years in the 90s where I was not in school. I was a man. I was an adult. I'd grown up. I turned 20 in 1997, so I was an adult back then, man. Full-grown man. Unbreak my heart. Fucking Tony Braxton, you remember it, Ricardo? I used to fancy the pants off Tony Braxton as well. Say you love me again. Unlike my heart. Bloody hell, man.
With tiny pencils like you were filling out a betting slip. Elizabeth Duke jewellery was where every teenage boy panic bought sovereign rings and clown pendants for girlfriends. Kids would
I love that. Freaking love that. I don't remember the name really, but it rings a bell. Elizabeth Duke jewellery. I didn't realise it was just, I thought they had different types of jewellery, but I remember sitting there going through, trying to pick a ring. I wanted a bracelet, like I bought rings and bracelets for girls, and I bought chains and necklaces and bracelets for myself, so I could look cool with my bling. Our friendship bracelets. Used to make friendship bracelets, dude. We used to make them. Used to get bits of cotton or whatever, and plait them up, sit there, plait them up, and then it'd be like, oh wow, can I have a pen? Can I have one? Can I have a friendship bracelet? Can you make me one? Who actually made a friendship bracelet? I don't think I ever. I think I might have made one. Mood rings, dude. I remember mood rings. We had mood rings too. I remember them. Pucker shell necklaces as well. Whitney used to be good back in the day, man. Back in the 90s. People used to say that my mum looked like Whitney Houston. When I was at school, people said my mum looked like Whitney Houston. Because
and hours circling everything they wanted for Christmas with different coloured pens indicating
Yep.
priority levels.
yeah, you'd see the adverts on, and then you go and see if it was for sale in Argos, and if it was,
The catalogue had its own gravitational pull in British homes, usually living beside the toilet where it served dual purposes. What's remarkable is that Argos
if anybody ever tried to wipe their ass with a fucking page from Argos, I'd love to know about it, because you just slice your ass open. There would be no. How do you wipe your ass with a freaking Argos catalogue page, laminated bloody thick paper? Like, please let me know if you ever actually wiped your ass with a Argos page. Because do you remember when this is one that they missed actually at school. The toilet paper at school used to be tracing paper. It was the same as tracing paper. Basically, it was non-stick paper, and it wasn't soft. It wasn't soft at all. It folded into creases and corners that would stick in your ass when you were trying to wipe it, man. That's why I hated and tried to. I just would avoid going to the toilet, taking a shit at school, man, because all you had was that tracing paper, toilet paper. Glossy paper does not work, Uncle Fatty. You're absolutely right. That's what we all had at school. I don't know about you in America, but we all had non-stick tracing paper. You could literally go to the toilet, get a piece of that toilet paper and use it as tracing paper. Red ring toilet paper. What's up, Mighty Atom? How you doing?
processed orders with incredible accuracy using just handwritten numbers. No computers, just human interpretation of terrible handwriting on tiny pieces of paper.
Yep.
The playground economy of the 90s was more complex than the FTSE 100.
Actually, don't you still have to do that in how does Argos work now? I thought you still had to do that. You still had to go and get a little bit of paper and fill in details and that, and or is it all on screens now? I don't know. I haven't been to Argos. I haven't been to Argos in fucking 30 years, so I don't know what Argos is like now.
Weren't just milk cap decorations, they were currency, status symbols, and weapons of psychological warfare. Your slammer collection defined your social standing. Metal slammers were mid-tier, but if you had a saw blade or holographic skull, you were basically playground royalty. Pokemon cards created Britain's first generation of child entrepreneurs. Kids developed
all this Pokemon and slammers, this all came out after I left school, man. I missed all this. All we had was football cards. That's all we had. Football cards and Panini. That's all it was. It was Panini football. You'd have the Panini World Cup. Where you had to get all the stickers and fill all the spots in the book, basically. I don't, this Pokemon is a little bit. Hey, look, it's Melanie Cosmic Fox. Pokemon was our
sophisticated trading algorithms, with Charizard exchange rates fluctuating based on supply, demand, and whether Jason's older brother was selling his collection. The shiny Charizard was worth approximately 150 regular cards.
Absolutely, that was it. Cabbage Patch Kids. Right, there was the Cabbage Patch Kids, and then do you remember? It was Garbage Pail, not Cabbage Patch. It was the Garbage Pail. Cabbage Patch were the actual toys for girls. Really, that was the girls. They could adopt a Cabbage Patch Kid, and you actually had to adopt them. There were adoption papers and everything for these Cabbage Patch Kids. These little toy dolls. It was Garbage Pail Kids that we collected the cards for. Garbage Pail was the same as Cabbage, was based on Cabbage Patch, except all the kids it was freaky, wasn't it? It was like, there was the lad that was shaving his face off, like shaving all the skin off of his face. That was the one that I really remember. Yeah, they were stickers. They came on cards, but they were stickers. You could stick them. My mum went nuts because I stuck them all over my drawers, and then you couldn't get them off again. It was impossible to get them off again once you'd stuck them on your drawers and stuff. The pictures were amazing, man. They were really cool. I'm a bit disappointed that they haven't included Garbage Pail Kids in this.
3 PlayStation games in the barter economy. Teachers' confiscated cards worth thousands of pounds today, probably sitting on gold mines in their attics. The dark truth? Card rarity was carefully controlled, with certain cards printed in tiny quantities to maintain the collecting frenzy.
Dial-up
that screech static Boeing symphony of dial-up connect.
Look at that. Estimated time left, 39 years. Does anybody else remember getting...
Connecting was the opening ceremony for 2 hours of internet before someone needed the phone. You'd strategically plan your internet sessions like military operations, downloading everything possible before your allocated time ended.
Yep.
A single song took 20 minutes, assuming nobody picked up the phone extension and severed your connection with their primitive desire for voice communication. Waiting for photos to load line by line turned us into amateur psychics, trying to guess what the image was from just the top pixels.
Sitting there in 1995, waiting as it downloaded, and line by line, literally printing out like a printer, line by line, trying to get a picture of Cameron Diaz with her top off or something, and it'd be 15 minutes before you even got to a nipple.
Internet bills were astronomical, with households paying premium rates for painfully slow connections and limited monthly hours. The most controversial aspect? Phone companies deliberately maintained slow speeds to maximize connection time charges, creating
One of the things that this video is showing us, right, is they were screwing us the entire time. They gave us shit service deliberately. We were completely fleeced. like our parents were completely fleeced. We got completely graped by these companies.
Artificial scarcity that shaped Britain's digital divide for years. Tamagotchis weren't pets. They were needy digital overlords that controlled our lives through guilt and repetitive beeping.
Press 1 if you had a Tamagotchi. Press 1 in the chat room if you had a Tamagotchi. Press 2 if you didn't. And press 3 if you're saying, Tama what? I never had a Tamagotchi. I had absolutely no freaking interest in a Tamagotchi. I think I was already a young man by the time Tamagotchis came out, so it was a bit like, what? It's a what?
Teachers banned them, parents hated them, but we love these demanding keychain sociopaths. The genuine trauma of coming home from school to find your Tamagotchi surrounded by poo and gravestone symbols was our generation's first experience with grief and personal responsibility. The black market for Tamagotchi sitting during school hours was real, with entrepreneurial kids charging 50 pence per day to keep your digital pet alive during lessons. Some schools created Tamagotchi daycare centres, basically.
I don't remember this. I don't know if this is true, that some schools created Tamagotchi daycare centres where somebody kept people's Tamagotchis alive. I don't know about that. I've got a feeling that might be bullshit. But I do remember Tamagotchis. And you can bet that there were probably kids that would offer to keep your Tamagotchi alive for 50p a day or whatever.
Acknowledging defeat. The fascinating aspect is that Tamagotchis were originally designed as a commentary on Japanese work culture, but British kids turned them into status symbols worth more than actual pets. Parents and teachers worried these toys were teaching children that death was easily reversible with fresh batteries. On the paper round was our introduction to the gig economy, except...
All right. Scrap the... oh no, I can't. All right. Press A if you had a paper round. Because we've already got one. We're already using one. So, A. Press A if you had a paper round. Press AB if you had 2 paper rounds.
With more dog attacks and absolutely no workers' rights. You'd wake at 5:30 a.m, cycle through horizontal rain delivering Sunday Times supplements that weighed more than you did, all for £12 a week. But that £12 was fortune when a Freddos cost 10 pence.
DJ Emo, I was doing the milk when I was 7 years old. I was going out and helping the milkman. Every morning I got up to do it. I would get up and help the milkman. Like, at the weekends, like on a Saturday morning and a Sunday morning, me and my best mate would get up. We'd both get up and we'd go and meet the milkman at the start of the road. And we lived in a cul-de-sac, and we'd go around and collect all the empty bottles for him while he was delivering the milk. And we did it for free. We didn't want to be paid. We didn't even think about being paid for it. We just wanted to be involved. We just wanted to be working with the milkman, you know. So we just go and collect all the empty bottles for him.
And you could get bladdered on a tenner. The territorial nature of paper rounds created turf wars that would make the wire look tame. Stealing another kid's round was declaration of war, settled through bike races or playground justice. Newsagents operated like feudal lords with waiting lists for the good rounds, posh estates with Christmas tips, whilst rookies got council flats with broken lifts and aggressive Jack Russells. The hidden economics. Paper rounds were one of the biggest employers of children in Britain, creating an entire underground cash economy. 12 CDs for £1 seemed too good to be true because
Britannia Music Club. Britannia bloody Music Club, man.
It absolutely was. Britannia Music Club was basically a legal pyramid scheme that trapped half of Britain's teenagers in contracts more binding than mortgages. You'd forget to send back the monthly selection card and suddenly own Phil Collins' greatest hits and an Enya album you'd never escape. The small print was written by lawyers who'd clearly sold their souls, requiring you to buy 8 full-price CDs over 2 years at £16.99 each. Missing payments resulted in threatening letters that made bailiff notices look friendly. The genius, evil, was that they'd send you...
Look at the state. Look at the state of that. The frickin' Spice Girls. And Victoria Spice, who used to be the one that I liked, looks like a frickin' minger in that picture. But DJ Emo, you got paid well, son. Jesus, 70 quid. I did 2 paper rounds, and you'd get like, I think it was £7, £5 a day, and then £7.50 on a Saturday and a Sunday. So you'd get 15 quid for the whole Sunday, for the Saturday and Sunday, and you'd get 25 quid for the Monday to Friday. So yeah, the most was the milk. Yeah, we didn't get paid for milk. We did that for free. We were I think we were too young to really understand that we could have been asking the guy for sweets or something. Like he could have paid us in sweets. We would have been quite happy. He could have paid us in fucking Beano comics.
Threatening letters that made bailiff notices look friendly. The genius, evil, was that they'd send you music just different enough from what you wanted that you couldn't return it, but couldn't enjoy it either. Former employees now admit the company made most of their profits from unwanted automatic shipments and administrative fees rather than actual music sales.
Hey, Rebecca.
Theme tunes from 90s Britain weren't just introductions, they were cultural education. Every British person can still sing the Funhouse theme, complete with Pat Sharp's mullet dance moves.
Can you still sing the Funhouse theme? I'm not sure if... I know, I can't... All I can remember is the Top Cat theme right now. Top Cat. Is there Top Cat? That's all I can remember. Check your spam, dude. Check your spam, and it's from it's not from 007. It's from Richard Avery, because that's my name. That's my government name, Richard Avery. So check for that name.
Turned into memory.
I think 2.4
children taught us what middle-class aspiration
if it wasn't,
like, whilst men behaving bad.
If it wasn't Richard Avery, it was We Write Reality, or the Magic Goonies, Magic Treehouse Goonies. Yeah, it's either Magic Treehouse Goonies, We Write Reality 33, or Richard Avery.
Prepared us for disappointing flatmates. The Gladiators theme tune could get your blood pumping instantly, whilst the Crystal Maze theme was basically ambient music for the stressed. These weren't just songs, but social glue. Humming the Biker Grove theme instantly revealed your age and background like some audio fingerprint. The BBC invested heavily in memorable theme music, with composers earning substantial royalties from these iconic tunes. The secret nobody talks about? Theme tunes were deliberately crafted to be earworms, using similar psychological techniques to advertising jingles to ensure they'd stick in your head forever.
Can believe it.
British playgrounds in the 90s were asphalt thunderdomes where health and safety went to die. British Bulldog was banned by...
Right, that is not a picture from the 90s. That's a picture from the 70s. It's not 90s. It's not even 90s with a black and white filter. That's a fucking 70s picture. the collars on the blazers and stuff. But British Bulldog, go on.
By countless schools due to injury concerns, but we played it anyway. Usually
That was
resulting
more
in
like
torn
our
uniform
school uniform. Well, our school uniform was a lot more like that.
and scraped knees that we'd walk off. Kirby required precision ball control and traffic awareness, turning suburban streets into Wembley Stadium. Kiss Chase was basically sanctioned chaos that somehow seemed normal.
Kiss Chase didn't happen. Kiss Chase didn't happen. We didn't. I never once played Kiss Chase with a girl. Did you? Who else played Kiss Chase? And what decade were you in school when you played Kiss Chase? We never played that. In the 90s? That's bollocks. Bullshit. Nobody played Kiss Chase. That was a game that we heard about. It was a stupid game that we heard about, but nobody ever actually played it. Because nobody wanted to run around trying to kiss a girl. And then by the time you did want to kiss a girl, you didn't want to be chasing after her to do it. Because we were too cool for that. I was too cool to play fucking Kiss Chase, for God's sake.
Whilst 40-40 combined hide and seek with prison breaks.
40-40 now, on the other hand. We used to play 40-40, 1, 2, 3 in. We never called it hide and go seek. It was 40-40 or 1, 2, 3 in.
These games required no equipment beyond imagination and acceptance that someone would definitely cry. The beautiful truth? Child psychologists now recognise that these risky games developed crucial skills like risk assessment and resilience. The controversial bit? After schools banned these traditional games...
I think cooties is an American thing, Fatty. Girls didn't have cooties at my school. They had crabs. No, don't go near her. She's got crabs.
Playground injuries initially dropped, but childhood obesity rates began climbing, suggesting that active play, even with occasional bumps, was healthier than sedentary alternatives. The 90s British childhood was messy, inefficient, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely magical.
Bloody
we
right.
didn't document every moment because we were too busy living them. Our mistakes weren't screenshots.
There you go. We didn't document every moment because we were too bloody busy living it. We didn't. Kids now that think it must have been really boring back in the 90s before we had the internet and stuff. No, not in a Nelly. We didn't stop doing stuff. We were out doing shit all the time, playing, building dens and going on bike rides and playing 40-40 and going camping and climbing trees, playing war. Just get out of the house, getting out of the house, out of the house, out of the house. Unless you had a console and then you could sit at home and play in the living room. Because you didn't have a TV in your room. Parents had the TV in the living room. There was only one TV. Well, there were 2 TVs in the house. One in the living room, one in the breakfast room, in my house anyway. So we weren't bored at all. We never stopped doing stuff.
And shared, they evaporated into memory. Today's kids will never know the anticipation of waiting, the joy of discovery without spoilers, or the freedom of being unreachable. We lived in the sweet spot, advanced enough for comfort, primitive enough for adventure. If this hit you right in the nostalgia, subscribe now. Share this with that mate who still has their original Tamagotchi.
So
remember walking into...
Man, a bit of nostalgia for you. Hey? Did you like that? Bit of nostalgia. Alright, there's a link. We'll open up the panel. And let's talk about life in the 80s and 90s and just how completely different it was to now. Stretch Armstrong, dude. I've watched I can't remember what his name is, but Kentucky Ballistics, he's worked out that Stretch Armstrongs are pretty much bulletproof. They will soak up a 22, a 9mm, a 45. I think the only thing that blew it apart was a 50 cal. And if you put more than one, it won't make it. A 50 cal won't even make it through more than 2 Stretch Armstrongs. Nah, DJ, I like watching Kentucky Ballistics and Demolition Ranch and the slow-mo guys. The slow-mo guys have worked with Kentucky Ballistics as well, so that was pretty cool. I love watching slow motion explosions and just whatever it is in slow motion. It's incredible. 200,000 frames per second.
Remember this, it's 1980. Your faithful Teasmade stands guard for tomorrow's awakening, while your precious Betamax captures fleeting moments of tomorrow's world. These 25 British items from the 1980s that Gen Z has never seen weren't mere objects. They were intimate companions that defined our days. Did you know Britain conquered the world of home computing by 1983, boasting more computers per capita than any nation on Earth? However, these cherished fixtures disappeared like morning mist. Today's emotional journey doesn't just resurrect memories, but unveils forgotten tales of British genius that ignited our digital age, exposing why brilliance sometimes crumbles while mediocrity endures forever. This bedside marvel.
Mighty Atom. Just back from a solo holiday in Cyprus. Any single ladies out there wanting to link up? I don't think I want to take that responsibility. I don't think I want that responsibility of putting 2 people together. I can't even find myself a good woman. I'm not going to try and find... What? No. I don't think I agree with dating sites.
Combined alarm clock, kettle and teapot into one gloriously complicated contraption. Though Goblin created early versions in the 1930s, the 1980s models from companies like Swan reached peak sophistication.
Who had one of these? Put your hands up. Why would you be? Why would you think that I would care about that, Ivan? And why would you even suggest it? Who had one of these coffee machines that would wake you up in the morning and make you filter coffee for you?
With faux wood veneer and LED displays.
So I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I left school in 94, so I was 16 in 94. 16 going on 17. So the majority of my childhood was actually the 80s.
Heating element boiled water at your preset time, with steam pressure forcing water through a spout into the waiting teapot. The gurgling, hissing, and triumphant whistle served as nature's alarm clock. The controversial bit? These were notorious fire hazards. The combination of water, electricity, and 1980s safety standards meant insurance companies sometimes increased premiums. Yet over 300,000 British households risked it all for perfect morning tea. The demise came from coffee culture and programmable coffee makers that didn't sound like industrial.
I know you had to be joking, dude.
Machinery at dawn. Sony's Betamax offered superior picture quality and more compact cassettes than VHS, yet lost spectacularly in the home market. Professional broadcasters used Betacam, Betamax's professional derivative, well into the 2000s. The BBC used Betacam.
DJ, I think you're around the same age as my sister. You were born in like 1980, 81, right? Or 79. 79, 80. So, yeah. Same generation, dude. Yeah, that's the same year. That's when my sister was born, 1980. So you're the same age as my little sister, dude.
SP for news gathering until digital took over. The home failure wasn't about quality, but recording time. VHS
my dad is 75
for E180 tape.
So your dad was like 30. Sorry, your brother was 30 when you were born. My dad is 75, right? Born in 1950.
Enough for entire football matches, while Betamax initially maxed out at 60 minutes. Sony's obsession with picture quality over practicality meant British families couldn't record consecutive programs. JVC's VHS might have degraded faster, but at least you captured entire events without swapping tapes mid-recording. This format war became synonymous with backing the wrong horse, despite technical superiority. Before we dive deeper into this technological time capsule, if you're enjoying these forgotten gems, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell, because later in this video, I'm going to reveal which one of these items is now worth thousands of pounds if you've still got one in your attic.
Sadly, I do not.
Sir Clive Sinclair's rubber-keyed wonder sold over 5 million units, making Britain the microcomputer capital of Europe. With 16K or 48K RAM,
ZX
8 colours, 2
Spectrum.
per character block causing attribute clash,
There it
and
is,
programs
man.
loaded via screeching cassette tapes.
There it is. Do you remember that? And the Sinclair. Bloody hell. I've talked about them. I've not actually seen one for ages. So that's pretty cool. Let me Hey, just call me Stace. How you doing, sweetheart? The link, I'm just about to pin it actually. I left it, I dropped it. There it is. So I'm just pinning the link. Come and join me. Mighty Atom, you've still got a couple of ZXs. Mate, they're worth some money now.
The specs were modest. Yet this limitation bred innovation. Matthew Smith created Manic Miner in his bedroom, while Elite fitted an entire universe into 32K.
Mate. 16 or 48K RAM. 48K RAM with high resolution graphics, man. The Sinclair ZX.
Controversial aspect. Sinclair deliberately used cheap rubber keyboards to keep prices at £125 to
And everybody loved them. We loved those cheap rubber keyboards.
£175, believing serious users would buy proper keyboards separately. They didn't. Instead, millions developed Spectrum Finger. a stabbing technique repair shops recognized instantly. The rubber eventually wore through to bare membrane, yet users persisted. This machine didn't just sell computers, it created Britain's games industry and inspired a generation of programmers. Though Japanese-made, the Walkman revolutionized British culture by creating
No worries, Stace. Shout out to your someone special.
personal audio space. The WM2 model, popular in Britain,
There
came
it
with
is.
orange foam headphones.
There it is, the Sony Walkman. Fucking hell, man. I remember asking for this at Christmas.
Disintegrated within months, leaving orange residue in ears. Auto reverse seemed like magic, though it guaranteed eating your favourite tape eventually.
Yep.
British commuters could finally escape public transport horror by retreating into private soundtracks of Duran Duran and The Cure.
Yes.
Here's what nobody mentions. Early models had a hotline button activating an external microphone, letting you hear announcements without removing headphones. Sony removed it because British users complained it defeated the point of avoiding human interaction. The Walkman didn't just play music, it created the concept of public isolation that smartphones would perfect decades later.
Yep.
Those orange headphones became status symbols worn even with dead batteries. These tiny stamps required military precision in collection and redemption. You licked and stuck them into books, 1,280 stamps per book, then exchanged them for prizes at redemption centres. The mathematics were Byzantine. Items required anywhere from quarter books for tea towels to 49 books for televisions. The average family collected 6,000 stamps annually, meaning years of dedication for decent prizes. The genius was making customers do the work, spending evenings sticking stamps while dreaming of items that cost less if purchased outright. Tesco abandoned them in 1977, but independent retailers continued into the early 1980s. Richard Tompkins, who brought Green Shield stamps to Britain, later transformed redemption centres into Argos, explaining that catalogue's peculiar prize counter atmosphere that persists today. The psychological manipulation was masterful. Speaking of shopping rewards, here's something fascinating. One of these worthless items from our list recently sold at auction for £12,000. Keep watching to find out which one. But first, let's talk about the telecommunication revolution that
I'll
nobody
tell you what,
saw
mate. 12 grand. I bet that was a Betamax video thing, or maybe a Spectrum ZX. You imagine if it's a Spectrum ZX and you've got a couple of them in your attic, man.
coming.
Oh,
BT phone
mate,
cards liberated
BT
callers from
phone
finding
cards.
correct change for increasingly expensive payphones. These credit cards
We had BT phone cards in prison. We had these in prison, right? And if you get a bit of what it would do is up here at the top, it'd mark every minute. It'd go click, 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 and it'd put a stamp on the phone card. Once you got down, if you make sure you just had one stamp left, you had to make sure that you had one credit left. And when you got one credit left, take the card out, and then you get a bit of sandpaper, and you could sand off the top layer, the edge here, sand that down until, right, you only needed to sand it half, just a little bit, just like that silver bit. You'd sand the silver bit off, and then you'd have 10 more units again. It'd go back up to 10 more units because it wouldn't register the marks that had been made. But if you shaved it too much, it deleted the card. It was no good. It voided the card. But if you did it just right, you'd get 19 units out of a 10-unit phone card. That's how I got through prison.
sized plastics contained prepaid units on magnetic strips, later optical strips, then chips. They became unexpected collectibles. BT released commemorative designs for royal weddings, tourist attractions, and special events. Limited regional runs created artificial scarcity and collecting frenzies. The controversial element was deliberate rarity. Isle of Man TT cards or Scottish editions commanded premiums. Mercury Communications joined with competing cards, creating a format war nobody wanted. These introduced Brits to stored value technology before Oyster cards existed. The environmental disaster went undiscussed. Millions of exhausted cards containing
Air, Mighty Atom, you're going to go and see the X, right? Don't make any silly decisions because you're wanting the company of a lady. If you're going to see your X, right? Go, yeah. Stay steadfast. Remember, there is no going back. You can't go back. You can never go back. It will never be like it was. It will never. You can't recapture the good times and all that, because everything else is still there. All the baggage will still be there. So, and the baggage will come out in the end and sometimes quite quickly. And if she cheated on you, dude, then no. No, be friends, but don't be anything more than friends.
Biodegradable plastics and magnetic materials entered landfills while everyone panicked about aerosols. Rarest cards now fetch hundreds of pounds, particularly misprints and recalled designs nobody thought to keep. Sir Clive's single-seat electric trike launched January 10th, 1985 during a brutal winter. Batteries literally wouldn't work in freezing conditions. With 12-volt lead-acid batteries providing 20-mile range at 15 miles per hour maximum, no license was required. Hoover's washing machine factory in Merthyr Tydfil manufactured the polypropylene bodies. Yes, vacuum cleaner makers built vehicles. Reality proved terrifying. Sitting below lorry bumper height with shopping trolley visibility meant mixing with traffic required spectacular optimism. The motor technology developed with Lotus and Polymotor was genuinely advanced. Similar principles now power expensive electric bikes. Only 17,000 units were made before receivership. Thousands of unsold C5s had motors repurposed for mobility scooters. Critics called it a suicide machine, and sales proved them right, yet its failure pushed battery development forward, eventually enabling today's electric vehicle revolution.
Oh my God.
These leather-bound organisers...
The Filofax. I'd completely forgotten about Filofaxes. I remember my dad had a Filofax, so I wanted a Filofax. A nice leather-bound Filofax with a calendar in it and a notes page, and you could use it as a diary. It had a thing for your pen. The expensive ones had a calculator built into them as well.
Became yuppie status symbols during 1986's Big Bang deregulation. The 6-ring binder system allowed infinite customization. Diary pages, wine charts, international dialing codes, tiny calculators.
Conversion charts, man. And the good ones you could... They had the binder, the ring binder, so you just had to... All you had to do was buy the new inset for it.
And tan leather screamed executive, costing £150, £400 today. Power users developed complex filing systems with coloured tabs that would impress modern productivity gurus. Filofax theft targeted contents, not expensive leather. Your entire contact network and schedule in analog form. Criminals stole them from city workers, leading to insider trading investigations when diary information appeared suspiciously. Insurance companies offered specific personal organizer coverage. Losing your Filofax meant losing your identity before digital backups existed. These weren't just diaries, but complete life management systems that smartphones would eventually replace, though without the leather-bound prestige. If you're finding these memory lanes fascinating, drop a comment below with your own favourite forgotten 1980s item. Don't forget to subscribe, because we release new nostalgia-packed content every week. Acorn's BBC Micro dominated British education through the Computer Literacy Project. These beige tanks cost £235 to £335. Serious money when teachers earned £6,000 annually. BBC Basic featured procedures, functions, and inline assembly, remarkably sophisticated for 1981. Every school computer room had that distinctive warm electronic smell, with machines chained to desks. Granny's Garden traumatized children with its witch, while Pod let kids manipulate pink creatures. The untold legacy. The BBC Micro team developed ARM processor architecture for Acorn's next computer. When that flopped, they created ARM Holdings, whose designs now power virtually every smartphone. That iPhone uses technology from Cambridge Labs, where boffins argued about instruction sets over warm beer. The BBC Micro didn't just teach programming, it accidentally created the mobile revolution. Facsimile machines were magic. Paper fed in London materialised in Glasgow minutes later. By 1989, Britain had Europe's highest fax penetration, with corner shops offering bureau services at £1 cent, 50 pence received. Quality was terrible. Thermal paper...
Faxes, fax machines. and you couldn't use it as a legal document because it faded.
Yellowed within weeks. Resolution made handwriting illegible. Success rates required ritual confirmation sheets. The warbling connection screech became office ambience. Junk faxing was 1980s spam. Businesses blasted advertisements overnight, consuming expensive thermal paper. Companies arrived Monday to entire rolls eaten by takeaway menus. The 1987 Great Curry House Fax War of Bradford saw competing restaurants jamming each other's
dad
machines
used to
with
go
solid
nuts
black
about
pages until bankruptcy threatened both. Parliament discussed fax terrorism after political groups paralysed government offices with continuous transmissions. This revolutionary technology became a nuisance almost immediately. The TV-80 flat screen Pocket TV used a sideways-mounted 2-inch CRT with Fresnel lens, promising television anywhere. Single-channel tuners required manual adjustment with thumb wheel precision. 6 AA batteries lasted 15 minutes. The device became burning hot during use. Viewing angles were precisely 15 degrees. Move slightly and images vanished. At £79.95, you paid premium prices for squinting at tiny, static-filled screens. The technology was genuinely innovative, but completely impractical. Modern collectors pay £300 to £500 for working examples as monuments to optimistic engineering. Clive Sinclair believed we'd abandon newspapers for pocket TVs by 1990. Instead, we waited 20 years for smartphones to properly deliver his vision. These devices prove that being ahead of your time means being wrong at the present moment. Technological prophecy without practical possibility. Cassette singles promised convenience but delivered frustration. These contained A-sides, B-sides and desperate remixes, stretching songs beyond endurance. Production cost 15p, retail £1.99, pure profit. Recording capability meant unlimited copying, triggering "home taping is killing music" campaigns. Format proliferation killed them. Singles appeared as 7-inch vinyl, 12-inch vinyl.
Hang on. Right, I see what you're saying, DJ. But we're not leopards. We're not leopards. And it is possible to change. And that's just a fact. It is possible to change. Whether or not somebody will change is up to them. You can't do anything about it. Whether they will or not, that's a gamble that you have to take. But it is possible for someone to change. We're not leopards. And we're not animals. We're like a bit more than that, so yeah. Something tells me you've been wounded badly. I've been cheated on more than once, but I'd still be friends with the girls that cheated on me, right? It's not a relationship is different. A relationship is not a friendship, right? A relationship is not a friend. A romantic relationship is not a friendship. It's a romantic relationship. Friendship is something different. Friendship is on different. It's possible to be friends with somebody that. It's possible to have a relationship with somebody that you're not friends with, really, and it's possible to be friends with somebody that you've been in a relationship, but the relationship didn't work for whatever reason. And we all do stupid things. I mean, we don't all cheat, but I did. I cheated once, only because I didn't really love the girl. And I kind of wanted to split up with her anyway, so it was kind of like, wow, if she ever finds out, then at least that will split us up and I won't have to do it. What's up, Casper?
CD Cassingle, plus limited editions of each. Stock Aitken Waterman required dedicated storage systems. Fans spent fortunes collecting...
DJ, that's you've been going for the wrong women. That's all that is. It's not all women cheat. And once they're cheated, they'll never, you can't be friends with them again or anything. You have to forgive, mate, and just let go of it and say, right, well, not all. It's just, I think it's just the pond that you've been fishing in.
Identical songs in different formats. The industry's greed destroyed its own creation.
Crikey, do you remember winding tapes like that? Do you remember doing that? With a frickin' pen, with a big pen. I remember that.
Cassingles lasted barely a decade before CDs dominated. These represented the music industry's last attempt at controlling physical media before digital piracy made such efforts irrelevant. The 1980s calculator wars produced increasingly absurd devices. Sharp scientific calculators featured 61 functions, including hyperbolic arctangents, useful for nobody. Casio's calculator watches, particularly the CA53W from Back to the Future, required pencils to
That was what I wanted at Christmas. They didn't get me that one. I got a different one, but it was still cool, and I think it was still Casio. But it was a calculator watch.
operate tiny buttons, making calculation impossible. Yet wearing one signaled technical sophistication or social doom.
There we go.
What's up, Richie?
What's up, buddy? Let's see that snow again.
Yeah,
Can you put your phone into landscape? Turn it on the side, so it's in landscape. Oh, it's there. We go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Look at that. You've had a good old sprinkle. Bloody hell, mate.
Yeah.
What is that? That's about 4 inches deep.
Well, we got about 6 inches. It's been melting a little bit. It's 36 degrees right now.
What is that in centigrade?
Shit. Okay, I gotta think already. Dang.
Hang on. Let me do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
36 degrees.
So 32 is 0. So it's like
It's 2.2 degrees
I was
Celsius.
gonna say it's about 3 degrees Celsius, just rounding it off, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do right now, brother. So anyway,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm glad I'm not there. It's very beautiful.
I got a snowblower though.
That's good.
He said, "Show you the Christmas tree."
So yeah, that's good. So long as it hasn't been walked on.
See
like
that
you
tree
can
there?
blow all the snow that hasn't been walked on and stuck to the ground, right?
Right.
Into packed snow. It's good. It's good when it's not packed.
I planted that tree here, Richie.
When did you plant that?
30 years ago.
30 years ago.
Yeah. Right there.
We had
Beautiful tree.
where I lived in Newbury, we had a hedge that was spruce, right?
Right.
It was like a spruce. I don't know what the full name is, but it was spruce. So
It's
when
a
we
blue
moved
spruce
in,
out there.
when we moved in, it was like 1 foot high. It didn't even come up to your knees, you know. And then by the time I left home, it was 7 foot, 7.5 foot, maybe 8 foot high. Really big, huge, great big hedge. Like a proper hedge when we left. By the time we moved out.
Right.
Well, as long as you've got some nice warm clothes.
Oh yeah.
Do you wear thermals?
I'm gonna do this, and then I'll get back with you, brother. Have a beautiful morning, everybody.
Cool, man. You have a good one. I'll see
Oh
you,
yeah, I'll
see
be
you in a bit.
back. It'll
See you when you're
take me
done it.
about an hour.
All right, dude.
All right. Peace. Have a great day,
Peace.
man.
Nice one. You too, mate.
Texas Instruments created unexpected cults. The HP-12C financial calculator, unchanged since 1981, still sells because bankers refuse relearning. Goldman Sachs provides training on this 40-year-old technology. Original models fetch triple launch prices because reproductions feel wrong to professionals. These devices prove that sometimes perfect is the enemy of better. When something works, even obsolescence can't kill it. Modern smartphones contain infinitely more power, yet specialized calculators persist through sheer institutional inertia. Amstrad Alan Sugar's PCW series disguised computers as typewriters, selling to computer-phobic consumers. The PCW 8256, £399, included monitor, keyboard, and printer integrated like futuristic typewriters. Running already obsolete CP/M, they included LocoScript word processor, so intuitive that technophobic secretaries became
Remember that when the screens were green? This funny old-fashioned green screen, like funny green and not quite black.
immediately productive. Green phosphor monitors gave documents radioactive glows, while
That was it, green phosphor.
matrix printers created distinctive sounds now sampled in lo-fi music. Sugar's masterstroke was marketing, never computers, always word processors. 8 million units sold to people.
Fucking Amstrad, man. And I had an Amstrad CPC 464.
Who'd never buy computers. When hackers revealed these could run thousands of programs, owners discovered they'd accidentally bought powerful machines. Schools bought word processors to avoid expensive computers, feeling simultaneously clever and foolish. Sugar understood that fear of technology could be overcome by
That was the thing as well, wasn't it? Word processors and computers. We had word processors and they looked like computers, but they weren't actually computers, they were just word processors.
hiding it. Get busy with the fizzy. Promised paradise but delivered disappointment. Glass bottles exploded if overcarbonated. Flavors had legally distinct names. Cola, lemonade.
I don't ever remember glass bottles exploding if they were overpressured. I think that's bullshit. Anybody? Does anybody remember freaking whatever it's called? I can't remember. It's just said and it's gone out of my head straight away. Soda Stream. Bottles exploding. Does anybody? No, that never happened. As far as I'm aware. I was never aware of anyone's soda bottle exploding. I know that they might have used that as a reason to stop doing it. They probably gave some bullshit health and safety scare that it was going to happen if they wanted to stop selling them. I don't remember that actually ever happening.
Tasting almost entirely wrong. Economics failed. CO2 and syrups cost more than buying real drinks. The controversial aspect, SodaStream's West Bank factory led
the top would blow off. Absolutely, the top would blow off, but I don't remember glass bottles breaking.
to boycotts. Advertising featured happy families while protesters picketed shops. Environmental claims ignored shipping cylinders from Israel. The ritual was everything. Ceremonial fizzing, careful syrup measurement, pretending it tasted good. Modern SodaStream succeeds where 1980s versions failed by abandoning flavors for sparkling water. Original machines now sell as retro chic to people who never experienced the disappointment firsthand. At 10 pence per bottle, Panda Pops were liquid poverty indicators. Flavors existed nowhere in nature. Blue raspberry, strawberry jelly and ice cream. Bubblegum. Bottles were engineering marvels of cheapness. Plastic so thin that gripping hard-launch lids like missiles. Ingredients read like chemistry sets. Tartrazine, Ponceau 4R. Brilliant blue FCF. Additives making children vibrate visibly. Created in 1973, the 1980s saw peak consumption. When EU regulations tightened in 2004, reformulation proved impossible. Chemicals were the flavor. Production ceased 2011. Original bottles sell on eBay as nostalgic poverty artifacts. Parents calculated 30 Panda Pops cost less than one Coca-Cola, making dental health tomorrow's problem. These drinks represented British inequality in liquid form. Sugared water with chemicals, marketed to those who couldn't afford better.
Tizer.
The appetizer occupied strange territory, too sophisticated for children, too weird for adults. Red carbonated mystery in returnable glass bottles worth 10 pence made empties valuable playground currency. Fred Pickup created Tizer in Manchester in 1924, but 1980s formula achieved legendary status. The head, persistent red foam, lasted longer than beer foam and stained permanently. School photographers scheduled pictures before lunch, avoiding Tizer moustaches. The secret recipe was citrus oils plus enough carmazine, E122, to dye fabric. The 1986 advertising war with Tango forced reactive campaigns, starting pointless competition between non-colas. Modern Tizer tastes nothing like the original. Health regulations eliminated the chemicals that created its unique flavour. Original sealed bottles command collector prices from people chasing childhood memories that probably tasted terrible anyway. These weren't stereos but territory markers. The Sharp GF777 weighed 10 kilograms, consumed 10 D-cells hourly, damaged hearing at 50 paces. Twin cassette decks enabled industrial piracy. British youth divided along boombox lines. Soul boys, B-boys, each claiming sonic space. Police confiscated thousands under public nuisance laws. The 1981 Brixton events partially connected to enforcement, though officially ignored. These machines projected identity through volume. Your music, your space, your rules. Modern Bluetooth speakers descend from ghetto blasters but lack their physical intimidation. Carrying one required commitment, batteries, weight, and courage to play music publicly. They created outdoor sound systems before festivals existed, transforming shopping centres into impromptu venues.
I like Tizer.
The Sun 600 series dominated British instant photography. Cameras cost £30, practically given away because film was £8 for 10 photos. Each party snapshot required financial planning. Integral film contained caustic chemicals burning skin and clothing. Despite warnings, everyone shook photos vigorously. Damaging emulsion and creating characteristic Polaroid blur, Instagram now replicates digitally. Corporate espionage loved Polaroids. No negatives meant no duplication without originals. Fashion houses, car manufacturers used them for confidential documentation. Your drunken photos used technology protecting commercial secrets. The waste was enormous. Each photo contained batteries, chemicals, and plastics in non-recyclable packages. Edwin Land's invention created billions of chemical waste packets. Modern instant cameras use similar technology but hide the environmental impact better. Those blurry party photos were toxic waste generators we waved around gleefully.
Bloody hell, man.
Brother Olivetti and Silver Reed sold portable machines weighing 5 kilograms. Portable if you enjoyed spinal damage.
Fucking hell, Brother and Olivetti. That's two names I haven't heard in a long time.
These promised literary freedom but delivered permanent ink stains. Correction tape created ghost text. Tipex painted mistakes, obviously. Carbon paper multiplied errors. Ribbon re-inking spread permanent ink everywhere. Britain's last repair shop charges £150 minimum. Monopoly pricing. Theatres maintain them for sound effects. Nothing replicates mechanical clatter. Tom Hanks inflated collector prices irrationally. The romance ignored reality. Loud, messy, unforgiving machines. Yet they forced careful thought. No delete key meant considering words. Modern writers use typewriter apps simulating friction, missing the point entirely. These machines made writing physical, demanding commitment to each keystroke.
Needed strong fingers.
Roberts Radio created design classics, but most teenagers owned Hong Kong imports, receiving Radio 1 clearly and everything else is static. These provided audio freedom from family entertainment. Medium wave after dark opened Europe. Luxembourg fading mysteriously, pirates broadcasting from international waters. Caroline and Radio North Sea International created midnight communities under bed covers. The technical problem, electromagnetic interference destroyed television reception. The 1984 Clean Air Initiative supposedly hunted illegal CB users, but mostly found badly shielded transistor radios. Teenagers walking past homes could kill entire streets' TV reception. Yet these simple devices connected British youth to wider culture when mainstream media ignored them. John Peel's late-night sessions reached fans through transistor radios, launching careers and movements. Modern podcasts attempt recreating this intimacy, but lack the ritual of tuning through static finding voices.
Bloody right.
Pre-digital car radios required genuine skill. Finding stations while driving meant one-handed wheel control, one-handed tuning, eyes on road, ears on static. Mechanical presets physically moved tuning mechanisms, lose power, spend journeys retuning. Theft was extraordinary. Alpine meant quality and crime equally. Face-off stereos created bizarre rituals of carrying radio faces like expensive accessories.
Yep.
Professional thieves learned Ford radio removal in 8 seconds. Insurance companies created audio-specific excess charges. Some excluded car audio completely. Solutions included fake facades, cheap-looking fronts hiding expensive systems. Criminal ingenuity met consumer deception perfectly. The push-button preset was mechanical marvel. Springs and cams remembering positions mechanically. Modern seek and scan seems magical, but lacks the skill of finding pirate stations while navigating roundabouts. These radios made driving interactive, constant adjustment, always searching for better signals. These nicotine dispensers lurked in every pub, selling Embassy at premium prices. At £1.40 for shrinking packets, convenience cost dearly. Age verification was height. Reaching slots meant eligibility. The 1991 Child Protection Act required supervision, landlords glancing occasionally. Money laundering was endemic, claiming thousands while selling dozens. HMRC required serial tracking, creating Britain's dullest job. Cigarette auditor. 2011 brought complete bans. These machines normalised smoking as furniture. Every toilet trip past temptation, they represented smoking acceptance now seeming alien. Modern vape shops replaced them but lack the sinister automation of death for coins. Those machines made smoking transactional, impersonal, always available. Perfect for addiction's requirements. Kodak carousels turned dining rooms into torture chambers. Chunk.
Do you want to see our holiday? We went on holiday to Egypt. Come and see our slideshow.
Of changing slides accompanied paternal narration nobody wanted. Bulbs cost £25, exploding dramatically after 3 shows. Slides melted if projected too long. Circular magazines became weapons when dropped. Every family had the box. Unorganised transparencies where Spanish beaches met Scottish highlands randomly. The ritual was profound. Darkened rooms, projected memories, forced togetherness. Digital photos killed communal suffering. Now we scroll alone through thousands unseen. Slideshows were awful but shared. Instagram is convenient but solitary. Progress eliminated forced family bonding, removing both pain and connection. Those evenings built family mythology through shared endurance.
It's true.
The 3.5-inch disc represented portable storage revolution, 1.44 megabytes behind sliding metal that everyone fidgeted with destructively. Schools guarded them like crown jewels. Formatting wars meant incompatibility everywhere, IBM versus Mac versus Amiga. That satisfying shutter click was also weakness. One fingerprint meant data death. Write protect tabs were perpetually wrong positioned. High density proved laughably unreliable. These failed constantly, usually containing only copies of coursework. Students carried multiple discs, hoping one might work. The metal shutter was perfectly sized for staplers, discovered after stapling discs to assignments, destroying both simultaneously. Modern USB drives hold 32,000 times more, but lack that satisfying click. These discs taught brutal lessons about backup importance. Disk red error trauma created generations of compulsive savers. Cloud storage eliminated this fear, though somehow losing work to connection errors feels less devastating than physical disk failure. That £12,000 auction sensation? A mint condition Sinclair C5. Sir Clive's failure now worth more than successful cars. These 25 items weren't products but promises. British dreams materialised in plastic and silicon. Gen Z inherits our digital age birthed from these analogue ancestors. Your smartphone carries BBC micro DNA, Walkman miniaturisation, floppy disk storage evolution. Check those attics. Yesterday's junk becomes tomorrow's treasure. Subscribe for weekly British nostalgia excavations. Hit the bell for forgotten brilliance notifications. Comment your most embarrassing 1980s memory below.
Oh man, nostalgia, eh? Who doesn't love a bit of nostalgia? Right. I'm gonna make me a coffee, and the panel is now open.
That's what I like to do with people. Come out, they're expecting something, they're thinking they know what they're going to get. There's a twist.
Something's in the water, I think. I think it's in the water, and it might be the same shit that's turning the frickin' frogs gray. You know what I mean? You know, Alex Jones reference?
Donation. It's a donation.
I thought it was a trash. Don't be getting on me.
Put some money in
Stupid
there.
ass. I whoop your ass, players. Don't
Come
call
on
me
now,
shit.
watch it.
You tall black motherfucker.
There's women up inside.
I don't give a fuck about
Calm
it. Ain't
down.
nobody giving me
Ain't
nothing.
nothing going on.
Hey, here I am in chat. It says when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
Shut up.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do, and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it, but give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that.
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view.
State of mind. A state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something. Not being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. And so they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude anything, which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved and finite. So, if you want to think, incidentally, of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in The Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined, and it has only one side and only one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. No, we'd have to do one extra move on a serpent to make it into a Klein bottle. You'd have to tuck its head through the side of its skin and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Klein bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state, the state of samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl off into a hole? Or go to a Zen monastery? Or retire and be quiet? When this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, is a very curious problem. Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance. And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. The same could be said of LSD. A medicine, not a diet. Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick into the house. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. So I think a good definition of a parasite is a person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you into. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself. Because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years and acquire a great deal of money by so doing. But what he does is another thing. He tries to give them the put down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, you see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing. And that keeps you working. But all the time, you're being talked out. It's like someone who's a pickpocket and he's stolen your own watch and is selling it to you. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this if you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of mystical experience. You become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better and no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the middle. Any one can be considered as the center one. Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, there really, from that point of view, you see, there is nothing to do to attain Buddhahood. Nothing at all. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing. Is what's called you. Only, of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their heads. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Yajnadatta. And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking at the wrong side of the mirror. And you know, he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Ye gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you are perfectly well aware of your head, only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view of other people's heads, because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing.
Arthur, obviously I need, not Arthur, sorry, Gary. The way wrench etiquette works is you're a mod on my channel and you've got a wrench so that you can drop links, but you only drop the links that I ask you to drop or that go along with what I'm saying, unless you've said to me, is it okay if I drop this link that's going to take people away from your stream? It's etiquette, my friend. When you're a mod for someone's channel, you're a mod to help that channel, not to send people away to other channels, unless the channel owner has asked you to do that. Okay? Just so you know, dude.
Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes people, you see. So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence and nerve finally to say, hey, don't pull that stunt on me anymore. I see through your game. And because gurus are very clever at putting you down, but they're just trying to see how strong you are, testing you out, see if they can hoodwink you. So long as they can, you see, they're going to go on doing it, because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it to you anymore. Then they'll graduate. And so one of Rinzai's students, after he saw through it, said, well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all. Of course there wasn't. He said boldly and straight out, my teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child. You know, when you play games with a child and pretend you got something here, and the child goes into all kinds of tizzy to get you to open your hand and show what it is, and then there's nothing. Fooled. So you can be fooled, as long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't ask the question anymore, because it's all become clear. It's all become clear that there is no puzzle about this universe. What makes you think there are puzzles about this universe? Very simple reason. You're trying to explain it. And when you explain things, what do you mean by explanation? There are several meanings of explanation. There's really one basic meaning. But first of all, to be able to translate what is happening into terms of words or numbers. In other words, to describe. But a real explanation is not just a description. It's a description which enables us to control what we are describing. But didn't we see in the last session that to control the world is not really what we want to do? So that if all explanations have as their function enabling us to control things, then maybe an explanation isn't what we wanted. And furthermore, you can very simply see that what makes things complicated is explaining them. When somebody explains to you how a flower works, and he's a great botanist, and analyzes all the innards of a flower, and shows the channels, the fibers, the processes of reproduction, and so on that go on in it, everybody stands fascinated. See how complicated that is. How clever God must have.
I've just seen that comment from you there, Gary. I'm sorry if you felt I was patronising you, but I didn't realise that I had to lay out, obviously I had to say what I had to say because you obviously didn't know it because you went and dropped a link to take people away. That took people away. I clicked it and it took me away from the stream. And it wasn't something that I'd spoken about or, I wasn't, you hadn't spoke. Dude, I'm sorry if you felt that was patronising. And yeah, all right then, if you don't want it, I'll take it away. Not in the mood today, man.
Must have been to create that flower, to have all that complexity going. It isn't complicated at all. It's only complicated when you start thinking about it. Because the vehicle of words is a very clumsy one. And when you try to talk about the processes of nature, what is complicated is not the processes of nature, but trying to put them into words. That's as complicated as trying to drink up the ocean with a fork. It takes forever. And so this intense complexity that we see in everything is created by our attempt to analyze it all. And so what we do is, you see, when we analyze, we use our eyes and ears as scalpels. And we dissect everything. And we have to put a label on every piece we chop off. And so we scalpelize and we get it right down to atoms. Getting finer and finer, and we suddenly thought, well, we've got to the end of it because the word atom means what is not cuttable. Atomos. But then we found we could cut the atom. And lo and behold, big fleas had to put fleas upon their backs to bite them. And it goes on forever. There is no end to the minuteness which you can unveil through physical investigation. For the simple reason that the investigation itself is what is chopping things into pieces. And the sharper you can sharpen your knife, the finer you can cut it. And the knife of the intellect is very sharp indeed. And the sophisticated instruments that we can now make, well, there's probably no limit to it. But in a way, all that is vain knowledge. In a way. Because you see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved your problem. When you have controlled certain things and you have solved certain problems, practical problems, you say, fine, more of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember the troubles of going to a dentist when you were children, or some of you when you were children, of medicine, of badly heated homes, of all sorts of things that we don't put up with anymore. But the problem is we keep running into this thing that all constant stimulations of consciousness become unconscious. And when we take it as a matter of course to have certain comforts, then we switch the level on which we worry. When you solve a whole set of problems, people find new ones to worry about. And after a while, you begin to get that haven't we been here before feeling. Aren't we just going round on a cycle and doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're chasing our own tails? By an eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the hide and seek. That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore came out by the same door as in I went. And the thing is to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence, with every tiny little atom of your body. You now, at this minute, you see, are the whole system of inning and outing. In other words, you often think perhaps, maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach the point where I wake up from manifestation and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme reality behind all this diversification. My friends, there is no diversification. In other words, what you call diversification is your game. In the same way as you chop the thing and then you say it is made of pieces. Or you forget that you cut it. And so when you see the world as complicated and that there are life problems and that you might one day succeed, see, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they call that is success, and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, the guru is keeping you running and running after spiritual attainment. You don't know what you want. This is where Krishnamurti is so clever. Because he says, if you ask me for enlightenment, how can you ask me for enlightenment? If you don't know what it is, how do you know you want it? Is that any concept you have of it will be simply a way of trying to perpetuate the situation you're already in. If you think you know what you're going out for, all you're doing is you're seeking the past. What you already know, what you've already experienced. Therefore, that's not it, is it? Because you say you're looking for something quite new. But what do you mean new? What's your conception of something new? Well, you figure I can only think about it in terms of something old. Something I once had. So he doesn't say anything. He doesn't indicate anything positively. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on to? Well, the simple answer is it would be spurious. You don't need anything to hang on to. You're it. You don't need a religion. But then you say, well, what is all this religious stuff about then? Why don't we just forget it? You can try. By all means. Just go away. Don't go to gurus. Don't go to church. Don't enter philosophical discussions. Forget it. But then you'll realize that by having consented to forget it, you're still seeking. What a trap. What can you do? You see, if you stay here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around here, you're fooling yourself. But if you go away, you're fooling yourself too. Because you still think that's going to improve your situation. It won't. And therefore, when you discover that it doesn't, you'll think, well, maybe it was a mistake to go away, and you come back to the guru. And he looks at you and says, you are very undisciplined, very inferior student. And you need to apply yourself. Well, as I explained what he's doing. But it comes down in a way to a sort of contest with the guru. You see? Will you call his bluff? You're afraid to. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. Well, that's what you're supposed to find out. But without being cynical about it. He's as divine as you are. But you've got to call the bluff. there's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation's a double bind. Because it doesn't do any good to stay here, and it doesn't do you any good to go away. Either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now then, there's something else. When you understand that, and when you realize that there's nothing to realize, because it's all here, then what are you going to do? Well, of course, this is the sense of the Zen poem: supernatural activity and marvelous power, drawing water, carrying fuel. You know? Do whatever one does as a human being. But there's a little element of Philistinism in that. It's like when a child is pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the deepest metaphysical problems. They say, "Oh, shut up and eat your donut." And I wouldn't say that, you see, at this point. Because life, as one looks at it, you see, is in fact a celebration of itself. When you look out at night at the stars and you really wonder, good God, what is all that about? Well, it's a firework display. And it's celebrating High Holy Day. It's whoopee. And the whole world is whoopee. It's a kind of exuberance. And therefore the proper function of religion is digging this. It's not seeking. It's not seeking anything, but is, in a way, thanksgiving. That's why, of course, the Christians were right in calling the Mass the Eucharist, the Thanksgiving. Only they had such a complicated way of thinking about it that nobody could understand it. So there, in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whoopee. They are not something you do in order to attain anything. They are like art forms, like dancing. They are expressive of attainment, of the attainless attainment. So here's another hang-up for you. When you go to Mr. Suzuki, who runs the Zen Center, he's a good disciple of Dogen, who brought Zen, a certain school of Zen to Japan in the 13th century. Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. Because the minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating. So you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for anything. And therefore, you realize what a great thing it is to be able to sit. And what a great thing it is not to dissect the world with your analytical intellect. To be able to look out at the water or the trees or at the floor and the light on it in front of you without calling it light or floor or trees or thinking that it has parts or thinking that it's complicated. It isn't. So when you can sit without thinking, and not with an empty mind, mind you, I'm going back to that point, not with an empty mind, but just a non-analytic mind, a non-probing mind, where you're not creating problems all the time by trying to control it, by trying to control your mind, by trying to control your experience, what you see and hear. You then just simply discover that there is no way of controlling what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is you. And to try and really fundamentally control that is just going around the circle. So if I would say to you now, what you have to learn is to let it happen, that's wrong too. There's no one to let it happen. If I say to you, accept your experience, be calm and open to things, that again perpetuates the illusion that you're something different from them. So we go round and round. But if there are some people who want to get together, and like we would get together to play poker, or to have a walk, go fishing, or sail a boat, if there are some people who want to get together to meditate, and to have rituals, and to chant, great. It's an art form. And you can only use it and make it a good art form if you're not using it to get something. And this is what really is the bane of temples all over the world. You go into Buddhist temples where they theoretically don't believe in any God. But there are the people praying. And they're all doing it in order that we get a male child next time around, or that the horse recover from a disease, or that mama gets cured of the dropsy. And all these petitions are going on and on and on. People always coming to the temple to ask for something. Lowbrow people for lowbrow things, highbrow people for highbrow things. And there all the vendors sit outside and sell souvenirs and magic and charms, and all the people go in and do this. And all these serious priests sitting there, really having to keep up face and say, yes, we can't provide these services. On the other hand, if you go in to one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, and have a ball, buy a bead, buy a candle, buy a this, buy that, buy some incense, go in, and dig this great thing going on, salute the Buddhas, or the altars, or the crucifixes, or what you will. But don't take it seriously. And this is one of the great important transformations of today in our consciousness, is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be taken seriously. This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priests laugh across the altars. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they've got a racket going, and they don't believe one word of it, and they're laughing across the altar because of all these suckers around doing it, then it's true. The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altar because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg chanting a sutra. That's a thing to hear. So there's people going, they go on for interminably. It's a bore. They're sick of it, but they get paid for it. This is magical. But when Allen Ginsberg chants the sutra, everybody gets in a circle and he gets these little bells, and they get going. It's just like a jam session where everybody is absolutely delighted. Well, that's the way to do it. And if you can't do it that way, forget it. In terms of what God is like, by analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called cataphatic. From the Greek pheme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say, to speak by analogy. Where he used, though entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic. And the word apo meaning away from, to talk away from, just as a sculptor, when he makes an image.
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view. It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war.
Which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say, neti, neti, not this, not this, not any conception. So thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge. Now, people
today's
have
big
great
question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum. Lovely stuff.
Let's see what kind of smoke this little guy makes. For science. And for the vlog, of course.
Boomba clot. This is no ordinary cigarette. This is some serious ganja. Feel the good vibes flowing through my whole body, man.
This ganja is the bomb.
Feel like I could hug every tree in this forest, man. Everything looking so airy. The birds them singing sweet melodies, the sun shining bright. Hamilton feeling like Jamaica right now, you know? Respect to Canada. Look at that little brother. Him just chilling, gathering him nuts. No worries in the world. That is the life, see? Yeah, man. Share the love. One love. The Boomba Club prank can wait. Right now, we just feel the rhythm of the universe. Feel that beat, that the heartbeat of Mother Earth, man. She got a good reggae vibe today. And I smoke of the ganja until I go blind. You know I smoke of the ganja all of the time. Just gotta let it flow. Be like the water flowing down the river. Easy now, little fuzzy man. No need for bad vibes. We all...
They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought, you went on to discard perception, you went on to discard any kind of sensory content in awareness, until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by Nirvikalpa Samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world, that he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen, known as Huainan, described people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood. He said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof, that it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, or like space, because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe. And so in the same way, the state of mind of a person who is truly enlightened is not empty. It contains everything. But like space,
It is not stained by what it contains. And it's often said in Zen imagery, you can't hammer a nail into space. You can't spit on the sky and soil it. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say the consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual, which is of course what purity generally means in the Western world. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. A person who's pure in heart is generally understood as one who never has any naughty thoughts. You know what naughty means? It means vain, negative, empty. A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything, is just nothing. That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of contemplation existed not only in India, from which it was transmitted to China, but also in the West. You read many treatises on Western mysticism, and there's still the feeling that getting into a deep, deep trance, sometimes called rapture. Again, the word rapture has undergone some transformation. We talk about rapture as people being beside themselves with pleasure. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as meaning in a state of high pleasure. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. As Arabs say of all crazy people, be kind to them. They're not here, their soul is with God. But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting in a trance like a lump on a log, with a perfectly blank mind. Because if that were the highest state of consciousness, it would be an exclusive state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something. Not being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. And so they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude anything, which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved and finite. So, yeah, if you want to think incidentally of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in the Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined, and it has only one side and only one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposite. Not quite. No, we'd have to do one extra move on a serpent to make it into a Klein bottle. You'd have to tuck its head through the side of its skin and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Klein bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state, the state of samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl off into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet, when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is, in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, is a very curious problem. Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance. And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. The same could be said of LSD. A medicine, not a diet. Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door, or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick into the house. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. But I think a good definition of a parasite is the person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind, because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you into. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself, because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Oh, he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years and acquire a great deal of money by so doing. But what he does is another thing. He tries to give them the foot down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, you see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing. And that keeps you working. But all the time, you're being talked out. It's like someone who's a pickpocket and he's stolen your own watch and is selling it to you. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this if you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of mystical experience. You become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better and no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the middle. Any one can be considered as the center one. Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, there really, from that point of view, there is nothing to do to attain Buddhahood. Nothing at all. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing. Is what's called you. Only, of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their head. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Yajnadatta. And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking in the wrong side of the mirror. And he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you are perfectly well aware of your head, only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view on other people's heads, because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes people, you see. So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence and nerve finally to say, "Man, don't pull that stunt on me anymore. I see through your game." And because gurus are very clever at putting you down, but they're just trying to see how strong you are, testing you out, see if they can hoodwink you. So long as they can, you see, they're going to go on doing it, because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it to you anymore. Then they'll graduate. And so one of Rinzai's students, after he saw through it, said, "Well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all." Of course there wasn't. He said boldly and straight out, "My teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child." You know, when you play games with a child and pretend you've got something here, and the child goes into all kinds of tizzy to get you to open your hand and show what it is, and then there's nothing. Fooled. So you can be fooled. As long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't ask the question anymore. Because it's all become clear. Lao Tzu puts it in this way: the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And when merits are accomplished, it lays no claim to them. The more, therefore, you relinquish power, trust others, the more powerful you become, but in such a way that instead of having to lie awake nights controlling everything, you do it beautifully by trusting the job to everyone else. And they carry it on for you. So you can go to sleep at night and trust your nervous system to wake you up in the morning. You can even tell it, "I want to wake up at 6 o'clock," and it'll wake you up just like an alarm clock. This seems a sort of paradox to say this, but the principle of unity, of coming to a sense of oneness with the whole of the rest of the universe, is not to try to obtain power over the rest of the universe. That will only disturb it and antagonize it and make it seem less one with you than ever. The way to become one with the universe is to trust it as another, as you would another, and say, Let's see what you're going to do. But in doing that, you see, in saying that to everything else that you have been taught to think is not you, you are also saying it to yourself. Because finally, as I pointed out, you do not know where your decisions come from. They pop up like hiccups. And when you make a decision, people have a great deal of anxiety about making decisions. There's this guy farmer, who ordered a help man to come in, and found he was an extraordinarily efficient worker, because the first day he put him on sawing logs. And he sawed more logs than anybody had ever sawed. It was fantastic. But it was all done in one day. So the next day he put him on to mending fences. And there were all kinds of broken fences around the farm, and in one day he had the whole thing done. So he thought, what am I going to do with this guy? So he took him down into a basement and said, look, here are all the potatoes that have come in from this harvest, and I want you to sort them into 3 groups. Those that we sell, those that we use for seeding, and those that we throw away. So he left him at that. At the end of the day, the laborer came back and said, well, that's enough, mister. I quit. Oh, he said, you can't quit. I've never had such an excellent work. I'll raise your salary. I'll do anything to keep you around here. I said, no. It's all right mending fences and chopping wood, but this potato business is decision after decision after decision after decision. So when we decide, we're always worrying, did I think this over long enough? Did I take enough data into consideration?
If you were told that you were going to be given half an hour's interview with God, and you had
video this week from some guru who sells courses on manipulation and influence for thousands of dollars. The ironic thing is he's now made a video explaining that language is a parasite controlling your mind, which is chef's kiss, really. A guy who's using classic NLP and hypnosis tricks to bypass the audience's critical thinking, and whose entire business model is using language to manipulate people into buying his expensive courses, is warning you that language is the problem. It's like a heroin dealer giving a lecture on the dangers of sugar. Anyway, I won't name him because fuck giving him free publicity, but let me explain why his core argument is bullshit. His thesis goes like this. Language meets all the criteria of biological parasitism. Needs a host, consumes resources, alters behavior, replicates through the host. Therefore, language is a parasite and we need to experience reality beyond words to be free. But wait, he's using language right now to convince you that language is a parasite. If language controls your perception and manipulates your consciousness, why should we believe his linguistic argument that language is a parasite? By his own logic, that statement is itself a parasitic manipulation of your mind. This is a classic self-defeating argument. If the tool is corrupt, you can't use the tool to prove the tool is corrupt. He's standing on the branch he's trying to saw off. But anyway, let's also check that against actual biological definitions. A parasite lives in or on another organism, derives nutrients from it, causes it harm, and benefits at the host's expense. But here's what makes something genuinely parasitic. You need to show the mechanism and whose interests are served. What's the parasitic program? How does it operate? Who benefits from the host's exploitation? Language as such has no interests. Language doesn't benefit when you're manipulated. Language doesn't gain anything when control systems suppress your autonomy. But specific constructs transmitted through language absolutely serve someone's interests. They maintain hierarchies, enforce compliance, install psychological control mechanisms. The parasite isn't the infrastructure. The parasite is the malicious code running on that infrastructure. Here's why calling language itself parasitic is stupid. Language is like Python or C++ or any programming language. You can use Python to write useful software that solves problems, or you can also use Python to write ransomware that destroys systems. Same language, different code. The programming language isn't the parasite. The malicious code written in that language is the parasite. Calling Python parasitic because someone wrote a virus in it would be absurd. Python is a tool. What matters is what you build with it. Guess what? You can also write antivirus software in Python. You can use the same tool to detect and destroy malware that was created using that same tool. We could also say that math is a parasite because it helps people calculate how much money they can suck out of your pocket. In case that example didn't suffice, a hammer. You can use a hammer to build a shelf in your house. You can also use a hammer to bash someone's skull in. But we don't call hammers murderers and propose that humanity needs to transcend the use of tools. The difference is whose hands hold the hammer and what they choose to do with it. Or take the internet. Older generations love saying the internet is evil because it's got porn and drug marketplaces. But hold on, the internet also has scientific databases, entire libraries of books, skill tutorials for literally any craft you want to learn, and platforms for humans to communicate across the planet. The difference isn't the internet. The difference is wetware between the chair and the computer. Human language works exactly the same way. The capacity to use symbols to represent concepts, that's the tool. What gets transmitted through that tool determines whether it helps you or controls you. So I genuinely don't understand how someone can present this argument with such a serious face when it doesn't survive even surface-level critique. When someone tells a child, that stove is hot, don't touch it or you'll burn yourself, that's useful code. Information transfer to prevent harm. When someone tells a child, you should be ashamed of yourself, that's malicious code. That installs an internal supervisor who will spend decades punishing that person on behalf of the system. Both use language. One serves the person's autonomy and safety. The other serves systemic control through shame installation. The difference is in what's being transmitted and whose interests it serves. And here's your empirical proof that language itself isn't the problem. If language as such were parasitic, every culture with language would show identical infection patterns. They don't. Anthropologists have documented societies with no hierarchy and no linguistic equivalent for shame, as we understand it. They have words for that action caused harm to someone, which is just information about consequences. What they don't have is you are fundamentally defective and must atone for existing. If the problem were categorization itself, shame would be universal, but it's not, which proves something very specific. The parasite is malicious code written in language, not language itself. Instead of pointing at actual parasitic constructs, he declares the entire linguistic system parasitic. His solution? Stop using words and experience reality directly. Dude, if your argument requires shutting off your brain, maybe the problem isn't language, maybe the problem is the quality of your thinking. People can experience reality without words, but we have no way to study it because there are no humans without language and with a normally functioning psyche. Without language, you don't become free. You become cognitively disabled. This is like saying your computer has a virus, so you should throw the computer out the window. Brilliant! Except the virus doesn't give a shit, and you're standing there without a computer feeling like an enlightened idiot. He's proposing you disable your analytical tools so you stop noticing when you're being manipulated, which is exactly what a manipulator would say.
Don't think, just feel. Trust me.
Yeah, because without language, you can't name what he's doing. You can't say, this is shame programming or this is hierarchy installation. You just feel some vague discomfort and buy another course to figure out what's happening. And wait, here's his solution. Go beyond language. How are you explaining this to us if language is a parasite? Through interpretive dance? Mime? Language is parasitic. Why do all your courses cost thousands of dollars for words? Make a video without language, dude. Let's see how many people buy that. And by the way, this isn't even an original idea. He's repackaging William Burroughs' language is a virus concept mixed with some Derrida post-structuralism about language constructing reality rather than reflecting it. The mechanism here is classic. Take real scientific observations like the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which shows language influences cognition, and blow them up into an apocalyptic threat so you feel urgency. Then sell you the solution. Oh, and he's selling a book about this. A book, written with words, I guess, that supposedly bypasses language and disrupts the naming reflex. Dude, you wrote a book with sentences on paper that people read with their eyes using language processing. This is like selling a course called How to Stop Buying Courses. Real parasitic systems fear one thing above all, precise naming. When you can say, this is shame, this is hierarchical submission, this is scarcity programming, the program loses power, because language can also carry an antivirus, not just parasitic programs. Calling language parasitic is like blaming your microscope for showing you bacteria. Language isn't the parasite. The parasite is code that hides inside language, masking itself as wisdom and norms. And the best way to destroy it is naming it precisely and taking apart its mechanism. You know what manipulators always want? For you to stop thinking logically, to abandon critical analysis, to trust your emotions instead of your reason. Don't overthink it, just let go, stop being so analytical. They want you to disable the very tools that would expose what they're doing. And here's a guy whose entire career is teaching manipulation techniques now telling you that language, your primary analytical tool, is the enemy. Figure it out.
Leak is a psychological horror game, except hours.
All right, Alexander, let's talk about what is going on in the UK. Let's talk about the UK economy. And all right, Alexander, let's talk about what is going on in the UK. Let's talk about the UK economy. And you have been traveling through Scotland. You were actually in Edinburgh, so you have a lot to say about your impressions of Scotland and perhaps the economy in the UK from an on the ground perspective, I guess you could say. So what are your thoughts?
Well, indeed. And I'll touch on that first, because obviously London, which is itself starting to look like it's sagging, and that's an understatement. It's been looking increasingly depressed for some time, but it remains far and away the richest region in the UK. So I was interested to see what things were like when you travel outside London. And actually, the signs of economic distress and economic stagnation are everywhere. And my conclusion is that the railway system in particular, which is important in Britain, is really in the process of breaking down. You're quite right. I was in Scotland. I travelled there by train, which is the way most people do. If they go from London to Scotland, they usually travel by train. A few people drive there. Well, it was hell on wheels, is all I will say. I mean, there was problems on the tracks. The train was stopped at one town. We were all taken out of the train. We had to travel to another town to take another train, and then we had to go from that town to a third town to take still another train to get to Scotland. It added hours to our journey. It was it was awful. And I was talking to passengers on the train, and I was talking to people in Scotland itself, in Edinburgh, where I was. And they tell me this is absolutely standard now. This goes on all the time, that, the railway system connecting London with Edinburgh, which used to run extremely well, and there was a reason why it ran well, which I'll explain in a moment, but that is starting to break down. And there are, I should say, 2 railway lines that go from London to Scotland. One follows the West Coast, and it's always been considered to be rather less efficient than the East Coast one, which follows the East Coast. But it seems that they're both now experiencing more and more problems. And the reason the railway lines used to be very good was because a lot of wealthy people in London have houses and estates in Scotland. And the way they used to go to Scotland was they used to take the sleeper trains or the other trains to Edinburgh or to Aberdeen. And they used to go from there to their houses, their country houses, and their places in Scotland. So for that reason, these particular railway lines always used to be particularly well looked after. Well, that is no longer the case. As I said, it was awful. The train journey, especially the one to Edinburgh, was just awful. There were problems with the one coming back from Edinburgh as well. And by the way, I used both tracks on both of these lines. And when I was in Scotland and when I was passing through, you could increasingly see signs of distress there as well. Again, Edinburgh is not perhaps entirely reflective of the whole of Scotland, because Edinburgh is the capital, it's richer, but again, you could see lots of signs of economic distress as well. So overall, again, a picture of a country that is locked at best in stagnation. I would say it's much worse than stagnation myself. I would say it's spiraling downwards. Now, the government, Keir Starmer's government, has now unveiled its budget. And this increased taxes by £26 billion, which right in the United States, that might not sound a huge amount. In Britain, it is a huge amount. That means that the total tax burden people in Britain are now paying is the highest ever. I mean, there's never been a time when the tax burden has been as high as this. So it is a huge increase in the tax burden. And it's basically all being done to plug holes in the budget. In other words, the fact is that Britain has not been raising enough in taxes to meet all of its financial obligations. And the reason it's doing that, I mean, there are many reasons. We'll talk about some of them. But I mean, basically, the major reason is because the economy is in decline and because the Starmer government is finding it impossible to cut spending. And of course, in a time of recession, spending anyway tends to grow. The budget deficit is yawning wider and wider. So they've had to raise taxes. And of course, the taxes are going to make the recessionary pressures in the economy even greater. And what the government is doing is it's taxing people by, in effect, raising income tax and the major taxes, in other words, and that is going to depress economic activity even further. So it's locking Britain, this budget is going to lock Britain into further decline. We did a program some time ago in which we spoke about the country spiraling downwards, and you can see it if you travel here, and the budget reflects that. What Starmer and his finance minister, Rachel Reeves, gave no indication of having is any plan of how to get Britain out of this situation. They're just basically surviving now from one week to the next. They're always frightened of what the financial markets might do. They don't want a massive crash of the currency, a huge amount of panic, a financial panic or anything of that kind. So they're just letting the economy slide downwards whilst raising taxes in order to keep the financial markets at bay.
Right, to plug up holes from the money they've given to Project Ukraine,
yeah,
and to plug up holes from the sanctions that they've gone along with the rest of Europe against Russia, against Russian energy.
Yes,
those are the big holes.
Yes, you're completely correct. But of course, nobody says
there
that.
might be other ones too. I mean,
there are lots.
Maybe I'm simplifying it. A lot, but
there are lots of things. I mean, if we go all the way back to the financial crisis of 2008, as we know, Britain, like every other big Western country, bailed out its banks, and that massively increased the debt levels. I mean, they doubled from around 36% to over 70%, the debt to GDP level, and that was the biggest increase in debt. And then it's also true that we had COVID and all of that, the lockdowns, and that added to all the problems. And we also now have an exploding welfare bill. But again, people always talk about welfare, but what people also need to understand is, yes, there are people who go on welfare because they want to, or because they think this is the way to, this is an easier life than others. But one of the reasons welfare budgets tend to explode is because the underlying economy is poor, and that means that there's less people, there's fewer openings for people to work, and they fall into the welfare system. There is a lot of that also going on, and then there's of course migration, and the government has completely mismanaged that one as well, because they are completely unable to get a grip on this problem, because of course they run always into opposition from the various electoral constituencies that still support them or suggest that they might support them, and they can't handle that one either. So and then of course there is Project Ukraine. Give money to Ukraine, £5 billion a year. Supposedly, I believe it's an awful lot more than that. You have the highest energy costs in Europe. Some of that is due to the government pushing the green transition, as has happened in Germany. But more of it is because we're disrupting global energy markets by our sanctions, our economic war against the world's biggest single energy producer, which is of course Russia. So all of these things, this is the proximate cause for the economic downturn. There were the other things, the financial crisis of 2008, the pandemic, other things, but the proximate cause why things have turned downward so suddenly, so fast over the last 4 years is the war in Ukraine. But no one wants to discuss that. Talk about everything else, but never talk about that.
Is it true that the UK public is very supportive of Ukraine? I was reading a poll the other day which claims that the UK public is still very supportive of Ukraine, and they're very concerned about negotiations with the US and Russia.
Yes, I'm sure that is what the polls say, because nobody in Britain hears any alternative argument. I mean, there are a few sites like ours which push back on this, but the entire media supports the war. All of the political parties, including Reform, support the war. Nigel Farage briefly pushed back against it, but he was basically forced back into line. So it's not as if people in Britain are being provided with any alternative view on this. It's not like, say, Iraq back in 2002, 2003, when there were powerful political figures in Whitehall, in Westminster, who argued against Iraq, and there was dissent about it in the media. The entire political class has closed ranks completely on this one. And beyond that, obviously, the costs of the war are never being explained to people. Nobody, as I said, knows that we, in the middle of a budgetary crisis, we transfer huge sums to Ukraine. Nobody makes the link between high energy costs in Britain and the war itself. I mean, these things are never discussed in Britain in that way. So, of course, if you ask people in Britain, given that they have no other sources of information or news, apart from, there's few who go onto the internet and take their views from there. But if you go to people and ask them, do you support Ukraine? They say yes. If you ask them, are you hostile to negotiations with Russia? They say yes. But what the polls never indicate is that for people in Britain, this is a very low priority indeed. They may say, we support Ukraine. We don't want negotiations. We want more support for Ukraine. But it's not something that, if you knock on the door and during a campaign, as people do from the political parties, and ask them, will you vote for me? People will never say to those people, the campaigners, yes, provided you support Ukraine. They will say, no, I will vote for you if you can reassure me that you will provide me with housing, jobs, and you will do things to bring prices under control and energy costs and those kind of things. Those are the things that really interest people in Britain.
What does the UK do to get out of this mess, this spiral? Does it take the route of Merz and Macron? Actually, both are taking the route of militarization in order to get out of the economic troubles that they have put their countries in. Well, is that the plan from Stammer?
Well, there's a lot of talk about that, and there's a lot of talk about, rebuilding the armed forces and all of this. But bear in mind that, this isn't working in Germany, and Germany has an industrial base, the one that is shrinking very fast. Britain's industrial base is much smaller, and because of the energy costs, it's shrinking. What there is of it is shrinking even faster than Germany's. So how do you do this? How do you spend money on defense when you have a budgetary crisis? And who is going to churn out all the tanks and drones and machines that you would need to wage a war? So the rhetoric is there, but there's no practical way of doing any of this. So militarization is not really any kind of option. How does Britain get out of this? Well, I think that, first of all, you do need a complete change in the political system. I mean, nothing can work. There's no way out whilst we are stuck with the political system that we have. Perhaps if reform were to win with a landslide, that would open up, the scope for debate. We would have people rethinking Ukraine and rethinking all of that, and then we could start thinking about other things. But the way that Britain gets out of this is by doing those things in which Britain is strong, and that is by opening itself up for business to the world, which is what it used to do. In other words, provide all the financial and banking services and all of those things, attract inward investment, provide specialized industrial and manufacturing skills, which we still have, by the way, quite a lot in Britain. I mean, we're still leaders, for example, in audio, the audio industries and things of that kind. Build up on the still strong university system, which is also sagging, by the way, and which is whittling away, but there's still residual strengths there. What that means, of course, is doing away with sanctions, opposing sanctions, trading with the world, opening up to Russia, opening up to India and China and everywhere, and taking a completely different change of course. And all
So I've mentioned before the real concern that I've got with British schools right now, and the absolute insanity that is being taught in those schools, and the demographic shift that's happening to this country is obviously very evident in the schools as well. There's a great shift happening in this country, and it is starting with the primary schools, going on to the secondary schools, then to the colleges and the universities. Children are being taught values and cultures that shouldn't ever be taught in England. They're being taught to hate themselves, they're being taught about sexuality and weird stuff. Again, they should never be taught. And then, of course, we've got other more insidious aspects that are being thrust upon our children. behind our backs, often against our will. Let's have a listen to some of this, because what the fuck is happening in UK schools?
There is not a single white British child in 72 schools across England. In 454 schools, white British children make up less than 2% of the student body. White British children are also now a minority in 1 in 4 schools. There is not a single white British child in 72 schools across England.
So what does that mean, guys? I mean, it obviously doesn't sound good, but it's just a number, right? It's just a number. What does it actually look like? Probably looks like this, doesn't it? So that's the future of England, guys. I think it looks awful. I think it looks awful. And if that's what the children look like, eventually that's going to be what society looks like. And do you really want to be in a society that looks like that? Because if you do, just fuck off to Africa and you can have it right now without calling people a bunch of racists for wanting their own white country. Okay? Again, like, you've got pictures like this with just a sea of browns. Hardly, I can't see a single white person in this picture apart from that cooked teacher and whoever that is there. And you've got Sajid Javid there. I believe he's a Pakistani Muslim. He's obviously very happy with this, with the demographic replacement. He's the guy that replied to Nigel Farage when Farage said, according to the ONS figures, London, Manchester and Birmingham are now all minority white cities. He said, so what? Well, of course he would. Of course he would say that, because he's a foreigner living in England that is facilitating the importation of millions of other foreigners. I'm sure he doesn't really mind. Anyway, getting on to that and what's happening in schools, let's see what they're actually being taught and the behaviours that are being normalised within our schools.
2 examples of a school in Birmingham and a Jewish school in London. What kind of things are you finding?
Well, we found some clear in a school in Birmingham. We found some very, very rigid segregation that meant that boys were always put ahead of girls for everything. Children literally didn't see each other. We found some books in the library that were saying men can beat their wives provided they don't leave their mark, and that women aren't entitled to refuse sex to their husbands.
And this is
so. I will get onto this in a sec, guys. But it is very funny that these issues are only raised when it affects women or girls. Never mind the fact that boys treat pretty badly as well. Never mind the fact that white men, white boys are, what is it? They're the least educated, or they're coming out with the least amount of qualifications. They receive the least amount of funding. It's only when it affects the girls that you see these feminists pipe up. I would like them to be just as much on the side of the young boys as they are on the young girls. That would be a nice change.
There's the Al Hijra Islamic school in Birmingham that you're referring to.
Yes, but this is a community school. It's a state-funded community school, theoretically for all children. So it's a real
theoretically, and if it is a state school, then get rid of the funding.
Problem, because you talk about this and people cover it briefly, and then it's as though it had never happened. People are very, very reluctant to talk about the very difficult issues that some of these cases raise.
You speak about the Jewish school as well, where some books were redacted, including the reign of Queen Elizabeth I.
Yes, that was another school where girls' education was being very restricted, and not just on the kinds of topics that we know are sensitive for some people around evolution and reproduction.
I'm sorry, are they trying to equate the Victorian standards and values to radical Islam? No, they're very different. They're very different problems, and one of them has been imported. They were just traditional English values, by the way. Very different to an imported ideology that is currently sweeping through the UK against our will.
But things as startling as the history of the reign of Queen Elizabeth, the girls weren't allowed to know about that. So there's a sort of slide to shutting down what children are allowed to know. How can we make sure that everybody's prepared for adult life if we let schools sort of narrow and narrow what they do?
How widespread?
Well, you have to deport millions of people.
What is this?
It's a small minority of schools, but the point is, because of our sensitivities about religion, about culture, about ethnicity, we're very, very reluctant to say we've got some really tough issues here where questions of religion, questions of other kinds of rights, the different rights bump into each other. How do we help resolve that? How do we get to something that does recognise that at the end of the day, this is about putting children first and making sure that they grow up to become sort of fully British citizens with all all the rights and responsibilities and privileges that entails?
Well, that's amazing. She's talking about, she's criticising other people dancing around the subject and not really confronting the hard issues, while she's dancing around the subject and not really committing to tackling the hard issues. That's amazing. Well done, you.
Do you think that some people are afraid of talking openly, I guess, about, as you say, when religious...
About what, though? About what? About what? Do you want to actually say it, guys? Do you want to say do you want to say it?
beliefs, when faiths, when personal and cultural faiths come into conflict with, for example, the rights of girls or gay people? Do our politicians need to be a bit braver?
Oh, there's no question that we're afraid. And all the dreadful grooming gangs.
Who are you afraid of?
Stories, all those many, many convictions for child sexual exploitation in practically every part of the country. That has shown so vividly what happens when we censor ourselves, when we don't allow ourselves to acknowledge that there may be a particular dimension to a problem. So it does two things. One is it leaves those particular children exposed for far too long to the particular harm, but also it means we don't have the right conversation about what the things are that we...
What is the thing? Just fucking say it, will you? We're all fucking hell. We're doing the fucking tango around the conversation here.
And how to address them as early as we possibly can. And yes, sometimes that very much affects girls.
You know what? Let's just talk about it. Let's talk about it. This is what they're talking about. This is the head of Ofcom, a Pakistani Muslim who is in charge of our education, in charge of educating our children. And what do you think he's doing while he's in charge? He's making children go to mosques. Very ominous music there. Do you feel ominized? Listen to this one.
We know Allah exists. We know He created the universe and the planet.
We know Allah exists. We know He created the universe and blah, blah, blah.
And the earth and everything. So we believe in Allah. So we can't say everything was created just like this.
Wow, that's really great. We believe in Allah. There's no, well, you know, this magic man might exist in the sky, or there might be another magic man that other people believe in, or there might be a magic big fat man, or there might be a magic blue man with many arms, you know, but no, it is just one. There's just one thing being taught here, isn't there?
Because nothing was just created just like this. And how do we know that, how do we know all these stories are given down? I'm telling you this, Then we can debate at the end.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there'll be a rigorous debate at the end of that, won't there, guys? Fucking hell. Imagine that. One children, little white kid at the back, sticks his arm up and goes, actually, I don't believe that Allah is real. And then suddenly he has to go into hiding and his family receive death threats. That's the kind of debate that would be engaged in there. And look, even more, like, it's not just a one-off thing. They're just openly just sending children to mosques constantly now, making them do the prayer. Like, they're all white kids as well. Mental, guys, it's mental. What is going on in British schools? Why are they being taught this? Why is this being put? Well, we know why. We know why all this is being pushed on the children. We know exactly why it's being pushed on the children, and it's fucking insidious. Again, are you surprised when this guy is the head of Ofsted? I'm not surprised. I saw this coming, talked about it as soon as he got appointed, that it was going to get worse. It was going to get worse quickly. And once again, unfortunately, I've been proven right. And I'm sick of being proven right. And by the way, it's not just radical Islamists. You've also got the radical Marxists who are teaching gender identity bullshit into teaching children about graphic sex techniques that should never be taught to a child.
This is what they're teaching kids, RSE. Ages 3 and up, is that right?
Ages 3 and up.
Ages 3 and up.
This is the
Talking about prostates, prostate pressure, anal sex, the androgenal nerve.
Okay.
Ages 3 and up.
Dice, the children throw it and have to think of an activity.
Dice game, yeah? Ages 3 and up. And
oh, they're going to play the dice game where you throw a die and then whatever it lands on, that's the sexual procedure you've got to act. Oh, you've landed on anal sex, Billy. Show me what anal sex looks like. Fucking hell.
there's no opt-out in Wales and Scotland.
Yeah.
There's no opt-out.
Parents are not allowed to know.
There's no opt-out.
So they're not allowed. The parents are not allowed to learn what their children are being taught in the lessons, and they're not allowed to opt out to bring their children home from being taught this stuff as well. Again, why would the government be doing this? Why would the government be targeting children, making them learn about these really, really disgusting sexual habits? Like, why would they be doing that to three-year-olds? Again, you know, when you see that the grooming scandal has been covered up and 350,000 young girls were raped, and again, it's still being covered up by the Labour Party, and you find out that actually a lot of people were involved, from councillors to MPs to police inspectors to, well, basically as far wide as you can think, they were involved in the actual practice of this. And then you hear all these stories about the Epstein Islands and all the nonsense in hiding that seem to be everywhere. Is it really a surprise that our children are being forced to learn about this stuff when we seem to have an epidemic of nonsense in this country? I don't feel super surprised. And this goes on, like, it's just rank, guys. This is disgusting. So not only are our children being indoctrinated by radical Islamists, they're also being indoctrinated by nonces and radical Marxists as well, which is, you know, brilliant. And remember this,
Why have children been making Valentine's cards for refugees? That's what I've recently stumbled upon from a charity called City of Sanctuary UK. This charity wants the UK essentially to become a place, a nation of sanctuary. And sanctuary has become the new trendy term when talking about asylum seekers, illegal migrants. They're now referred to as sanctuary seekers by a lot of Labour councils. Many of them are becoming boroughs of sanctuary. And there are also universities of sanctuary and groups of sanctuary and nurseries and schools of sanctuary.
Imagine, right? This is the backwards, messed up, evil society that we live in. These are our leaders. These are the people in charge of running our country. They're making children write Valentine's cards to illegal migrants that are coming into this country and creating an epidemic of sexual offences. I kind of don't even blame the migrants at this point. If they're being told, hey, come to the UK, our children are going to send you Valentine's cards and you know what that means, and they start doing it, is it really their fault? Is it really their fault when the government places them in HMOs right next to schools? It just seems like they're getting mixed signals. Like they're outside of the UK, getting all of these Valentine's cards from children, being told that if you come to the UK, you'll get free board, you'll get free food, you'll get an allowance. We'll put you right next to a school so you can perv on the children and pick out just the one that you want. I can't at this point blame the people that are coming here. I think the blame needs to be squarely on the shoulders of the government and the people that are running this country, who I would deem as fucking traitors. And one day, hypothetically, in fact, I'll go a step further. A guy told me, called Bob. Bob was telling me, he was like, one day I hope all of these traitors get tried and then hung for treason. Stop that. And I think Bob is probably onto something. I mean, it's a very extreme point of view, and I know there might be other views out there that would counter that, but I'm starting to sway into the opinion of Bob, where there are some radical punishments that need to happen to these people that are doing this to our children and our country. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know. Maybe you guys like this. Probably not, though, judging from the comments and the people that watch my videos. You're probably just as angry as I am. Anyway, we'll just talk about this for a while, and then in another year, when it continues and there's another scandal or another horrific event, we'll bring these videos up, we'll talk about them again, and I don't know, I guess everyone will just vote for the Labour Party or something, or Reform UK with Mohammed Yusuf as the stand-in Muslim. Oh yeah, it just gets worse, doesn't it?
Psychoanalytic psychotherapy. I can barely read these words that he's that he's a specialist in the Department of Psychoanalysis and Clinical Consulting at Ghent University in Belgium. He's the author of over 100 peer-reviewed academic papers, including this book, The Psychology of Totalitarianism, and he's widely recognized as the world's leading expert on the theory of mass formation as it applies to the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome to the show, Matthias Desmet. Thanks for coming on.
Well, thank you, Jamie. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here.
It's I just want to say that I've been looking for an explanation of what happened during COVID, because all my friends who used to be cynical skeptics of the government, of big pharma, of propaganda, of corporate media, all of a sudden turned their brains off. And worse than that, they started to repeat the propaganda. Worse than that, they started to shame people who were skeptical of the propaganda around COVID, around the numbers around COVID, around everything they were saying around COVID. Not only that did they shame those people, but then they tried with a virulence and an enthusiasm so these are people who are former skeptics, people who still don't think we landed on the moon and still think Elvis is alive, but somehow they had no questions over the COVID narrative. And if you did question it, you were outcast and a bad person and a eugenicist. And I was called everything in the world.
Eugenicist?
Yeah, yes. So you have a theory on how this happens. And in fact, you We're studying this for a long time, and the conditions were just right for this to happen. So please, can you take all the time you want, explain your theory, and explain how former comedians who are supposed to be the chief skeptics in the world turned into the mouthpieces of propaganda, and not only that, but the fascist authoritarians that they turned into. And this isn't new. This happened in Nazi Germany. This happens a lot of times. You know all about it, so please take it away.
Yes, I believe what happened was a large-scale phenomenon of mass formation in our society. Mass formation is a specific kind of group formation, and you actually mentioned all the major characteristics. So one of the most important effects mass formation has at the level of individual psychological functioning is that it makes people incapable of taking a critical distance of what they believe in, first, and then second, that it makes people radically willing to sacrifice everything that used to be important for them. And then thirdly, maybe most important, is that it makes people, someone who is in the grip of this phenomenon of mass formation, starts to become radically intolerant for dissonant voices. And that's just the strange effects that the phenomenon of mass formation has at the level of individual psychological functioning. And this can go quite far. In the end, for instance, when talking about this intolerance for dissonant voices, this can go quite far. In the end, parents typically start to report their children to the state if they do not follow the state narrative well enough. That's this intolerance for dissonant voices goes very far. Well, indeed, in the beginning of the corona crisis, I started to study the statistics a little bit, and I immediately noticed that, well, in my opinion, in a strange way, while these statistics were really absurd in many respects, almost everyone just went along with the narrative. And I started to think about what happened, and it took me a few months because I really could pinpoint it, in my opinion, and understand that what was happening was this phenomenon of mass formation. And this is indeed, as you said, this mass formation typically emerges in a society when very specific conditions are met. And so one of the most important conditions is that many people have to feel lonely and isolated. They have to feel disconnected from their fellow human beings and disconnected from nature around them. So it's this state of isolation, of loneliness, sometimes also called the atomization of the human being, which is the root cause of the phenomenon of mass formation. And once people feel socially isolated, once they feel lonely, and this was really the case just before the corona crisis, worldwide, I mentioned the exact figure in my book, about 40% of the people worldwide reported to feel lonely, reported that they didn't have one meaningful relationship and that they only connected to people through the internet. So like in the States, the US Surgeon General mentioned that there was a loneliness epidemic. And in the UK, Theresa May appointed a minister of loneliness because she recognized how many people felt lonely and isolated.
Now you say that this loneliness, this has been coming on for hundreds of years, right? And that it's the mechanization of our society, and that, I think it even goes back to when Nietzsche said God is dead, right? So we only have science in a sense, and so we have what you refer to as free-floating anxiety, and that set the table for mass formation, right? Correct? And this has been coming on.
Yes, that's exactly. So you see that there is a very strong correlation between the number of people feeling lonely in a country and the level of mechanization, industrialization, and use of technology in a country. So then that explains why. That explains exactly why throughout the last few centuries, more and more people started to feel lonely, and at the same pace, the phenomenon of mass formation got stronger and stronger and stronger. And it became so strong that in the beginning of the 20th century, for the first time, the mass formations, could seize control of the state apparatus and the first totalitarian states emerged in the Soviet Union and in Nazi Germany. So a totalitarian state is a state that is based on the phenomenon of mass formation. It's a state system which emerges after a mass formation. First, there is a small group of about 20 to 30% of the people who start to become in the grip, fanatically in the grip of a certain narrative, a certain ideology, and that start to form a mass, and then, led by certain leaders, they can seize control of the state apparatus, and in this way, a totalitarian state emerges, which is a kind of state which does not only control public space and political space, as a classical dictatorship does, but which also controls private space, because it has a huge secret police, namely this part of the population that is in the grip of the mass formation and that so fanatically believes in the state narrative that they are willing to snitch on everyone, to report everyone to the state who doesn't follow the narrative close enough. So you see indeed that the root cause of the mass formation is the loneliness, which is somehow correlated to the level of mechanization of the world and the use of technology. And that's exactly the reason why more and more people started to feel lonely. And then, in a second step, once people feel lonely, they really start to struggle with the lack of meaning making in life. And once they feel lonely and struggle with a lack of meaning making, and this was also the case just before the corona crisis, for instance, worldwide, over 40% of the people worldwide reported that they considered their job to be a so-called bullshit job, a job which has no meaning at all. So that's huge.
Wow. That is huge. So, yes. But
and then can I just add something, Jim?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, because and then that's very important. Once people feel disconnected from each other, struggle with a lack of meaning making, they really start to experience specific effects. In particular, they start to feel confronted with so-called free-floating anxiety, frustration, and aggression. That means a kind of anxiety, frustration, and aggression that is not connected to a mental representation, meaning that they are confronted with anxiety, frustration, and aggression, and at the same time don't know what they feel anxious, frustrated, and aggressive for. And that's the state. When a population is in that state, something very specific might happen. If under these conditions, someone or a narrative is disseminated, a narrative is distributed that indicates an object of anxiety, and at the same time provides a strategy to deal with that object of anxiety. For instance, lockdowns to deal with the virus, or the witch hunts to deal with the witches, or the crusades to deal with the Muslims in Jerusalem. If under these conditions, so this narrative is distributed, indicating an object of anxiety and a strategy to deal with that object of anxiety, something very specific might happen. All this free-floating anxiety might at once connect to the object of anxiety, and there might be a huge willingness in the population to participate in a strategy to deal with that object of anxiety, even if this strategy is utterly absurd. And the reason is that in this way, people start to feel in control of their anxiety. They can connect it to something, and they have a strategy to deal with it, and at the same time, they can direct all their frustration and aggression on the object of anxiety. So that's the reason why, under certain conditions, many people follow this absurd strategy to deal with something their anxiety is connected to. And then in a second step, something even more important happens, and that's crucial, because so many people at the same time participate in the strategy to deal with the object of anxiety. They have the feeling that they fight a collective, heroic battle with the object of anxiety. In other words, they feel connected again. They feel not lonely anymore. And that's why you have this strange feeling of connectedness and solidarity, which in the end is always fake. It's fake because a mass is a group that is formed not because people connect to each other. No, it's a group that is formed because people connect all separately to a collective ideal, meaning that in the end, they feel a lot of solidarity, not with each other, but with the collective. And the longer the mass formation exists, the less solidarity they feel for each other, the more solidarity they feel for the collective, meaning that in the end, they report each and everyone, they snitch on each and everyone of whom they think that he doesn't feel the narrative well enough, just like that, even when it concerns their own children or their own parents, it doesn't matter.
Now, Kurt grew up in, who's my co-host, and he grew up in kind of a cult-like atmosphere around religion, and it seems to resemble religion, right? The COVID narrative. And now here's my question for you. The people who, this is what I don't get. I understand mass formation. I understand how most people go along, but the people who traditionally didn't go along.
Their job?
The people, so the artists, right? So there are no bigger authoritarian Nazis around COVID than the arts, right? People on Broadway, people in Hollywood. They're the worst. And those are the people who are supposed to be pushing back. For instance, I had a close knit group of friends who, I don't know if you know what happened in America, but it's called Russiagate. It's when the Democratic Party and the intelligence community in America concocted its conspiracy theory that somehow Russia and Donald Trump colluded together to overthrow illegally the election of 2016. It was completely made up. And I had a group, and there's a lot, but most of the people in America believed it. I had a small knit group of people who debunked it, saw through it, and we were scorned by our friends over debunking it. They said, "What are you, a Trumper? Why do you like Donald Trump?" We're like, we don't like Donald Trump. We just don't like the intelligence community lying, and we're showing you the lies, and this is all a big distraction. And so even those, the reason I tell you this is because even those people who could see through that big mass delusion of Russiagate, and we became closer because of it, they turned on me. Even those people stopped their critical thinking skills when it came to COVID. Like they kept them when it came to Trump and it came to Russiagate and it came to everything. But when it came to COVID, they completely detached. They turned on me in the most vicious way possible, publicly. And all I was doing was being a consistent skeptic of the official establishment narrative, which is what I thought comedians were always supposed to be. And it turns out I was right. I was right at every turn. I got vaccine injured, and when I looked into the COVID narrative, they were lying about They were lying about the transmission and contraction. They were lying, which was the basis for mandates. So that's why they had to lie about them. And so they were lying about that. They were lying about natural immunity. They were lying about herd immunity. They were lying about masks. They were lying about efficacy. They were lying about, they didn't want to release the trial data for 75 years. And still my comedian friends didn't have one question about the COVID narrative. So how does that happen that the artists, the people who are supposed to be the people who push back, or people like Noam Chomsky, who became a complete monster during COVID, those are the people who I was so surprised. It's like, oh, that's how Hitler got it done, because the people who are supposed to push back didn't. So you can take it wherever you want.
I know it's a very well-known phenomenon that you're describing there. Joost Meerlo, the author of Rape of the Mind, coined the term mental surrender. He said, when a mass formation emerges in a society, many people who feel ideologically opposed normally to the narrative that leads to the mass formation will suddenly switch their minds, change their position, and go along with the narrative. So he calls this phenomenon mental surrender, a very typical phenomenon that happens time and time again when a mass formation emerges. And I believe that while we have seen a lot of massification, which are like a kind of precursors of mass formation throughout the last 5 or 6 decades, the corona crisis was the first fully fledged phenomenon of mass formation since a very long time, and even the very first worldwide phenomenon of mass formation in history. And that's exactly when a mass emerges, when a mass formation happens, the energetic bonds in the masses are so strong that they split all pre-existing group formations in two. So the line dividing the people who went along with the narrative, with the corona narrative, and the people who didn't, really runs straight through every pre-existing group, like companies, friends, even families were split into by the mass formation, and that's typical for a fully fledged mass formation, for a real mass formation. It is so strong. The new bonds between the new group formation is so strong that it splits all pre-existing groups into even political parties, companies, families, doesn't matter. It's all split in two. So that's what happened, and that it typically happens under the conditions that I just described. There must be a sufficient number of people, percentage of the population that feels isolated, suffers from lack of meaning making, is confronted with a lot of anxiety, frustration, and aggression, and then this new group formation might emerge. And I think that's exactly what happened. And then there is always this small group of people who doesn't go along with the masses. This group of people is typically very heterogeneous. It comes from all different backgrounds, from all different ideological orientations, doesn't matter. And this small group of people really is just baffled by what happens, and it typically tries to wake up the masses.
Yes.
But it's very,
That's
it's very typically.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, it very typically fails to do so. That is something that was already described in the 19th century by Gustave Le Bon, who wrote this wonderful book, The Psychology of the Crowd. And he said, like, when a mass emerges, there is always this group of people who is not sensitive for it, is not in the grip of the mass formation. And they typically try to wake up the people in the mass formation, typically try to show them how absurd the narrative is they believe in. And they typically fail to do so, he said. But, and that's extremely important, when this small group of people continues to speak out, continues to speak in a quiet way, they might not be able to wake up the masses, but they will prevent that the mass formation goes to this ultimate stage where the intolerance for dissonant voices is so strong that the masses typically start to discriminate and in the end eliminate each and everyone who doesn't go along with them, as if it is their ethical duty to do so. That's typical for the end stage of mass formation. And the end stage of mass formation, the masses start to become cruel towards the people who do not go along with them, and they do so as if it is their ethical duty to do so. So if this small group of people chooses to continue to speak out, it will prevent the masses to go to the last and ultimate stage of the mass formation. And that's what's the major mistake that the resistance did in Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Around 1930, the resistance stopped to speak out in the Soviet Union. Around 1935, they stopped to speak out in Nazi Germany. And within a period of 6 to 12 months, the cruelties started in this country. Just because at that moment, the mass formation, which is a kind of a mass hypnosis, becomes complete. Because mass formation, just like mass hypnosis, which is more or less identical, is a phenomenon that is provoked by the voice of a leader. And when the voice of the leader is the only voice that can be heard, it's then that the mass formation goes to the last and ultimate stage. So continuing to speak out is just crucial. And also something else as well, the group who doesn't go along with a major mass formation might fall prey to a minor mass formation. And that's also something we should absolutely avoid, and which sometimes happened, I think.
So you talk about it as a hypnosis, that it's like, so when I see someone in May of 2023 in a comedy club wearing a mask and they're a 35-year-old healthy person, they're literally there's no difference between someone being hypnotized and what they're going through, right?
Well, the similarities are clear. In a hypnosis, someone's attention, so the person who is hypnotized, his attention is focused on a very small part of reality. That's what the hypnotist does. So he just draws away the attention, disconnects the attention of someone from the environment with a certain procedure, and then focuses all the attention on one small aspect of reality. And once the attention is focused on one small aspect of reality, it is as if the rest of reality doesn't exist anymore. This is an extremely strong phenomenon, which, for instance, can be used to perform surgical operations. Very typically, I wrote a Substack about that to show how throughout the last 2 centuries, this hypnosis was used during surgical operations, just because even when someone's attention is focused on one small aspect of reality, It is that the rest of reality doesn't exist anymore, and the person even doesn't feel physical pain anymore. So that shows how extremely...
I've heard you talk about how, and I experienced this during COVID. So I was the voice speaking out, and it's nice. Now some people are starting to recognize it. Last night I went to dinner. The guy at a restaurant bought us dinner because he said, keep speaking out. And I was like, oh, that's good. That made me feel good. But I didn't do it. I just did it because once I knew the truth, I couldn't, what else am I going to do? Go out there and lie? Right? That just blew my mind. But so I tried to, my whole point of my show became to tell people the truth about COVID, mostly that mandates were wrong because they weren't doing what people thought they did. They thought if everybody got vaccinated, it would stop the pandemic. And if everybody got vaccinated, there wouldn't be any COVID outbreaks in our country. And that was never the case. And that's what I kept showing, that the countries around the world that had the highest vaccine update were having some of the highest outbreaks. And so this is before we knew that they never tested for transmission of the virus. That's before I figured it out just on the data. And so me showing people data didn't make a difference, right? So talk about that. Talk about how if you try to change people's minds during one of these things and you use data, which is what I was doing. I was trying to use actually science and data, that will have no effect on them. Can you speak
Jimmy,
to that?
The word of God convicts your heart, not your head.
Okay. So could you speak to that?
Yes. Rational arguments usually don't make a difference. That's very typical. So that was also described by Gustave Le Bon in the 19th century already. That rational arguments absolutely are not sufficient to wake someone up who is in a mass formation. But of course, we have to distinguish between three groups, I think. So like the group who is really in the grip of the mass formation usually is rather small. It's only about 20 to 30% of the population. But then there is a 65% of the people who just go along with the masses and who always remain silent. They feel that there is something wrong with the narrative, but they just prefer to remain silent because in one way or another they maybe don't find the courage to speak out, or they just take the easy way and do as if they agree with the masses. And then there is a small group of people, usually rather small, 1 to 5%, maybe sometimes 10%, it depends on the circumstances, who sees that there is something wrong, who feels that there is something wrong with the narrative, and who tries to speak out. And indeed, this small group might have an impact through rational argumentation on the middle group. That's possible, but usually not on the group who is really in the grip of the mass formation. So I think in any case, it's always important that we continue to speak out, but we should realize that we might fail, or we might not succeed to wake up the people. And at the same time, and that's just crucial, we should understand that it is not because we do not succeed in waking up the masses that our voice does not have an effect. Our voice does have an effect. It prevents that people go deeper and deeper in the mass formation. So that's just, once you understand that we always have to continue to speak out without expecting that we will convince someone. And if we continue to do so, we will have an effect. And at the same time, as I just said, we also should be aware always that we do not fall prey to a different mass formation ourselves, because also in the group who doesn't go along with a major mass formation, also this group struggles with a lot of anxiety, frustration, and aggression in this situation, because they just feel threatened in one way or another. And this group might also fall prey to certain narratives which attribute all anxiety and all danger to one specific small object, while the situation is usually much more complex than that.
I experienced that. I experienced that with my group that were, proud that we were Russiagate debunkers, and they immediately, exactly what you said. It's like all that anxiety that they had around that from being on the outside of the mainstream. They just focused on COVID narrative, and it was fear, fear, fear. I've never seen anything like it. And if you want to disconnect someone's rational thinking or critical thinking skills, put it that way, you just find their fear point, and they found it. And, people who I know, personal comedians who are diabetics, who complained about the corruption of our government by the big pharma and why their diabetes medicine costs so much more here than in other countries, and how they're all corrupted. And then as soon as COVID came and vaccines, they're like, no, not one question. Not only did they not have a question, but they wouldn't allow me to have a question. And if I had a question, and can you talk about the you mentioned it earlier, but talk about they were so vicious in the character assassination of me and people like me, but you talk about it, you say they saw it as their moral duty to do so. Can you talk about that psychology?
Yeah, of course. Well, this mass formation actually. So we always have to understand that the origin of mass formation is the terrible psychological state a population is in before the mass formation starts. Mm. This means that they feel lonely, struggle with lack of meaning making, suffer from all this anxiety, frustration, and aggression. Then the mass formation emerges, and it seems as if all these things disappeared. they feel connected again. They have a new meaning in life. To fight the virus, all their anxiety is connected to an object. They can control it, and they can direct all their frustration and aggression at one point. And if they meet someone who doesn't agree and who tries to show them that the narrative that led to the mass formation just is absurd, they feel threatened because they feel that if they allow that person to speak to them, they will wake up and they will be confronted with all this pre-existing misery again. So that's why they feel, and also, so that's why they start they try to make the dissonant voice shut up. That's what they just why they just can't stand the dissonant voice, and at the same time they consider it their holy duty, because they feel that this person who doesn't go along with the masses, who doesn't go along with the narrative, must be an egoist. He lacks solidarity. He lacks this new citizenship, which is so typical for the masses, because they feel connected again in the masses, and thus they feel a lot of solidarity and they feel a new citizenship. And if there is someone who doesn't go along with them, this must be someone who is not really a human being, and who should be destroyed in the end, who deserves to be destroyed.
That's how people who knew me for 30 years, that's exactly almost the language they use, that I should be destroyed, that I was doing this out of ego and I didn't care about anybody and had nothing to do. Again, but you know, as we talk about it, I could show them facts and it didn't matter. People who knew me 30 years did this kind of thing. And of course, I don't want to make it about myself, but I've been dying to talk to you about this because of it. Kurt, you want to ask a question?
People were more rabid than after 9/11 when we had that whole solidarity for that bad idea that we did. I think there was less persecution heaped on and there was a lot. Right. I think it was less than this one. I think there was more here. And I've never heard someone say, don't do your own research.
I've never heard some people would say in America, comedians on stage would shame people for doing your own research. And they would say stuff like, trust the science. Well, you don't trust the science before first you examine it skeptically. That's what you're supposed to do. What they wanted you to do was have blind faith in science, which is what you have in religion. That's not what you have in science. Science works by questioning it. Science loves to be questioned. It's a lie that can't stand scrutiny. And so that's how they mix those two things together. Trust science, have faith in science. That's not how science works. That's called blind faith. And so I just never, honest to God, I cannot convey the most, how nothing blew my mind more than to see almost the entire comedy community, or the parts that I saw of it anyway, in unison, shaming people for reading, for trying to get informed about an experimental medical treatment they're being forced to take. And if you want to know what's in that vaccine, or if you want to see the data or want to have any skepticism or questions, you're a bad, how dare you? You are the Nazi. Obviously being ignorant to the fact that they're the Nazi, like Chomsky was completely ignorant to the fact that what he was doing, he should have been tipped off to, because they did it in World War II. They forced medical treatments on people without informed consent, which is why that's a war crime. And Chomsky famously likes to shame every president since World War II. He says they're all war criminals, and he's right about that. But guess who also pushed for a war crime? Noam Chomsky, because forcing a medical treatment on someone without informed consent goes against the Nuremberg trial. So he became the thing he thought he's been criticizing his whole life. They just had to find the fear button in Chomsky's brain. They pressed it, and he became an authoritarian monster. So I don't know where let's just change the subject very quickly. And here's another thing, like, you're not allowed to question the science, right, around COVID. But I found out through you that 85% of academic research is pretty unreliable,
right there,
correct?
I'm just going to...
Yes, in certain domains, yes. In 2005, the so-called replication crisis started in the academic world. And it showed, or at least certain authors, among whom, for instance, the famous John Ioannidis of Stanford, he described how in certain academic domains, such as the medical sciences, up to 85% of the publications of the findings cannot be reproduced. So, which means that from a scientific point of view, they are not objective, and they are more or less useless in most cases. So it's a huge percentage, yes, 85%. John Ioannidis wrote some wonderful papers about it. One of the papers was titled "Why Most Published Research Findings Are False," and I indeed believe that this is one of the major problems we have in our society. We all have a blind belief in science and in the academic world, or in something that calls itself science, but that in most cases actually just is not accurate. So indeed, that's a huge problem. I think we should reconsider our blind belief in what we believe science is today.
For instance, speaking to this very point, can you tell me how long is the coastline of England?
Yes, I mentioned that somewhere in the third chapter of my book. Indeed, nobody can measure the coastline of Great Britain. That's something very typical. We all believe that we can measure almost everything, but it's just not true. Most phenomena cannot be measured, and that's one of the coastline of Great Britain cannot be measured because it's intrinsically two-dimensional. It shows a lot of curves, and every time you try to reduce it to a straight line, it doesn't work. So the smaller your measurement unit, the longer the coastline of Great Britain will be. That's typical, and that's one of the major problems I think we deal with. We think that everything can be studied in an objective way, but that's actually not true.
I can measure it. It's 1 Great Britain long. Done. Just fix a measurement. Easy.
There it is. So
I think can I add one thing to that?
Yeah.
I think in the end, and that's the analysis that I present in my book. I think that in the end, the problem of mass formation and of totalitarianism is rooted in our rationalist view on man in the world. That's what I explain in my book. That's explained in my book.
So this part I really want to talk about. I mean, this needs at least 2 hours, but let's talk about it. So this is where I think people like you talk about the since the Enlightenment and we become more mechanized and that creates free floating anxiety, and so it's because the way our culture is now, everything's cause and effect, right? If I can't measure it, then and it doesn't exist, right? And Carl Jung spent a lot of time talking about collective unconscious, and that you can't, like for instance, where artists and poets get their inspiration from, it can't come. A lot of it doesn't come from direct experience from their life. It comes from somewhere else, and he posits that it comes from a collective unconscious, which we all share, which we all do share, and so. People who just think rationally, rational thinking doesn't equal reality necessarily. And can you explain what I mean by that?
I will try to. Yes, on the one hand, science is an accumulation of rational knowledge. But on the other hand, science is also a certain practice which showed us that the essence of life and the essence of reality can never be understood in a rational way. And that's what many people forget, like Niels Bohr. To give only one example, after Niels Bohr was a Nobel Prize-winning physicist who studied the behavior of elementary particles, atoms, for instance, throughout his entire life. And in the end, he said, when it comes to atoms, language can only be used as poetry, because he acknowledged, and he was dead serious when he said that, he acknowledged that in the end, what we call matter, elementary particles, just doesn't behave in a rational way. And it took me personally until I was 35 years old before I really understood that. I was taking a deep dive into the mathematical basis of complex dynamical systems theory, and I just suddenly understood that all complex dynamical systems behave as an irrational number. For instance, they have no periodicity, and that makes them fundamentally unpredictable. And I suddenly started to understand what all these great scientists meant when they concluded that in the end, life and everything around us cannot be understood in a rational way, that the essence of life can never be reduced to the categories of our rational, logical understanding. Meaning that if we try to reduce life to the categories of our rational and logical understanding, we will always destroy life. And that's so in a certain part of life or a certain part of reality can be understood in a rational way, but the essence always escapes rational understanding. So, and that's also why I think once you start to really be humble enough to admit that your rational brain, your rational understanding will never be capable of grasping the essence of life. It's at that moment, I really believe that when we think in a logical way, we really connect the one idea to the other, and we build a wall around us, almost literally a wall which isolates us from the music of life around us, from the eternal music of life around us. And then we can stop our rational understanding. When we can stop being convinced that everything around us can be reduced to our own logical understanding, it's at that moment that the building blocks of this wall slide a little bit away from each other, and that the eternal music of life can go through the wall and touch the strings of our being, almost literally of our body. And I think that it is at that moment that you, in one way or another, participate in something eternal outside of you, something that you can never understand, but that will always be there. And it is at that moment, I think, that you also start to be less scared of everything related to death and dying and the end of life, for instance. And that's just because you feel that you're connected to something that transcends rational understanding and that has an eternal nature. And I think that that also shows what the major problem is in our Enlightenment society. Because we try to control, to understand, control, and manipulate everything in a rational way, we start to become very scared of death and dying. And we just cannot tolerate the idea anymore.
Of mystery.
That, the mystery in life. Yes,
life is a mystery, and then people come along like who I'm a fan of, Sam Harris, and there's no mystery. It's all A plus B equals C. And you talked about that quantum physicist, and there's a thing called the measurement. He talks about how elements and particles don't act rationally. Well, there's this experiment they do. I think it's called the measurement problem. So they fire electrons through a slit in the paper, and they're supposed to go right where you think they would go on the back wall.
A slit experiment with waves and particles.
So the particle, right?
And you observe them; they look different.
So if you when you look at them, they go right where you think they're supposed to go. But if you don't put your consciousness on them, they go everywhere. They act irrationally.
Right.
And so that's what I think that's the underlies everything in the universe is irrational.
But okay, this thing happened with COVID. If they were being rational, like they said, there wouldn't be a statement like "trust the science."
That's right. That's irrational.
Where you turned it into something mystical.
That's right. They did.
Don't read it like I'm in a goddamn church in medieval times.
That's the irony.
Huh? Go trust the science. Like, go ahead and act all rational and don't believe in anything. I don't care. Do that, but just don't call it science.
That's right. That's so they did under the guise of being rational, they became mystics and they turned scientists.
I got out of a thing because it bothered me having to be, in a thing like that where I have do you want to stumble your brother from the one true faith with your questions?
Yeah.
So I get real triggered by it everywhere. And what I just discovered was I can never escape it. Everywhere I go, except instead of a church, it's going to be your employment. And we're all doing, and then now you see all these companies with their culture minister or manager, not minister, but everybody line up. We're all going to wave our hands in the air. We're not raising your pay, but we're all going to form a family doing these dumb activities. And they're all doing it now. Probably spending money to just give the employees to get them in that culty, trust the company. Because that's what trust the science means. It means the science that was handed to you by these two companies. Trust it. Don't look into it.
Trust the company. Yes, it does.
Someone's too stupid to research. Guess what? They're not going to research. So they're saying to people can read.
But that is such a big idea that you touch on about that the basis of life doesn't act rational, and that you do become less afraid. I know I have become less afraid of death, knowing that I'm connected to something eternal, and that time only exists in this level of consciousness, and that we are connected to a collective consciousness that knows no time. And people who miss that, I think, are missing out on life. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think to a certain extent I agree. I just want to say something about the experiment you referred to before I go into the last question. It's a double slit experiment you referred to. Yes, and it shows that when you observe an elementary particle, it behaves like a particle, but when you do not observe it, it behaves like a wave, which is something completely different. So, indeed, that's one of the most important experiments in quantum physics. But exactly, I also think that we can know life in two different ways. I think we can know it in a rational way, and we can know it by resonating with it, which is something completely different. And I think I really think we should walk the path of rationality as far as possible. I really think we should push our rational understanding of the world to the utter limit. But at that moment, we should be honest enough and humble enough to admit that sooner or later we arrive at the border of our rational understanding, and that we have to switch to a different way of knowing the world in, and that we can only do that by resonating with it. And actually, I think that it is this capacity to resonate with a certain phenomenon that is also the basis and the origin of science. René Thom, one of the most famous mathematicians of the 20th century, had this wonderful quote. I will just try to repeat it, but it will not be literally. But he said, "I think that what distinguishes a scientist from most people is not that he has this extraordinary capacity to think in a rational way, but that he has this extraordinary capacity to get into the skin of things, to resonate with things, and to understand them from within." So that's a different way of understanding the world. And I think that the essence of life, we can resonate with the essence of life, but we can never know it in a rational way. And it is this resonance which connects us to the essence of life. And we can start resonating with things outside of us if we are capable of leaving our ego behind, and if we are capable to stop to think in a rational way. So that's something very strange. Yes. I think that's the major leap forward that our society has to take. It has to understand that rational thinking can never be the cornerstone of society and can never grasp the essence of life, and that we have to move on to a different way of connecting to each other and to the world around us.
That's some very profound stuff. That's great stuff. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. Really exciting. I'm glad I could. You were willing to come on the show, and our audience got to hear you. It's really fantastic. Everybody, check out his book, The Psychology of Totalitarianism. Thanks to my guest, Matthias Desmet. I really appreciate you coming on. I hope we can talk again soon.
Me too, Jamie. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Check out my new stand-up special, COVID.
Gents, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you.
What's up, Richie? What's up, Richie?
How you doing? How you doing, Dom, Chief? Thank you very much for joining. I just got to finish doing what I'm doing. Can I leave you two chaps talking amongst yourselves for a second?
No problem. No problem.
I'm good. I'll be right back. All right. I just got to finish making this coffee, and also my washing's just finished in the washing machine, so I've got to get it out so that it freezes. I can't leave it there because we've got other people want to do washing, so I just got to grab it out quickly. Well, won't be a second. All right.
Before you take off, Richie.
Yes.
Where's the back? Bring a back echo. Is that me or you? Is that me or you?
No, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, I hear
That shouldn't be doing that. There we go. And also, massive shout out to MacGyver. Where is he? Where you gone? MacGyver, you still there, man? Absolutely, brother. Thank you very much. Not sure what you're doing there, but it's really loud in the microphone, Dom. It sounds like you're opening a packet of cigarettes or something.
I was typing, but you had muted me because you were doing that. I thought maybe I could type. Okay, but anyway.
Yeah, put a camera on, dude, and Chief, put a camera on. Give us some snow scenes again.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not in the snow right now, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where is it? Yeah, you were inside.
I came
not
inside.
outside.
Yeah, I came inside, man.
Well, we don't need to go out in the cold just to satisfy our. There we go. Look.
Yep.
From the old. We hide that. I'll hide that.
That's my backyard.
There we go. Is it looking snowier where you are, Dom?
Yes, in the back it is. Well, it's snowing everywhere, but not just in the back.
Here he is. Here's Mac. Mac, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I'm good. I'm just gonna, like I said, I just got to go and do what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna drop back, and I'll leave you gentlemen chatting amongst yourselves. All right.
Go get your cigarettes.
Oh, it's make the coffee and take the washing out of the machine so that it frees the machine up for the other people in the hostel.
Oh, okay.
I get really pissed off when somebody leaves their washing in the machine and you want to use it and they just leave it there. It's like, yeah. And eventually I just I'll leave it for 10 minutes. If they haven't got it out, I'll just take it out, put it on the side and put my washing in. So I did that today. Took somebody else's washing out because they didn't take it out in time. And so I've got to make sure that I've get my washing out as soon as that washing's finished.
Did at least
otherwise I'm just
down there?
Yeah, well, yeah, there is a basket next to it. So
throw all that shit in their basket.
Yeah. That's what I did. But I don't want somebody to throw my shit in the basket because it means then they've touched my underwear. I don't want anybody else touching my grundies. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Set your clock so you know to be there in time.
No, dude, I've already done that. My alarm's gone off, so I've got to go.
All right. Yeah, that sucks when you're in an apartment, like, and people are taking your clothes out. Now, I'm lucky because, like, for instance, if I leave my clothes in the dryer, there's always that nice lady who takes your clothes and folds them up and puts them on top of the dryer. So when you come down, they're all folded up. Isn't that called mom? What's that?
At a laundromat here, you don't leave your shit. If you use a laundromat around here, when you come back, all your stuff's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. You got to
They
sit
don't
there and
want
watch
you
your stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, everything's a learning lesson, I guess.
Yeah,
So
well-
to see something like that would teach somebody, even though we have these ongoing programs, patience.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. You could go back to the laundry machine and find out, oh, it's the laundry machine's on fire. Oh, okay.
But they're responsible for your clothes then. You know that, right?
Kind of like driving. Guys, it's like driving. You know what I mean? Like be defensive driving if some people choose to be it. Some
Right.
people are aggressive. Some people are asleep. And some people are tired. It's like, okay, this is me talking, obviously. I can't expect
Right.
people to follow that way.
But yeah. See, since I fix appliances for 45 years, I know all the coin operated washers and how they work, the washers and dryers. And I'm able to drill a little itty bitty teeny hole by the timer console. And I just I make a coat hanger device. All you do is stick it in there and get free washes and free dries. Nobody's the wiser.
That's funny. Who just said that?
MacGyver.
MacGyver figures.
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, what you just said when I first came to this state from Colorado and then first from Germany, came here. I got a new
Right.
father because I was adopted, my stepfather. I was 6 years old, man, and we went down to the store to buy him some beer and me some Coke. And he said, "Hey, I'm going to show you a trick." We went over by the payphone, and he said, "Here, you shove a bunch of cotton up there and come back a week later and take your coat hanger with you, right?"
Yep.
So, oh, man, dude, that was when payphones were everywhere, man. I went and blocked off all the payphones. I had more candy and junk, man.
Yep.
So as soon as you told that story, it took me back, back in the past, man.
Yeah, I've done that. The gumball machines and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can put something up there to stop the change from coming back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they came out. I was in not junior high school. I was in grade school. And they came out with printers in the school.
Right.
I think I was in the second grade or third grade, and I watched the library lady
What's up, Too
instruct
Cool?
us how to use this printer. When she went away, I printed up my dollar bill and I cut it out. I went over to the change machine. Guess what? Cha-ching. I emptied it out and I made a whole bunch more and went to the car wash after school and emptied them out. I never got caught with that. Next day I came to school and the principal said, "We know who did this, blah, blah, this and that. Come forward." Well, I didn't tell nobody.
Yeah.
So he was lying. I didn't come forward. So anyway, take
Yeah.
me back in the past. Funny stuff.
Yeah, I told some of my friends about this. So Too Cool. Yeah, he's a good guy. In chat. He'll make
Yeah.
you laugh with some of the shit he says, though. I'll guarantee you
Yeah,
that.
no, and I tell people that story, and they say, "Oh man, your dad was wrong teaching how to steal and this and that." I go, "You know what, man? That's
That's part of life.
that's
I'm sure.
just that's whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, where do we learn? I think it's already in us bad.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
do, because
But
I
that's
tell you what,
petty.
my parents, they never taught me how to steal.
Right.
But I figured a way, and nobody taught me how to do it. That first time I seen, when I came to the United States, I went into the wrong house to use the bathroom because houses look the same, kind of.
Yeah.
And on the way out, I seen a huge jar of quarters, dimes, and nickels. That'd last me a year or longer at any store. So I swiped them. I
Uh-oh.
told my parents later that I lost a tooth, and the next morning I come running in the room with this huge jar of stuff, and that's how I found out there ain't no tooth fairy.
Uh, Yeah, but
So
these
who
are just
taught me that? See,
they're
no,
just
I came up with that shit. You know what I
it's
mean?
just small petty crimes. We didn't do anything big and major to hurt anybody.
Right.
You know. Yeah. I'm sure we all been to the dime store where they got that big vat of candy out there and you pick one piece of candy. My mom taught me that. She'd go by and take a piece. Well, she did. I can do it.
Right.
Yeah. One time I came home with gum on my mouth because I got a soul pack from the dime store. And my mom was like, "Where'd you get that?" I go, "With the dime store." "Did you pay for it?" "No." She marched my ass back up to the dime store and said, "Hey, my son did this. Here's the money for it." Boy, I got in trouble when I got home.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I can intercede, guys, on the theme of what Richie shared, you guys have anything you want to share on that? On the video that he played for us.
What's up?
Sorry, can you guys hear me, Max? Sorry.
I barely hear you. You're kind of muffled.
Let me turn it off.
He asked us what we thought about the video that Richie played prior to us all being here, right?
Yeah.
What was
Yeah,
that
the
video?
video. Yeah. It was a video talking about what happened during, the 2019 and 2021 situation, and maybe how a lot of people respond to it, or what people are talking about it.
Yeah, but people were forced to do that in a way, and their neighbors and everybody else was doing it, so they kind of like fell in line about doing that. Me, since I've been on the internet and stuff, and I've seen this stuff coming a mile away, I was telling all the relatives, don't, and my daughter and son, or son-in-law, so come on, no. They believe me, but to keep their jobs, they had to do it.
Okay, so what is that then? Is that human behavior that you're up against?
I don't know if it was human behavior because nobody really wanted it, so they were more or less forced to do it. So I don't think that
nobody wants
behavior.
Extortion for your job. I've seen it all across the board,
I
right?
guess. I mean, he's a doctor, a nice hospital. My daughter's a manager of a major bank. I mean, they got good careers. They didn't want to ruin them.
I'm pretty sure, guys, there's a lot. I'm entertaining an idea here, guys, just to narrow it down. Why it worked the way it did. I'm pretty sure a lot of people can honestly say, whether publicly or privately, they don't like to pay taxes, but that still occurs.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
But
not everybody
that's human
agrees.
behavior, but that's not human behavior. It's you have to do it.
Okay, what is it then? I'm asking the question. If it isn't that, then something else. So we can have a conversation.
What is it? What is it? Thieving, stealing from us. I found a way to do it. Loopholes.
Okay,
I don't know.
Those are things, but what's making the individual adhere to it, regardless if they agree or disagree with it? I'm trying to have a conversation, guys.
Well, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you're asking us something in depth about emotions and feelings and how come, and I'm like trying to figure this out, what you're saying.
Yeah, it could be, Mac. That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't fit everybody. So I know some people could say, okay, I didn't do it, or some people say I did it for economic reasons. Okay, so then now we're going backwards. Okay, so why do you go to work economically for?
To keep my house, to keep my wife, and keep my things.
Okay. So the people, whoever they may be, these are focus groups. These are people that are well paid to work for the elites. They know that. So it's for them. It's kind of like, see, let's see how many we can catch in the fish.
Number 2. Did you see what 2 said?
What's that, Mac?
Did you look at chat? Yeah.
So true.
It's true.
I guess I'm going to give you an example. Mac, you, and Chief are living in a community where we know that there's the mob and they run it.
Right.
They make the rules. They pay the people to enforce it. Now, the question would be, why do the mob allow people to publicly talk about this stuff? See, that's the question that most people don't miss. The elites, whoever they may be, why do they permit it to be public conversation? Are they trying to herd the remaining fish that didn't get caught in the net? Because they could easily do what they did in German time, or they could say, listen, you talk about this, especially when they're bringing up the credit system, you'll be punished for it or rewarded.
Right. Yeah. The fish in the net thing, we just said, yeah, that's it. We pretty much were forced, and they gave us, avenues of, if you don't get it, this is going to happen to you, so you might as well take it. So we're more or less forced to take it. Not me. I'm a non-GMO person.
Okay, so you're one of the fishes that didn't get caught by the net. That's what they're
the net hole. I see that.
That's why they allow public information, because they want to know who didn't agree with it, who worked around it. So in a way, we're giving information. This is why when we give public information, even though I'm playing it too, we're revealing where we stand. We're playing poker with other people that aren't even showing you their cards. And when they have, they've shown a part of it.
Right.
Yeah, but it's that illusion, that all these people are under the illusion that, everything's legit. People assume, if it wasn't right, they wouldn't have us do it. This is right. And I have so many people in my family who are super smart, you would think, and very rich. They're dumb as rocks, man, and they just complied to the shit and are sick and all kinds of problems. So, that's like one of those things. It's almost taboo. I don't really even feel like talking about this kind of stuff that much personally because I had so many. I had a girl who's no longer here. So you could call it what you want. They called it Gillian's Barrar, or however you pronounce that correctly. That it debilitated her to the point, where she couldn't even swallow her own spit. And that's how they killed her. They didn't put the suction tube back in her mouth, and she drowned on her own spit.
So knowing that, Chief, there's a give and receive. So I've heard you say it, if you don't like talking about it, do you enjoy hearing this? Because if not, that was the error. Because you have to be able to receive to give. So in this case, if you can sit there and listen to somebody else sharing about it, because there's a concept. People more times than not that are smart usually become clever. They ignore becoming wise. There's a lot of smart people in the world, and those are the people, you know who they are. They'll come up to you, you haven't asked nothing, they say they're a doctor. I said, now you went from being smart to being clever. Why? Because I never once asked, what profession are you in? That is when you have discernment. And for a lot of folks, they don't have discernment. And if you actually spend time hearing them, not listening to them, because you're always listening from within, you'd realize they're not the type of people that you give that kind of conversation, regardless if it's your mother, your father, your wife. They don't want to hear that noise. That'll be no different. A good person trying to tell a bad person to change their way. Why would you do that? Do you want to change? Well, not really. Then why would you want to change somebody else? You're on your own here. You've always been on your own. Now, whether or not they make it a herd mentality, they want to see whether or not humans are still in a Borg mentality. And how we know that? How many people wear a tie to go to work? How many people wear high heels? How many people go to somebody else's grocery store? You're already in the game. You've already been inundated. It's usually when we pick and choose, well, there's just certain things I don't like. Okay, you don't like those things. Get over it.
Right.
Get over it. Literally over it. Why do you like it? Why don't you? Why do you have a dislike?
But if you look at it, it was mainly to cause divide because you got those people out there wearing their mask and the people that weren't wearing it. And then the people that are wearing the mask look at you. It's like, you're part of this problem. Why don't you have a damn mask? And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. You know what?
Right.
Hey, MacGyver is so true. I tell you what, 2019, we're entering 20. They're doing all this hocus pocus stuff, and I didn't comply. I already told people about 201 agenda way back when, and nobody knows nothing, and they think everybody, they think they know everything. I'm at the grocery store. I got a whole cart and a half full of cans I'm returning, and everyone's wearing masks, and I'm just talking like I'm talking right now, and a lady next to me, she's in her 70s. We start talking, and I say, you can go back in your past and you see there was a poster child for polio. Elvis came around when only 2% of people took the vaccination. And then all of a sudden Elvis took the jab, and boom, 98% of the population took the jab for polio. Same thing with Tom Hanks today. This hocus pocus and these Bill Gates in the world and all with his needles. Next thing you know, the cops came in. And they called me out by my name. They knew my name and told me I have to leave and I'm banned from that grocery store for life, they told me. And the lady starts siding on me.
What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
Michigan.
Holy shit.
I swear. And they knew my name and he started following me because I had to take all my cans back to my car. And I turned around, I go, quit following me, you dumbass. You don't even have a mask on. I didn't have one on either.
Oh, geez.
But I just said that to him out loud, and he turned around. The cop turned around. He didn't follow me. But I swear, it's been nothing but dumb shit, dumb people around me. I feel like George Carlin resurrected in my brain.
Yeah, I went to
I just love it. I love when somebody in a mask stands there or stood there screaming, freaking out that you're not wearing a mask, and it's like, well, you're wearing a mask. Why do you care? You're wearing a mask, so you're
Richie, down
protected.
the
It's
street,
me
not
that's
too far from here, a lady was told that, and she shot the lady for asking her what put your mask on. She shot her. There, how's that, lady?
Again,
Did the mask protect her?
She got the
Well,
death virus, right?
Yeah, I've gone to a lot of people's houses to fix their appliances, and I go up to the door and it's like, you don't have your mask on. And I go, you don't have your mask on either. So I'll put my mask on. You know, you have to put your mask on if I come in here. And they weren't too happy that they had to put the mask on in their own house. You
Right.
know?
But it's like, yeah, but you've got to put it on to come into my house. Well, okay. Well, should we all put fucking condoms on to help prevent you know,
sex disease?
Richie,
So, yeah.
he
Well,
got us.
people swimming in pools with their mask, people driving their cars by themselves with the mask, and I'm just seeing this idiocracy.
and the
of it
windows
all.
closed on their
Yes.
own with the
On a
windows
hot day.
closed. Look, the thing is, we can sit here and take the piss out of these people, or we can just sit here and really, truly, actually pity them, because that's where their mind is at. They are that bought into it that they are that terrified that they're driving in their car with the windows closed and and a mask on their own. Like, anybody that's living in that level of fear really needs to be pitied,
right?
Rather than the piss taken out of them, because they're
Those are
very
ones that-
weak-minded individuals. Very,
Yeah, but
very
those are
weak-minded
ones who sit in
individuals.
front of their TVs, and they believe their TVs.
All right.
They wouldn't lie
I mean,
to us.
we all did that. I think
Yeah.
we're all a little bit guilty of that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know that there were times when I knew that I was being lied to, but like deep down I knew it wasn't true. But part
Right.
of me hoped. You know, like competitions and stuff. I knew I was never going to win, and it was a big
were
scam. But
just
you know,
mad
just in case, man. Just maybe. Oh, just it might be different just for me. We all do it, don't we?
Everybody. Yeah, you guys reading chat, right? Yeah. I brought Too Cool over here. He's a buddy.
Too
of mine.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said, why don't you come up, man? Why
In
don't you
time.
come up?
He's,
Too cool.
He's trying to get to know us first and feel us out.
He knows you, doesn't he?
Yeah, he knows me.
Or does he? Yeah, so there you
He
go.
usually
We're all
is a guy on that you know, he likes to text.
yeah.
But he'll come up on
this
panel when he's ready.
this panel, too cool for school. I love that.
I do,
Yeah,
that's
I'm too big to gig, and he's too cool for school.
Too big to gig.
So yeah, this
I'm too
panel,
old to die young.
I am trying. No, I'm not trying. There is no try. Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah.
I am
doing.
cultivating a panel that is actually genuinely intelligent and mature. You know, we're all adults here. We're all middle-aged men, and well, we do have women as well. If we've got any ladies in the audience, please don't be afraid to come and join us. We're not misogynistic much, but yeah, this is like I say in the in my thing, it's an open panel for good people to share whatever won't get me banned in a mature way, rather than screaming over each other and it turning into some sort of fucking battle of egos.
Well,
I'm
too
blessed up.
school that
Where's
Too Cool
Guru
for
gone?
School, they say
Where's Guru gone?
He just wrote that they coined that name for him in the second grade, and it just stuck. So he's been holding on to that name since the second grade.
He likes it.
Where's Guru gone? I just noticed he's not here.
No.
He's dropped off. Nuke sis, how you doing? That right, the people that are easily programmed and follow the program for life are just weak-minded individuals. And again, that's another thing that really they should be pitied for rather than ridiculed or made fun of, you know?
Some people, Richie, they get into a state of conscious ignorance. The best gift you can give them is ignore them.
Yeah.
Give them what they can comprehend, and that's usually energetically ignore them. They're on their own already.
Yeah, if like me, if you're unable to and unwilling to entertain ridiculous ideas and ridiculous notions, then you just have to not really engage.
Yeah.
No, it's just surface. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I'm all right. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Great. I hope you have a wonderful day. See you later.
Yeah, that'll be like entertaining people. Why are you a Muslim? Why do you go to Mecca? Why are you a Catholic and you go to the Vatican? That's a fool's errand. At that point, especially if a person wants to be truly self-absorbed, then be truly self-absorbed. How does it affect you during that time? Don't worry about what other people are doing, because obviously it clearly shows that those groups are easily manipulated. The pandemic in Greek just means all people. So the nobles are on board for whatever they're planning on doing.
It's tradition.
How so?
My mom and dad went to Mecca, so I got to go to Mecca, and I hope my kids go to Mecca. It's tradition.
Yeah, and then hopefully for them. Go ahead.
I would say actually that Islam, Muslims, you have much more devout Muslims than probably any other group. Really, they're more devout than Jews on the whole. They're definitely more devout than Christians and Catholics. They like the devout ones pray 5 times a day. They carry a prayer map around with them every day. Everywhere they go, and they pray 5 times a day, and they fast, and they adhere to the doctrine, to the teachings, and everything. And those are the ones that go to Mecca, because it's their entire way of life. Like their way of life is shaped around the Quran.
Then you start asking sorry, Richard, you ask the general public that are Muslim, why do you do Ramadan? Why do you pray to Mecca opposed to Petra? These and how much
they'll say it's tradition, yeah.
Bingo. And traditions, usually how traditions work, it doesn't matter what tradition it is. Either A, you're going to question the tradition and understand why you reinforce it, or you don't question it, and either A, you're going to follow it aimlessly, or it dies. Traditions are there, they're nice and all that, but for a lot of them, they're not going to ask questions. Now, if a person doesn't really care about Muslims or understand their tradition, why ask the question? But if you're curious about human behavior, then you can ask that question. Okay, so how much does it cost to go to Mecca? It's about a $21,000 journey to do my pilgrimages. Okay, that's fine. That's good for you. I'm not here to judge them, but for most people, they don't realize you're judging them already by saying, well, I want to find out if I agree or disagree. Why? Why is a philosophy question? Why would you want to, do you want to be raked over the coal and say, okay, why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you have a beard? Why do you go to work? Now, those are questions one can ask oneself if you choose to do that. Now, when you're sharing with other people, please just share. But worrying about whether or not the elites are doing whatever they're doing, then you're missing the point that we're in a different age. Technology, most of us have already been swooped in already. We're walking around with cell phones, GPS. You know what I mean? It's not just about the square box of a TV or radio. They're not understanding about the frequency coming from them. But go ahead.
Right. But do you see that they use it maybe as a testing situation when that came around to see how people stayed in their houses and what happened? So maybe if, martial law came around, how people would act.
To comply, right.
So they're just about to do another simulation like the 201 event. They're just about to do another one for this new nasty thing that's going to target specifically children. And it's funny because during the, during or towards the end of the COOF, that's exactly what Bill Gates said. He said it didn't target the right people, but if the next one targets children, then that, basically that'll be the one, target the children. So they've developed it, obviously, and now they're getting ready to release it. They're just about to do their exactly the same thing as they did with Event 201. So it was 5 months between Event 201 and lockdowns. 5 months between Event 201 and lockdown. So it might be sooner than 5 months between the next simulation that they're going to run, round table simulation, and the next thing that they're going to try and tell everybody is going on. I'm try and be careful with my language here. Where did you go, Guru?
Yeah, he's there.
It's
the kids want to tear down the.
So like all the media and all the news and all the thing, like part of it is that because they want to mislead everybody as to what they're doing. And I'd say another part of it, a big part of it, is that they're absolute fucking narcissists, and they love people talking about them and thinking about them and looking at what they're doing. They love it. They absolutely hate it when we ignore them and just get on with our lives and ignore what they're fucking doing and saying. They hate it. The only reason they can tell us all what to do is because everybody's looking. If nobody was paying any fucking attention to them whatsoever, I wonder if any of this would happen. It's only because social media has made everybody such a bloody... the internet and social media and the disenchantment with their own lives, people are just watching shit on the screen all the time and waiting to be told.
Richie, we have a term, reason and rhyme. Rhymes are patterns. We consume almost everything, whether it's food, we consume commerce and all that, and there's data on all that. So it can almost predict how most of us are going to react to certain situations.
Kids feel alive.
Mac, I think you're mumbling to yourself under your breath. While
I was mumbling, maybe. Sorry. I was reading too close. I wasn't doing it out loud. I was trying to mumble it because it helps me read when I read stuff. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries, mate.
I was just reading too cool in chat.
Mike's are sensitive. Listen to everybody that sat there enjoying this panel. You must have an opinion.
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view.
Give your point of view. I put a Santa voice on. I used CapCut. I recorded a message and then I changed it into a Santa voice. And the way he said, give your point of view.
Yes, literally a point of view. The eye of the beholder, the chest, that's the heart, opposed to give us your gut view. Again, we're receivers, hence the word Kabbalah. We're receiving all kinds of information, whether internally or externally. And they're trying to get most people to be outside. But unfortunately, they're not misleading people. They're just guiding them to their misleading already. Most people have already misled themselves. They're just not willing to openly admit it. That's why I say to people more times now, you're full of shit. Let me change the word. You're not honest with yourself. You just don't know it yet. Once a person does, I say it jokingly, until that third eye has really been poked, we're playing games right now. It's a different type of game we're playing. It's a game to say, listen, they're wrong. I don't agree with the state. I don't agree with religion. Okay, so tell me when you're done, because that's finger pointing. Where's the accountability? How many people are truly going to be accountable for themselves? Now, I'm a hypocrite. I'm okay with that. But how many people are truly okay with it? You'll know the ones that aren't okay about it because they argue about it. They bitch and complain about it.
That's the thing is that
it's mainly the ego. These people's egos are out of whack.
It's also it's misguided and misled people's perceptions where they think that because somebody's telling them they have to do something, like they're looking for pointers all the time on how to, or on what to do or how to behave or whatever, not just being themselves, because they don't really know who or what they are, right? They're looking for something to identify with, something or someone, some sort of group or whatever to identify with, because they're not sure themselves.
Well, there's that old statement, know thyself. What is the self and who's the knower? Once you start questioning the self, you'll realize, oh, fuck, I've been asleep the whole time. Sure you have. And then, of course, go ahead, Rich.
No, I'm just saying that's what I'm talking about.
And then beyond know thyself, excuse me, then you can talk about the observer and the observed. That's beyond the self. Now, unfortunately for a lot of folks, well, I'm not interested in that. How would you know? Go ahead.
What about the youngins? They don't know thyself until they're what? In their 20s or so? Sometimes some of them 30. You know?
So yeah, I would say for me, it started around the age of 35.
Right.
Was when it started.
Me, I think it was about 45.
Oh, I was 45 before I had a pretty clear view, but I started looking when I was 30. It took a long time to clear the noise, in my head, and really
that's what it
know
was.
where, yeah.
They got so much noise going on, people says they can't, really sit down and have a conversation with themselves, and they're just going along with the flow.
You'll be dissecting that stuff your whole life, man.
Yeah.
The rest of your life, you'll be dissecting the crap they already fed you, and you have so much information to show the opposite of so many things that you've been taught in life, and so it's a never-ending thing. I know that personally, myself at least.
The trouble is, what helped me, right, was I spent so long trying to fit the pieces together, but not understanding that the picture that I'd been given wasn't a real picture at all. So I was trying to make pieces fit into a picture that didn't exist. And it took me, it was a while before I realized that the picture was a fantasy, and the pieces weren't what I was told they were. So it wasn't until then that I start back at the beginning and start evaluating everything of importance within my own life, things that, important within my own life, that decisions I made or whatever.
Well, Richie, what happens is, for some people, they have to have a thing called a rude awakening. So what happens for most of us, we're being conditioned to all the indoctrination, and it's water. So now, more times than not, it's not always the media. It's actually your immediate environment that's actually conditioning you, the way your parents' behaviors are. It's always fun when I hear a parent said, I raised my kids. I said, did you teach them how to breathe? Well, no, then you've done fuck all for them so far. Now, that's me being a little bit obnoxious, just to see if they're emotionally developed, because I know most people are going to try to defend that statement. Oh, but Dom, there you go. There you are. You're not developed emotionally. So you almost have to have a stoic position when you're trying to realize, what the fuck have I been doing the whole time? I've been asleep.
How many people don't even know what stoic is?
Probably. They probably don't. But then again, Richie, we're not here to entertain the masses. They're doing quite well on their own.
Oh, yeah. We're not entertaining to the masses at all. This is a very boring conversation to the masses.
Yeah, because you're right. It really is. People are just used to, whatever feels good, whatever makes you entertained, do it. I mean, that's a boring TV show.
Whatever doesn't take too much effort to achieve as well.
Right. That's right. And this AI is going to be our downfall because it's going to do everything for us. Less effort.
No, it's not going to be. It won't be everybody's downfall. It's going to be the downfall of those people that think that they can bloody rely on it.
Yeah,
that will be their downfall. Yeah, definitely. But AI is a bubble right now. I think it's bursting. It's starting to burst. Certainly the financial side of it, the financial bubble that it created is starting to burst. I was watching a program yesterday, I think, about Palantir, and about how Palantir is just so unbelievably overvalued. The stock price is ridiculous. It makes absolutely no logical sense whatsoever that the stock price is as high as it is, because the business doesn't have that much value. So
they're making
that
it
bubble
sure
is
seem
gonna
like it is
poised. And the guy running it, the guy owning it, got up there and had a proper little cry about people selling the stock short, because they were expecting to short it, to short the stock, and they freaked out about it. And then 2 weeks later, sold $200 million worth of stock. So
the thing, Richie, is once you break a society or manipulate a society, it's theirs now to actually have to deal with. So whoever these people are, whatever middle management, like the Rothschilds and all that, they actually have to spend an enormous amount of energy to maintain what they've manipulated. So let them have it. Let them have their fill. Be in the world, be in the vessel, but don't be of it. It's a fun game to play.
Right.
I get it. You're going to raise kids. You're going to have a job. You're going to have those moments like, fuck, I hate this job. Sorry about my F-bomb, but needs it once in a while. Sure, that's fine. And then there's other parts. Hey, I want to dance. I want to play music. Take it for what it is. It's usually once you become attached to it, then you've put your own hook on yourself. And that's a tough one to shake off, because then next thing you know, there's another hook. There's another hook. Yeah, but you guys don't agree. There's another hook.
Well, they throw words at us, these new words and terms, and we got to get used to it. Like awake, awoke. It's too cool said in chat.
Yeah, just like you just said a minute ago, Richie. If someone said stoic, you said stoic, and a lot of people would say, yeah, you run that through your processor. So I did, and I thought, wow. So I looked it up real quick. Stoic, right? The Stoicism. It's a philosophy of the past, an ancient mindset by Marcus Aurelius Seneca Epictetus that teaches control what you can, accept what you can't, keep your inner peace armored up, don't get owned by anger, fear, or ego.
There's actually a prayer for that. It's, Lord, give me the strength to
Our
change
Lord's
the things
Prayer.
I can.
Right. Oh yeah, the Serenity Prayer.
to accept the things I can't, and to have the wisdom to know the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's the
Hey,
AA
you want to hear
prayer.
something sick, Richie? See that Serenity Prayer? I was
that's
in
the Serenity
prison.
prayer, yep.
I was in prison, and I'm going to see the doctor, and his dumbass name is Dr. New Schultz. And in the waiting room, it was the Serenity Prayer, but it was altered, and it says, to give me the ability to kill those I don't like. It was in his office, swear. I read it. He's a monster, man. A person that got a job in the prison system. I had a friend, he gave eardrops to it, turned out to be warp remover, and my friend's deaf to this day. True story. Anyway.
So I think
Dr. Newshow.
That's a grey area there, man, working in the prison system, because there's guys and girls that work in the prison system because it's a job. There's those that work in the prison system because they feel it's a vocation.
He was sued so many times there was no other place.
And there's those who work in the prison system because they are monsters.
Right.
And they want that level of control over individuals that they have judged themselves. Right? They've obviously, he's obviously made his own judgments and is, administering his own justice.
Right. Yeah. Anyway.
But Stoicism, the Diary of Marcus Aurelius, there's loads of YouTubers that have got their content is. I followed the teachings of Marcus Aurelius for 30 days, or or for 3 months or something, where they just basically did everything that he does in his diary. As far as,
Well, see, so to
taking care of
me,
the self.
stoic to me is I run my emotions. They don't run me. That simple. Stoic. So those who weren't familiar with that word, I thought I knew what that word meant until I looked it up. See, words are spells.
Written words.
Yeah,
Written
spoken
words
words.
spelled out are spells, yeah.
Was that Greek or what was that? Roman? Aurelius or whatever?
Marcus Aurelius was
Marcus
Roman.
Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus.
He was a Roman.
He was a Roman.
Yeah,
Huh,
he was
that's
a
pretty.
legionnaire.
Well, it's pretty funny because here in Chicago, we've got all these buildings that look Roman. Our state capitol looks Roman down in Springfield. It's all around the United States that these capitals are Roman. Why is that?
Yeah, but they were built in
Even
a
around the
Roman
world.
style.
All
They were
right,
built in a
exactly.
Roman style, man. They
But-
just copied. They deliberately copied all over the world. It wasn't because there was actually that all the nations were connected hundreds of thousands of years ago. That wasn't the case at all.
Well, I think the opposite. I think it was all one big ass red
Yeah,
brick
where's the
paradise
cabal?
here.
Here's our money. Here you go. Now you're with us, right? We helped you with that. Now here's money. Helped you with that. You owe us. I mean,
They created commerce, and then corporatized it, right? So they
Right.
made everybody become incorporated. Every country is incorporated. Like you look at the town, look at the villages and the cities and whatever in the history, in the history of America. Chicago incorporated on this date, and
Yep.
Illinois incorporated on this date, and this place incorporated on this date.
Right.
Become part
Officially
of the
formed,
this
right?
legal system to tie
Right.
everything into this legal system. That
yeah, me and my wife got incorporated. We didn't get married.
Yeah, but it's always first founded, then incorporated.
Right. The building.
Found this shit. Look at this big ass building here. Oh, we found it.
No, I just was wondering about that because I kind of I think outside the box normally. Like at school, I couldn't deal with school because it was boring and it wasn't for me. But when I asked teacher outside the box questions, I got kind of like, "What's wrong with you?" It's like, "Well, come on, see the obvious." And then like with the noticing with the Roman style buildings, like we got the Shed Aquarium, we got the History Museum, we got Science and Industry. They're all downtown is like Romanish. Then you go down south to the middle of Illinois, you've got Springfield, the state capital, and that's a big old building with a dome on it, all Roman looking with the pillars. And then I started knowing it across the states, and it seemed like every state's capital has this Roman dome building. Then I noticed it around other countries in Mexico and down south, it's just down in South America. And it just
Cuba, it don't matter where you go,
it's just
Ukraine.
got this Rome.
Exactly. Everywhere. Yep.
Yeah.
You can throw in the word Freemason to get a little bit of an
Yeah,
insight
well, more or less, yeah.
You're allowed builders are allowed to build freely on land masses that have already been ruled and conquered.
Yeah,
So
but they don't build like that anymore.
Well, it was a different technology. It was the different age and the different technologies. Like they used to have big bells. That was a way of harmonizing the environment. So now most of us are walking around with noise frequencies such as cell phones, radio frequencies. So again, it's always shifting. It's just people think for some reason the history repeats itself. Yeah, mentally it does. But physically, you're going to see transformations, even though you can transform yourself from within too.
Right.
Again, you're doing a certain thing. You're capable. You probably had a preset the way you probably didn't fit into the schooling system, so nobody was able to harness that. And so listen, we can bring you beyond the fundamental of indoctrination, schooling people, opposed to educate, where you're bringing out what it's kind of like a Confucius teaching. The first 13 years is to find out what gift has been bestowed upon that child.
Right. Well, that's what they need to nurture, I think. Because I was mechanically inclined and knew electricity and stuff at a young age. I mean, I was putting stuff together, taking things apart, and I just loved doing that. I mean, if school would have known that, they should have gave me these mechanic books, electrical books and that stuff. I would have loved that and dug right into it. But they don't do that. I have to follow their curricular. They're boring curricular, or I already know that. You keep showing me over and over and over and beating it into my head when I already know it, and it's just,
right.
I had an issue.
Well, it's a system that they're trying to pump out thousands of kids in a schooling system, and 3 or 4 or a couple, maybe 10 or 20 kids that would fit their agenda. Like, think about tribal people in past.
Well,
They used to.
how about kids talking about the Chinese are stuck on the dark side of the moon right now? See, and do you believe that? See, you remember last week? Do you remember last week, Richie? We were talking about it for a minute about the dark side of the moon and the Chinese being stuck there for a minute. Do you know that I wrote a little, like a meme song, if you will, about that? I called it the Dark Side Raymond Crew.
But we never been there.
Well, I said, here's the words to what I wrote last week on Richie's channel while we was watching him. I said, on the dark side of the moon where the sunlight don't bang, you got Chinese astronauts eating noodles, sipping Tang. Signal got lost. Now they vibing in the gloom. Raymond steam rising like smoke in the room. Spacesuit sagging, 0G with some flavor. Slurping that broth like a cosmic lifesaver. Stranded but chillin', they ain't stressing the doom. Just a Raymond Tang combo on the far side of the moon.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, great lyrics, by the way, Chief. But now the question would be, for oneself, how does it serve to know whether or not we did or didn't, or the Chinese or the Indians or the midgets went to the moon? How does it serve?
Well, you were just talking about kids and what they're taught in school, and you got
that's on the
coming home talking about that.
Yeah, that's the material.
That's not true.
It serves their agenda. It serves their agenda for people to be sat there talking about it.
Shit, in 8th grade,
It serves their agenda beautifully.
Sure it does.
Yeah,
sure.
I joined the science class, whatever, and they were having a competition. We were given a box full of plastic spoons, and you got to take these spoons and stick them into each other, whatever, and try to make a bridge. And then we're gonna put weight on your bridge to see how long it lasts.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a box of damn plastic forks. So it's like, you know what? It'd be much better if they were all kind of like together. So I melted them down and made a bridge out of the plastic. So I come to school and they're like, you can't do that. I go, I read your rules upside and down. And nothing says you can't melt it or nothing. So what's going on? So the school had a big stink. So that day was kind of like null. So the next day they opened up my bridge for the competition and they allowed it. So next thing you know, they're going through everybody's bridge. They're breaking it this way. They're breaking it this way. And they keep stacking up the weight to break it. So when it came down to my bridge, they put all of the weights on it and it still didn't break. And I was like, hello, aren't you supposed to put more weight on it until it breaks? And it's like, yeah. So they're running around trying to find weights through the school so they can stack on this thing. But yeah, by my idea, they're doing it outside of their box. Yeah, it caused a big stink at the school.
Man, they should have sent you straight to engineering school, brother.
Well, they didn't say couldn't melt them down. They just said put them together. So what I do, I put them together.
Well, I'm just saying. Right, that's some good thinking.
Where was
held 160 pounds.
Chief, where I was going with it, how does it serve? Okay, for most kids and for most people, they're materialistic, whether they know it or not. To talk about the moon, there's already been hundreds of us have gone to the moon, so some of us are prepared to go to the moon? No, it doesn't. It's kind of like the Earth's shape, and if it's a globe. It's a distraction. I'll give you an example. A 5-year-old kid, I would say, listen, young man, You see a lot of nature stuff here? Yeah, you see trees, you see rivers, you see mountains. Yes. You see a lot of man-made stuff? Well, yeah, I see basically buildings and high-rises and cars. Okay, so you see those two spheres up in the sky? Globe spheres, whatever word. I said, do you see anything down here that's up there and vice versa? Well, no. Have you been high enough? No. Then why the fuck are you playing the game? See, this is the thing is, that's the distraction that the religious and state people do. Let's give them science. We're behind the moon. Really, there's also invisible man. Let's say there is UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Let's go with that. How does it serve a guy that's actually, doing cement work downtown Chicago or Toronto? It doesn't. It's entertainment for the imagination, but you better make sure you're grounded when you're playing that game, because most people will get lost. It doesn't serve anyone to talk about the moon thinking that, it's going to help me. It doesn't. But hey, you can still talk about it. Just don't speak. Again, it does. And Richie says it serves somebody else's agenda. Let's distract them. Like I said earlier, the indoctrination is wide. How wide is it? I heard Max said it too, because it's the term that they gave us. I see outside of the box, really. There's so many parts in the box that probably we assume we see outside the box. Because if you did, then why are we here? I get the analogy, by the way, Mac. I get the analogy. But most of us were in the box.
I got you.
Yeah. Now, that's if a person's truly going to revolt from within. The one that actually gets tapped a little bit on their illusion, forget about being disenchanted, they're going to quickly go, well, something, Dom, I think the elites are after us. Really? Is that where you're going with this? Fucking rip a hole in oneself, patch it up, do it again, rinse and repeat. Because really, in the end, when you're waking up in the morning, you're in the conscious state, you're no longer out there. I'm going to make the assumption when you go to sleep, you go somewhere else. So you're not outside there. So when you're going inside of the car, you're already still inside of your suit. When you're doing it with your wife or whoever, you're still inside of here. You're never outside. That's the illusion that's played upon us. Now, whether or not we lost a spiritual war and now we're playing in somebody else's kingdom, which is a fun kingdom, because I wouldn't assume a guy like Satan would bring us all horrible stuff. No, give us bling bling. Give us a new Rolls Royce. Give us a Cadillac. Give me a drone.
Give me a Mexican and another snowblower.
Well done, Chief. It's all fun games. That's my interpretation. For other people, they're distraught. I said, okay, but if you're distraught, what makes you distraught? I play games with myself. I'm okay with it. But for a lot of folks, they're not okay with themselves. They're not stare at themselves long enough in the mirror and say, listen, who am I really? There's the question. Who am I really? They don't want to hear the response back, because most people say, well, then how can I associate with my loved ones? The same way you've always done. Naively. Honey, I love you. Okay, what is the word love? Well, I'm breathing in front of you, so there's love.
Put that thing in front of my door, would you please?
So you have a significant other, Dom?
Yes, I do, Mac. She's kind of kinky that way.
Then you know what love is.
For me, love is actually, we breathe it in all the time. That's my interpretation of love.
All right. Can you live without her?
Could I live without her? That's my kryptonite, buddy.
See, you love her just like me. I
will use the word traditionally how we use the word love, but I would lean more towards I'm more attached to a lot of things. My feelings towards her.
Yeah, but I think she's the boss. Just like my wife. She's the boss.
You know it, man.
Okay, sure. She's aware. You know it. She's aware. She does a lot of things, and I appreciate what she does. Is she the boss?
Yes. Very appreciative.
I think women more times than not, especially in the home, I'm going to over stereotype here for a bit. They're the ones that rule, and they should, because they have a certain makeup to them. They know how to run a house. They know how to not just run a house. How to have the stumbling block is they're the ones that bear children. We can't do that. So right there, they're head over heels over us. But again, we're playing gender games. We all play a role.
Yep.
Sometimes the kids run the house. Come on, Dad. You could buy me that Sony thing. Come on, Dad. And then they look you in the eyes.
With the puppy dog eyes.
The fact that Mac, you quickly said no, then they're going to double down now.
Well, today's society, I see that more so. Not in my generation. My generation, if you wanted something, you had to go get it. You had to do it. Nobody was going to do it for you. I was caddying before I was 10 years old.
Good for
every
you.
day.
Yeah. But again, we've been conditioned. So now in this generation, with the technology, when I say the environment conditions us, think about when you get a cold. Where did you get it from? I get your immune system goes down, but then you go to the mall, you touch something. We have environments around us that dictate us. Like, think about when you guys go to school. Did you learn all the words that you learned from going to school, or did you pick that up in the environment? So we've changed now. So a lot of kids nowadays, they're at a different point of view now, where the parents are either feeling guilty or that technology is available. Yeah, son, go ahead. I can pay with my credit card. Back in the days when we were growing up, guys, cash was king. But today, it doesn't work that way. You can use a credit card, a check, layaway. You know, there were a few people back in the day that would steal. Even today, there's few people. When I say few, it could be millions of people, maybe thousands, maybe or hundreds that steal. And even now, why do they steal? I get when we use the analogy back in the day. Back in the day, there was a lot of other different circumstances. It's like talking to a bunch of old men. Back in the days, I was good with money. I say, yeah, because you didn't have credit card. You didn't have a whole bunch of challenges of a lot of knickknacks around. It's an egotistical view thinking back in the day was any different, let alone better. It was probably different, but not better. And I've had many conversations with guys that are 80, 90 years old. I'm like, yeah, this ought to be entertaining.
Yeah, that money. I know. I got it at a young age. You know, if you want something, you got to get for yourself. You know, had the newspaper out, and had money. It was good to have money because I was one of the things I want. My mom and dad, I guess my mom came from a kind of a poor family, and my dad came from a family that, I guess his dad owned a couple of restaurants and stuff like that. So you see how much of a go-getter my grandfather was. I guess he went to the Air Force. He got out. He didn't want to do anything with the kitchen stuff. He was mechanically inclined. So he started working for a couple of companies fixing appliances, and he didn't like the way he was being treated and started his own business. So he was a go-getter. So I kind of got that in me. Some people don't have that. They don't have the motivation. They just, like your kids, for instance, you're giving them their Xbox and their toys. I mean, it's cool to do that. I mean, I've done that with my daughter. But now when they have kids, it's like, it seems like these kids, every other generation gets a little bit more than the next. Because I don't want my kid growing up like that, so I'm going to do this. And then it gets easier down the line with different generations. You see what I'm saying? Hello.
Well, the thing is, Mac, I was using that as an example, by the way, Xbox.
I understand. I'm just talking back with you, just all.
Yeah. So for me, when I was a kid, I can talk about from where I was a kid, having many paper routes, collecting pop bottles, being a little bit of an entrepreneur or whatever back then. But I'm also aware things have changed. I can't speak on behalf of the youth, but I can talk to them and maybe cross-relate some things that are similar. When I hear the younger generation, because we're in our 60s, well, early 60s, where people in the 30s and 40s, they have other tangible things to deal with. It's always fun when I hear a parent says, my kid's spending way too much time in the house playing video games. My first question is, because I'm clever that way, I said, are they thieves? Well, what do you mean? Well, how did they get the video game in there? And did you pay for the internet? See, the thing is, a lot of times parents do things, it's not even out of guilt, it's out of reaction while everybody else is doing it. Oh, okay, good enough, I get it. So you're going to be one of those parents that are going to buy your kid a car at 16 years old. Okay, fill your boots with that. Who am I to tell you if it's right or wrong? Even though some patterns would show that maybe in certain environments, giving a kid that young at an age a car might not be responsible. But then you find out that 16-year-old kid's the kind of kid, he's driving Formula One now. See, again, we're speaking too soon to judge the situation. There's a good chance whatever's been going on to us in the last 5 or 6 years could be for the benefit of the human race. as much as people might not agree with it. I said, but they are trying to form a world government. I'm not here to judge it right or wrong, because my question would be, then why are we divide and conquer then? Why do people reinforce religion separation, state separation? How many people will say, I'm an American? I said, you're a nationalist or you're a globalist? What do you mean? Are you the human race, or are you just concerned about living in, let's say, if I lived in Toronto, which is Canada, you live in Chicago. These are the major, one of the, I think, 3 and 4 major cities in North America, outside of New York and Los Angeles. But you talk to somebody else in another part of America, say, well, our country's the best. Based on what? Have you gone to other countries? Have you lived there, or you just went there as a tourist? Yeah.
So I just left that comment. I wanted one of you to read it out. I said, please read my comment, but none of you seem to be doing it. But just as I said that, and then suddenly the internet comes back. So yeah, I'm having real issues with our bloody internet. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I got in trouble. I got a spanking. Today, you just take the kid's cell phone away, and they fucking have seizures and spaz out because you took their dang cell phone. They don't know what to do with themselves.
Or you get that look from your parent, whether more times not from your dad. You just want to disturb your mom, because that's a different game.
My mum was the one with the look. My mum was the one. My mum was the one that was spanking, and she was the one that was giving the look. And if you got the look, it would be like it was like an ice spear that just straight through you.
And the worst thing to come out of her mouth is, "Wait till your father gets home."
Ooh, watch it.
You gotta wait all that time for him. It's like, oh, what's that gonna do to me? That's like torture. Oh, wait till your father gets home. Shit.
To be fair, though, it was never as bad as it was never as bad as my imagination told me it might be. Wait till your father goes, oh God, what's going to happen? Jesus, and then he'd get home and he'd be too tired to deal with it.
Yeah, that imagination.
He'd just want to pour a glass of wine, sit down, have a cigarette, and watch the news.
And still waiting. Yeah.
Where's Chief gone?
Well, but that's the thing. Once we become informed, or we watch things like TV series or movies, those things no longer work on us. So something else, it's kind of like spraying a certain insect with a certain spray. Then you have to use something else that works on them. It's like when people used to tell their kids 1, 2, 3, like for disobedient or like behavior, and some kids will say, okay, what comes after 3? Again,
that kicked me as well, Chief. Maybe it's just playing with us all, is it? But it kicked me as well. But thank you very much for coming up, buddy. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Could be the weather too.
Sorry, Dom.
Rich. It could be the weather. We're getting snow in lots of parts of the world.
No, that's snow.
I'm not getting snow here, so.
Well, not there, but
it's nice weather here. They haven't got that excuse. There's just shit service. It's just really shit service. They've just changed. He's just changed to a new internet provider. I don't know why. The one that we had was fine. It's a shittier. It's not the router isn't as good. It's not as the other router was a heavy duty router to send the signal to many phones and whatever, because this is a hostel and there's a lot of people here. But now it's just a little bog standard household router, so you can only get so many connections onto it, and somebody will go onto it and it will bump bump somebody else off, and yeah, it keeps just completely resetting itself randomly, just totally and you can't connect to it for it feels like forever, but it's only 5 to 10 minutes. But it's funny how online 5 minutes is an eternity.
We form attachments with the mind, and then eventually they'll say, okay, this particular internet offers this kind of speed. It's slow as anything. It's like dial up. But hey, if you voluntarily take the credit system, you can have our newest version. And by the way, it's a little chip that you have to displace wherever, under your thumb, maybe in the back of your ass, somewhere. But you can get a better service. We get ice cream.
Hey, how about I stick that chip up your fucking ass?
That's double reception now.
Yeah.
And, a lot of the cars now, they're built with technology in it. So they could literally shut down a car now if they wanted to, if you're on the highway.
Any car post 99 or something like any car built after 2000, basically they can just shut it down. They've all got it might even be mid 90s when they started putting processors basically in all the cars, and you started to need to plug the car into the computer to do a diagnostic on the engine, because there were so many new sensors and whatever all over the place. So it's once they did that, once they put the process, what's it called, the CPU in the engine, and had a engine management system, right?
Yes.
Well, it's like when Elon Musk did the Tesla Cybertruck, and there's a good chance they purposely made a mockery of it by saying it's going to be a bullet, shatterproof glass or whatever, and then he went to break it. My first question is, why would you need a Pope-mobile so that bullets can't hit you unless it's from within, meaning that if all of a sudden somebody's car has to be shut down and it's self-driven, back right to the police station, you have a gun in your glove compartment, good luck shooting yourself out of there.
But yeah, you don't pay your damn bill, right? You get up in the morning, go out to your parking lot there, your car's gone. You know why? It drove itself back to the dealer because you were late on a payment.
Back, yeah.
Or it drives you out of town.
Does anybody remember when he was talking that we was just about to release the Cybertruck, or he went on Top Gear or something like that, and they said, look at this, well, all right, and it's bulletproof and it's all that, and the guy hit it with hit the window with
Steel
something
ball.
and it just smashed.
But didn't go all the way through.
No.
ball.
The one that no. I
Then he hit it with the bat, aluminum bat.
I saw him hit it with something in his hand, and the window smashed. It was not bulletproof glass. Absolutely was not bulletproof. It was just it was all there on show. I mean, basically, I think maybe like they were making them with bulletproof glass, but the one that they sent there didn't have bulletproof glass in it.
Yeah.
The one that they sent to the studio for that particular demonstration, or it was a car show or something, I can't remember. I'm sure they've got rid of that footage off the internet by now.
The trim that goes above the windows, that goes from the front above the windows and down, they only glued that thing down. So people having problems with that thing coming off. They can't figure the right kind of glue to put on it to hold it. So, but there's so much other things wrong. The trunk will smash or cut your finger off practically. It don't have a stopper sensor or something. So, I mean, there's a lot of flaws with that truck.
But people will buy them. That's the sad part,
Look at me. Look what I got. I got
Look at
What I got. It's a heap of shit. Yeah, I know, but it's still, you haven't got one.
Yes.
How much did you pay for that? Hey, Richie, how long could you live where you are living with that kind of money that somebody spends on it? You could probably live there forever.
Crap.
You could live forever
Dude,
there.
Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I could put down 5 years rent up front and still have change to buy a car.
Mm-hmm.
It's what people. That's the thing that yeah, I get it. Well, I guess it doesn't surprise me, right? Everything's relative. So to some people, £5, 20 quid, 50 quid, it's not, it's not a small amount of money, but it's the equivalent of 50p or a pound to somebody with no money, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody on the street gets given £2. It holds as much value to them as fucking 200 with somebody that's pulling in $4,000 a month,
The thing is, Richie, during whatever happened during that time, the trillions of dollars, so they speculate, went astray. You would think based on economics, that the people that are billionaires and trillionaires, they would be the biggest voice of the shutdown unless they were in on it. Hence the word pandemic. For the masses, they think, oh yeah, well, we lost a lot of things. No, you didn't. Economically, no.
No, what happened was a transfer of wealth. That's all that was. It was a transfer of wealth. They've done it in many different ways. A war is one way. Absolutely, war is one way to transfer wealth. But this was to transfer wealth from the middle classes. They wanted it all. They didn't like They didn't want the middle classes anymore. The millionaires who were comfortable, but they also had. They were dangerous because they have the voting power and everything. So they're dangerous. Entrepreneurs are dangerous to those people that are trying to control the system, right? Unless they can bring them in under, and they've got enough people in their fucking club. They don't want to bring anybody else into the fold.
Well, the thing is, Richie, when you're a trillionaire, you're not going to be at the table with millionaires. You're going to bring the table with the people that are billionaires. Now, we're talking about people that have financial wealth. There's people that they just don't play with money. That's of no interest to them. They're literally into real estate. So now the trillionaires, the Rothschilds, the Carnegie family and all that, they might look at the families like Ross Perot, Donald Trump, the Trump family, the Musk family. They're billionaires. Those are middle managements. So at that point, we knock off a couple of them or transfer that money. See, I still think the Mandela effect that people are talking about are when they explored the ideal of Paul McCarthy dying, or when they entertained the ideal, maybe the Queen had already died.
I think she did. I think she died in 2020, and they didn't release it till 2021 or something. Because there was a message that went out, right, over comms that said London Bridge is falling.
Mm-hmm.
And London Bridge is falling, right, that basically means that the monarch is dying or dead.
Yeah, well, even that, they probably use the singer Prince as an excuse to celebrate her death by, people think, oh, they're celebrating Prince's death. No, they killed him so they can celebrate something else. Again, he said shit that typically doesn't go well with the elite, especially if he has power. Like he starts talking about a birthday. He talks about chemtrails and all that kind of stuff.
Prince, you talking about Prince?
Yeah, he's signing off his. It's time to be booted. It's again. But we can only speculate about this stuff.
A good death does wonders for an album sale.
There you go.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, well, I wonder what the emotion is behind that type of celebration, or because it's usually tapping into most of us. When somebody dies, for a lot of folks, it's their own immortality or mortality that they're concerned about. Again, people just don't. Go ahead.
It's strange that a lot of 27-year-olds have died.
27.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that's gone on for as long as I've been alive.
Right.
Kurt Cobain was 27, wasn't he?
Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. It goes on.
Yeah. But
sacrificing lambs.
And again, maybe they do die. Maybe they go somewhere.
Maybe. I'm with you on that.
Maybe their vessel might leave this realm, but maybe the other realm isn't. Maybe you don't actually have to die to go to the other realm, because the other realm is also a physical realm. It's just we're not aware of it. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's another realm next door to this realm beyond Antarctica.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Right, and there's places like Mars and Saturn and shit, the city of Mars or whatever, and so they're not really lying when they're talking about these places and these things. They're not lying; they're telling the truth. But everybody's perception of what that is has been twisted.
Well, they want to bring it down into the material to confirm it. So it's like looking at people that do cloud busting, or you look at the clouds. Where do they come and where do they go? These are, people are going to use, they just evaporate. Really? Have you ever tried to do cloud busting? You can actually literally do a finger pointing to a particular cloud. It'll just disappear. The rest will stay there.
Right. And it sounds really crazy, but
it's okay. We're crazy guys.
I've got personal experience of things happening, and it's been, wow, what a coincidence. Is it a coincidence, or did I actually have something to do with that? Like, actually actively denying and saying no, not in my sky. No, it's not allowed. Right? So in 2015, I noticed there was no trails being sprayed. 2017, in August, I saw my first trail being sprayed right over the island. And I said, I was in the car and it was on video and I filmed it. And I said, that motherfuckers, what the fuck do they think they're doing? You up there in the sky, fuck off. No, not in my sky. Right, and I went nuts. And literally, I got down the road, 5 minutes down the road, and that entire trail that was left vanished, just disappeared in one go. And it was on camera. We saw it on camera. We watched it happen on camera. It disappeared. That was, unfortunately, one of the videos that got deleted forever by YouTube. Funny that.
Yeah, Richie, how would our forefathers think of this technology that we have? Forget about the TV and the radio. I'm talking about Wi-Fi. Yeah, here's a box right here. It's called a cell phone. I'm actually talking to it. Yeah,
Bluetooth earphones. Yeah, Bluetooth earphones and microphones and
Bluetooth earphones and microphones.
Yeah,
that's where it's at.
Even infrared. Like, it doesn't even have to be Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Infrared. Just infrared in the home, being able to turn on your TV or your fan or whatever with infrared from your phone. I downloaded an app, right? I've got a ceiling fan. They fitted a ceiling fan. But they've lost the remote control, and it will cost 80 quid to get it returned, to get a replacement. So I went onto my phone and looked up apps for smart fans, and I found an app. Now, literally, right, there's I don't know how many different makes on there. I went through each one trying to pair it, and eventually I did actually come to one called the Welly fan, and it worked, and I can switch it on. Right, I'll switch it on, and you might be able to hear it in a second because it's fucking noisy. They haven't fitted it properly, and it's noisy. But yeah, that's a fact. It's an app that I downloaded to my phone, and now I can control my ceiling fan. At least turn it off and on. Yeah. Can't do anything else with it.
Yeah. Now, when I was a kid, I had the 2 Dell laptops, and I seen this like red window on the side of them. I didn't know what it was. Then I looked into it. I go into my programs, I go into my device manager, and this device come up. I didn't know what it was. Then I found it was infrared. So I took the other laptop and put it with the other laptop, and I was able to pair them together without a LAN cable. That's the first knowing I knew about infrared. It wasn't Bluetooth back in the day.
No, but it was amazing, wasn't it? It was like, whoa,
yes, it was.
No way.
Infrared, and it's funny because one computer had faced backwards from the other one. Yep, laser beam.
Richie, those blades that you're talking about, if they're separate, if you ever have a chance, sometimes make a noise or whatever, it could be a couple of the screws that are just ever so slightly loose. If you tighten them, it might actually keep the blades all symmetric. Sometimes, outside of the base not being placed correctly.
Yeah, that wobbles. If you can see the wobble, you know it. You might have to put a penny on one of the blades.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, I'm MacGyver, damn it.
Well, you also have been in the mechanical industries, appliances.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you come across all kinds of stuff.
I just have the knack.
I remember years ago, my mom had a. Go ahead.
If you had a field that you were good at, if I had an issue, I'd definitely go to that person.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do.
There was a freezer a fridge had, and the mechanic, the appliance guy that came in there pulled out the board, and it was just typical. They don't have those pull-out fuses anymore. They have the soldering on type. Yeah. And of course, he had to replace the whole board. And my friend Frank said, "Keep it, Dom. We'll find somebody that does micro soldering. We'll just put another fuse right on top of it." But again, that's because you know people that know that stuff, right?
You know it. Yeah, you know it.
I
the appliance industry is a ripoff.
Say it again.
The appliances today are a ripoff, really. Overplayed piece of shit. Overpriced. For sure.
Hey, Mac, I got a fun story about appliances, if you don't mind hearing it. Do you mind, Rich, if I share this?
I don't care, but...
Not at all.
Okay. Years ago, my mom decided to put the washer and dryer upstairs. And the washer and dryer was, when they built the house, was meant to be upstairs. And the family room was on the other side. But the washer and dryer that my parents had were in the basement. So when my mom installed it at the top there, these new washing machines, you know how they are, Mac. They're like light as anything. So the thing literally... no, a top.
Okay.
Top washing machine.
Gotcha.
It was so light, it would move. And my mom would always joke. She said, "I think it's going to come watch TV with me or something." So we did everything. We tried to bolt it down and all that. It would still do all of that, which finally we resolved it. We got those things that people use for the pools, the little spongy things, and we put them on the side. It kept it non-vibrating. So my mom said, "Well, we never had that problem with the one downstairs." I said, "Well, I better go look at it. It's an old, was it not a Zenith? I'm trying to Maytag or something like that. Kenmore, sorry, it was a Kenmore." So I decided to flip it upside down. And honestly, Mac, I looked inside, I saw these 2 kids' goalie pads in there. And I also saw a big stuffed animal in there. I'm like, sorry, my language, how did that get in there? Of course, I go to talk to my dad. My dad is the MacGyver of MacGyvers.
Yeah, he stopped banging.
But he's one of those MacGyvers where he's like Magoo MacGyver.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, "Dad."
The Magoo. No, he's MacGruber. MacGruber, my idiot cousin.
So I'm telling my dad, I said,
Dad,
I give you kudos for putting in there, but there's electronics in there. He goes, "Oh yeah, well, Mom was always complaining about it was moving." I said, "Yeah, but that's not how you." But my dad's the kind of guy, he'll look you dead in the face and he's like, "I don't see nothing wrong with that."
Yeah. Yeah, they got 4 rods that hold that tub, and it's like a swing in there. And if you got just a little bit of an outbound load, it'll start banging and moving itself across the floor. I've gone to people's houses, and the ladies, they use their old washer. They figure their new washer should work just like the old one. And I tell them, you can't even put comforters and pillows in these new ones. You'll break them. And I even had to tell customers, you know what? To stop the banging, all I can tell you is get a pool noodle. You know what a pool noodle is? Those ones you float around the pool, they look like a noodle.
Yeah, that's what you put them on the sides?
Yeah, just zip tie those through the shocks on the sides. It'll stop the banging, but, at least cushion it. Unless you could really put 2 pants in, 4 pants in, 6 pants in, keep the loads really even, you should not have this issue.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did.
I sold this lady I sold this lady a heavy duty Maytag washer, the best, and this thing kept on walking on me. I'm like, damn, I'm going back and forth to this lady's house. I mean, she's got a concrete floor. It's on a slight angle. I made sure the pads on the bottom of the legs were clean. The floor surface was really clean. And sure enough, it would be walking the fucking again. And it really was puzzling me. It's like, got dad involved, me and dad are over there, still walking, got my brother over there. And like, what can cause this damn walking? I mean, everything's good. It's like, can't do no drilling into the concrete floor. She's going to kill us. Gluing baby Gerber can, the lid upside down on the ground, put the legs inside it so don't move. It's just, it didn't work. So we figured out maybe this was going to work, but yet she called us again. I get over there. She's got a cleaning lady, a Polish cleaning lady, and she would move the washer out and put spick and span on the ground as she's cleaning it, so it gave it a slippy surface. So when she put the washer back, the spick and span turns into like a powder, a white powder. Because I noticed there was white powder on the floor before when I got there. I was like, I noticed I got this white powder, but I didn't think of it. So we figured it out. It was the Polish cleaning lady causing the issue. Oh, that was, I tell you. But once I know that, I don't forget. So if I go to a house and I got white powdery stuff on the floor, I'm gonna say, "Do you use spick and span? Do you use, you move the washer?" Yeah, I'll be right on top of that. It's from experience. That's why I've got the knowledge. I've seen it, done it.
Trial and error. Yeah, I
There's
get
some
it.
stuff
And if you
I've
can
seen.
store it, and you can't delete that stuff from your head
Well,
after. It's like, okay, that's more stuff I have to remember now.
Nope, there's things I've seen. Ooh, boy, did I see some things. These ladies, I tell you. Yep.
Yeah, to answer, and what you were saying earlier, the appliances are becoming more cheesier made, I guess, or they make a lot of things electronic, so they're going to somewhat break down sooner than later.
Well, America has been, I guess, graped by its elite people. All the factories, they're making it too expensive to stay, or they get bought out. And once they get bought out, they move to somewhere else. They get out of the state, so people don't have jobs. All these damn businesses and everything are back now. This is why we don't have jobs. And then you bring a population of people here that want jobs. It's crazy now. They're causing this big divide, the big craze that's happening here in the States.
Well, Mac, when the United Nations, they're the ones that actually pushed onto the Chinese government.
Yes, I agree. You're not a part of our United. Yeah, they say if you're not part of the UN, then you're considered a rogue nation. Oh my gosh, I don't want to be a rogue nation. I'm going to join. Yeah, I
Well,
know.
they did. But when they mandated the one child per family in China, that incurred a bunch of things. For the Chinese government to sell it to their people, they gave the world economics to them. In exchange, now a lot of the Chinese are migrating, the ones that are somewhat wealthy, throughout the world. Now, China first came to Canada and Vancouver because of the stock market, but then again, that was the Chinese being handed over now from the British Empire to say, we'll get your own people to rule it for now. Same with the Indian culture. So now China, forget about all the other immigrants, a lot of them have migrated to a lot of parts of the world. So now knowing that, and a lot of these, like especially Chinese in Canada here, especially in Toronto, they don't have citizenships. So when they talk about having Chinese police force in Canada, which they will have, we just won't see them, is to enforce the Chinese to follow from a government's position a country away. Say, listen, we're going to mandate you to wear masks in another country. And they will. So now the Empire of America, it collapsed in 2005. When the Federal Reserve acknowledged that the fiat currency
It
for
was
America
the Wolf of Wall Street. They sold us out.
Well, they did, but isn't that how all empires supposedly eventually collapse and then pokes its head somewhere else?
Yes,
they've been
do
spending
that.
enormous amount of resources and bankrupting Dubai over and over again. They've been talking about a global agenda for the last 30 or 40 years. So they're talking globalists when a lot of people are still talking nationalists. So they're almost like, we're almost watching the movie that, when we watch movies, these movies have already been produced. So a lot of these agendas have already been implemented. It's just now they're talking about a reset. What do you do when you have all these new programs? We want you to shut down the computer because there's going to be a reset. And in that reset, a lot of countries are already going to be in place. Credit systems will be in place. The digital system will be in place. And we're participating in it. We're the frog in the water. Yeah, I'll buy a cell phone. I'll buy a laptop. I'll buy a car that has some sort of electronics in it. But we're still allowed to bitch and complain if we want, but don't expect anything.
You see what happened in
I've
2008.
got something to say about. I've got something to say about.
Please,
that.
Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
Right, absolutely right. We've signed up to it all, and we've gone in with it because people have naively thought, that it really is doing what it's meant to be, what it said on the tin, right? That the reasons for creating this technology were benevolent and really just about connecting everybody, and we were just getting used to this technology, right? But it was all, there wasn't anything malicious behind it. If we'd known absolutely, without any doubt, that this was going to be such a fucking malicious, insidious technology, I'm pretty sure we would have said, go and you can do one with that, thanks very much. Right? There's only the thing is that they're tools, and tools can be used one way or the other. It's the people that got behind this technology. The invention of the technology itself was organic in many cases, right? But the funding of that technology could only come from those people that were already morally bankrupt and screwing people over to be able, to have as much money as they got to be able to invest it, right? So they saw an opportunity to use these tools in a malicious, insidious way, rather than because there's all this technology could actually be a beautiful thing if it'd been done in a different way. Right? Do you not agree?
100% I agree.
Well, like anything, Richie, human behavior is always you got to factor in. Human behavior has shown over and over again it's going to strife against each other. So I'm not surprised that it will always fall into the hands that are people that are going to try to take advantage of it, and there's going to be people that are going to want other people to rule over them. So again,
right. But this is where basically the real decent, honourable men have to step up to the plate. And this is where the collapse of society needs to take place for those people at the top, that their house of cards to completely crumble, so that we can actually, that there's a good way to do this. Yeah, there are people out there that actually need a leader. They need somebody to show them and tell them what to do. But that doesn't mean that the people that we have to tell them the bad shit. It doesn't mean that they have to be taken advantage of. They can be taken advantage of, but there's only a certain type of person that's going to do that. So we need to be a lot smarter in identifying that type of person and making sure that they never get into a position that gives them that sort of leverage or control over people. There's an honourable way to do this. Right? It's not just fairy book fantasy. Honour isn't just a fairy book fantasy thing. There are honourable men out there.
Yeah, but those honorable men are compromised. There's a deal.
They're not. If they're compromised, they're not honourable. If they're compromised, they're not honourable. If they're compromisable, they're not honourable.
Yeah, right. But some of the stuff, the taxes that they use on people, they're vicious.
But the question is, what do the masses want? Or are they just confused?
The masses just want to get on with it. They just want to live. They want to enjoy themselves. They want to be happy.
Yep.
They don't want to feel like they're spending their entire life working their ass off. They don't mind having to work. I mean, some of them do, but the masses generally on the whole don't mind having to go out and work. They'll go and do that job. They'll go and work from 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. All they want is a bit of football, some beer, some good food, good company down the pub or whatever, just being able to live their lives. They don't want that much out of life, right? Their aspirations aren't to the moon. Their aspirations are just to meet up with their friends on a Friday night and have a fucking good laugh.
Okay, so knowing that, Richie, who brings the football to the masses? Who brings the cars to the masses? Are they really honorable men, or are there men that are just trying to get an up on others?
Well,
yeah, the satanic Super Bowl.
We're using football as an example, right? Yes. But there's other forms of entertainment. Football is one that's been easily used. But there's we kind of got to go back to the drawing board with this one.
You would, but how many people would willingly want to go back to the drawing board, like blow it up? How many people? It might sound nice for a lot of people.
No, right. Nobody. This is why I say that's what it's going to take. That's why the only way this is ever going to change is if we go back to the drawing board. And the only way that anybody's going to accept that is if everything is destroyed. That's why I'm just waiting for that. I'm like, I know it's going to happen in the next 20 years.
And rebuild.
It is going to happen in the next 20 years. Just like I told everybody that we were going to be locked down. And it was going to be, a while before things were going to change. and everything else that I told everybody, everything's going to be completely destroyed in the next 20 years on a global scale. So
can it be a deconstruction?
It's not going to. It's a deconstruction that they've been desperately trying to avoid, and they know they can't. It's that event that they're through the looking glass technology where they looked at and they couldn't see past a certain date. It didn't matter what happened; that you just cannot see past a certain date, and that's what it is.
That's what they've been spending.
It's not necessarily going to be a bad thing, right? There's going to be a lot of death and destruction, and terror and all of that. But I think it all depends where you are in your own mind when it happens. Like, we'll be able to navigate through it if you're in the right place mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. Because if you're not, emotionally, it's going to destroy people. Spiritually, it's going to destroy people. Unless you are, like, absolutely, like, yeah. Going to need to be ready for it. And the only way that's going to happen is if people do the work and turn inward, do the work on a personal basis, on a personal level, and actually take control of their lives completely. As much as they can, at least. Like, obviously, while this system's running, there's stuff you just can't control. You have to either go along with it or buck against it.
I just think there'll be more hecticness during populated areas. So I'm trying to get the wife into a less populated area. So when that does happen, I mean, the elite, they've got all their supplies underground. They're all ready for that. That's where most of the money has been going, is to come up with schemes to get money.
Good luck with that one. That's what I'm going to say. Good luck with that one. Those are going to be nice tombs.
Yeah. Because they will never come out. Because the people that are awake are going to be waiting for them. Or dig it in to get them.
So who are they talking to when they say you're going to own nothing and be happy, even though being happy is the challenging part? Who are they really talking to? Because most people don't own anything anyway.
I was just going to say, actually, this whole concept of ownership is a skew whip of perception. Nobody owns anything. We don't own anything. It's your ego that says, I own this, but actually you don't own it because somebody could just come and take it off you. It's like ownership is some sort of thing where people think that they have this connection, right, that cannot be broken. Like, I own this, so you can't touch it, you can't have it or anything. I can choose to share it with you, but maybe I'll be selfish and keep it to myself. Somebody breaks in at night, comes and takes it. What am I going to do? Nothing. Like, you own your house, do you? You got to pay property tax, haven't you? That says to me you don't own it because that's a form of rent. Like, so you're renting the ownership of your house. You don't own that. You don't even own it until you've paid off the mortgage. But the mortgage generally now they're not doing freeholds, are they? It's all leaseholds.
And you're paying all the services, gas, electricity, water. Those are all things that you don't own.
Right, people in England getting 99-year leases and thinking, no, it's cool. I've got a 99-year lease. Yeah, but you don't own it though. It's not like you can, it's not capital. It's not invested cash. It's just basically money down the drain. Same with the car. You own your car. No, you don't. You registered it with the government, didn't you? That registration gives them ownership, and you're just the registered keeper.
Yeah. And whose roads are you using? Whose bridges are you using? Well, that belongs to the government. No, the government rules it. Who owns it? There's ownership.
Technically, it should belong to the people.
It is.
Because the people paid for it, right? The people
it depends on how you use the word people.
The taxpayers, the whole idea of it, isn't it? Like in England, the DVLA, you pay your road tax every year. You pay road tax, and those road taxes go towards the upkeep of the roads.
Well, again, Richie,
we all know that's not how it works, but
the word taxpayer and people are two different things. Taxpayers are what they would classify as peasants and citizens. The people are the nobles. I know people might turn around. It's kind of like going to court and talking about legalese. You have to know their terminologies.
Yeah, that is true. I'm using people in the colloquial sense of us as a collection of individuals, and I don't want to say persons, because that's another legalese. Person. Yeah.
Again, we're in their game, so we have to understand their terminology. So when people say tax collectors, we also say tribute collectors. The government's there to collect it. Now, people might turn around and say, yeah, but don't they disperse it back to us? No, that's why. The reason why you have a deficit is because those money that they collect, I don't care if you're a real estate guy, electrician, you're paying to corporations. That corporation receives the money, and it's dividend by the nobles, the wealthy families. What we get is an allowance, a budget. So that there's professional people that write up these budget. Okay, so how much are we going to give to the police academy first? How much are we going to give to the hospitals first? That's why all countries are in deficit. All countries, not because we have too much coming in and not enough coming out, or vice versa. No, it's a totally different game going on. You know, none of this money that we give to tribute, called property tax, goes back to the citizens. Not a single dime. And once people become aware of that, then at least they know where the game that they're in. Forget about fighting the system, because then you would have to talk to your neighbors. Are you going to stop paying for gas? Are you going to stop paying for the usage of your car? You know, that's fine. You want to play with the birth certificate? Yeah, you entertain yourself. But outside of that, you're in a game. And then, of course, now you can talk about allodial titles. Why do club members why don't they have to pay tribute to the monarchy? Because they have an allodial title, but what they pay is membership fees. What it is, the advantage of being a club member. I get it in miles. I don't per se, but again, Richie, a lot of the things they did in COVID was totally to distract the masses. Yeah, we'll feed them something. We'll give them that. Let's worry about whether or not you get a jab or don't get a jab. But don't worry about it. You're coming to our grocery stores, buying our food, and being concerned about, well, it's GMO. I said, well, you want to be a farmer or a hunter again? And by the way, don't take the truck, because that belongs to us. Don't take the Wi-Fi. That belongs to us. So what game are you going to...
Knowing what I know now? Yes, absolutely.
You would, Richie.
Thank you very much.
You would, Richie. Yes. And I give kudos to you, Richie. I respect the fact that you've made a lot of strides and steps to distance yourself from what we call civilization. But for the rest of us, whether they admit it or not, they're full of shit still. I'm one of them. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with talking about this stuff.
Oh, dude, I'm going to have to move back to civilization. I'm going to have to, because, you know, I've got a friend who really needs help. And I've got my dad who's in his last years. I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and fucking go back to the UK and tough it out for the next who knows how long.
You got to go back with awareness.
I'm going to have to go back to civilization with awareness and try to you know, not totally internally combust because of the frustrations that I'm going to be seeing right up in front. Like, it's what I'm seeing on the TV on my monitor. What I'm
on your
seeing,
television.
Yeah, I haven't got a television. I've only got a monitor. Doesn't show TV. But yeah, what I'm seeing in the UK, and particularly, you know, if I go back to London and go and stay with Roxy, let's go back to London. North London, like right into the fucking maelstrom, right into the shit pit, right into the belly of the beast, surrounded by Hasidic Jews and Muslims. It's not going to be fun.
No, it's
Actually,
not.
it is going to be fun because I'm going to have my friends around me.
Yeah, but
so
it's going to be.
It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome, man. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm being careful to make sure that whatever future there is, it's going to be a good one, because I'm saying it right now. It's going to be awesome. You hear that, universe?
Well, Mac did say something, but that might be challenging for you, Richie. You might have to bite your tongue. You might have to bite your tongue, because if you start opening your mouth with all the shit that you know, you might get a lot of
bite your tongue. Oh yeah.
But at least you can talk.
I'm gonna bite my tongue clean off, mate. I'm gonna have to bite my tongue clean off.
Your mouth, your brain's going to come up with it, and it's going to start going to your mouth, and you're pretty soon you put your hand up there to cover your mouth just to stop it. Because you know you got to say, if you see bullshit, you see bullshit. You know, that's your kind of attitude. I'm that way too. I see bullshit, I'll tell you it's bullshit.
Right, but I've got good at keeping my mouth shut, right?
But you've distanced yourself too, Richie.
Yeah, I've distanced myself.
It's when you're in it, that's a challenging part. It's when you're in it and thinking, okay, fucking,
in it to win it.
You're absolutely right. It's been so easy from this little bubble outside of, just slightly adjacent to reality.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have the wife, I'd be doing what I want to do. You know, that's living up in the mountains. You know, but she won't do it. No. We got my daughter.
AFK for a sec. I'll be right back. Sorry,
yeah, we got her family. You know, my daughter and her mom, and right now her mom, she's all right, but she's 70 and she's starting to feel the 2 knee surgeries, and she's got this bad cough now that hasn't kicked, and it's really worrying the hell out of my wife. Yeah, I can't do it. I gotta be with her. Because if I go up in the mountain, I told you, I'm the kind of guy that can't be alone. And she's my friend. I can't,
Mm-hmm. I get it. I'm with you, Matt.
It sucks to think what's coming down the pike, It's, I mean, I've seen some stuff, but see, I don't want to go down the rabbit holes of YouTube and get all pissed off and upset because of this shit. I mean, I got to live the life I've got. But, I could prepare for it. It's probably going to be the martial law thing on us, and Trump can probably stay in office longer. So I see something like a false flag happen here in the States, and from the immigrants, they're going to say, we don't know who is who, and they're blowing up this and burning that, and it's the best thing if we just put everybody in their houses, and you can't come out until you get this chip. I mean, I know we all got our phones, but just this is just what I see, kind of. I mean, it's not what's going to happen. It's just what I'm seeing in a way, because I've been knowing how they play. And then
I don't know if you know this, Mac. You might know this. If not, then you and others could probably be aware of it.
Go for it.
The United Nations mandated that in any type of martial law, a nation can rule over its own people. So that means you would have to have foreign troops over America. In Canada, we're okay because we have the British military here. They're everywhere.
I've seen what happened in Ottawa. I've seen the UN plane landing in the airport there, and they had tapes of the UN planes, and the people would not move at the protest because the cops, these are our people. We can't do this to our own people, and they are right, but it's my job. I got to keep it. So they weren't really giving it their all. So they got these other people in there, and boom, got the horses. I don't give a shit. Plowed people over. It's like, what?
So what they would do probably go ahead.
But I've seen what the media was saying about the protesters and stuff, but yeah, I was on YouTube with people there, and they weren't doing nothing of the sort. They put a chain or a fence around your monument over there, and because they don't want you guys vandalizing it. What did you guys do? You took that dang fence down. You shoveled all the snow around that thing. You put candles and respected that thing. The media is BS. And they tried to throw Antifa in the mix, and they picked them guys out and kicked, hey, you're out of here.
Well, you can always stage certain things by planting certain seeds in there. So
you were seeing it, though.
Yeah. In this case, if you have, let's say, I'm using this as an example, America would have a foreign troop ruling, doing martial law on the American citizens. They would actually show media coverage. This is more of a military chess strategy. This is how it is. So they would, Yeah, they would probably show the Chinese, let's say it's the Chinese that are basically ruling over the American citizens. They would show the Chinese soldiers how their citizens back at home were being mistreated. So then they would actually purposely reinforce their punishment towards each other. So now, knowing that, I don't wish that upon the human race, because the human race, they have no bounds when it comes to cruelty. You know, history has shown itself over and over again. You get a small group of people ruling the masses that are unaware or uneducated, they will do shit to no end. As much as people think, well, we're protected, I said, it's like when people used to say, let's send all the drones to Ukraine, and most of that is Russian and Chinese technology. So at this point, it's like it's a shit show on each other. Like I said, I don't wish that upon it. Now, the people might turn around and say, I'll just go up north. I said, that'll be the first place that we get military people to start herding back people into civilization. Again, and it wouldn't be one of those things where second time offense. No, shot on sight. And then make sure everybody else watches and say, listen, we have a problem here. That's why back in the days when they used to do hangings or beheadings, they would make sure that citizens would actually have to go to the center to see, okay, do we have a problem here? Yeah, that's right. Watch it. And then get the young kids. And then some kids will eventually get really angry about it, say, you'll be the next citizens of military for us. That's why they do what they do.
Cheering. You get those people cheering the crowd, yay, yay. And then it's like, I want to be not cheering person, so I might as well cheer too, because I want to be the only one not cheering. So,
but there could be, but Mac, there could be people that are planted into those groups. You know, like when they do protests. Protests are funny that they do in America, let alone Canada. You got to get a permit. You got to make sure everything's okay with the police. And then at the same time, you probably have people that are dressed as citizens or civilians, but that are actually people that are paid to be in there. It's like going to the casino and watching people win money. Those are paid people getting paid to win money. They're laundering shit. Again, for some reason, humans think for some reason everything is the way they think it is, opposed to questioning within. Could it be that maybe it's staged? Sure. It's like watching WWE. Sure, do they have to throw each other off the top rope? Yes, but they also make sure it's plywood underneath there, and they got to make sure that they practice it. At the end of the night, we're going to have beer together.
Yeah.
As cruel as that may sound, you know, because depopulation has always occurred. You know, when they used to have wars, okay, we'll wait after the harvest season, and then we'll pick some neutral ground that we're going to shed blood on. And then they send their troops out there. So this basically in the old days, it was no longer the two kings going to war. It was just, okay, let's get rid of a bunch of our, you know, bottom heavy citizens. We're cattle. People say the word, but they don't realize how bad it is. Imagine being a cattle. You know, hey, you're gonna treat me nice. Why? Because then when I'm asleep, you're gonna kill me, right? Yeah, you're not gonna do it when I'm awake, right? Sure. And then what are you gonna do with the flesh? Oh, we're gonna eat it. Oh, okay. Fill your boots.
Yeah.
You know, traumatizing. Think about when people go hunting a deer, the traumatizing what you're doing to an animal. But yet, but it's different when it's humans. Really? I can only imagine.
They got us desensitized, man, with the video games and everything. I mean, if they see a person get shot, it's like I've seen so many people, it doesn't really affect them. But if you see somebody harming a puppy, oh my God, what are you doing? It's a puppy. You know what I'm saying? It's more heart wrenching and breaking than somebody, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. I'm hearing you, Mac. It's just unfortunate. It's like Richie talking about.
Leave him alone.
It'll be like Richie coming back into civilization where he's kind of distant himself. I can only use the analogy of a person that's gone to war and he literally had to watch his buddies get killed and did some killing. That's damage at that point. That person's done.
Yeah.
Whether or not he wants to try to reenact, I was doing it for my country. No, you're done. You're done.
No.
You've killed another human being for whatever justifications.
Yeah, but imagine if us, we're at the front line and we did it, you know, how you'd feel. And then you'd still have to do it because if you don't do it, they're going to get you. So you're picking these people off and back and forth. And then you're going into the towns and you're going around doors. You know who's behind the door because you're all hyped up and you accidentally shoot somebody you shouldn't have shot. You know, you're like a kid or something, a lady. It's just, it's terrible. It's
like Nazi kids. That's how the Nazi kids were. They would ask a bunch of kids, okay, you want to join the Nazis?
They were
yes, and no. Okay, your first job is to remove him. There you go.
Yeah.
You know, they've done shit. I had a buddy, actually, he came from Argentina. He said, Dom, there was times when we were kids, The police there is not like in America and Canada where they're nice and, you know, third time, fourth time offender. Get the fuck out of here. They would say, listen, they would line a whole bunch of us. One of them popped them in the head. Say, okay, do we have a problem here anymore? No. So we're not going to have any more crime in our area. Yes. Okay. There you go. Again, it's kind of like being ruled by the mob. The mob will at least establish rules. The ones that are making these rules, they're not even in our communities. That's the sad part. You know, people are more concerned about, well, I get pulled over by a police officer and I don't have a birth certificate, not a birth certificate, a driver's license. There you go. Pull them over on the side, fucking drive them over a couple times. Do we have a problem here anymore? No. Then stop fucking driving a car if you don't want to play by the rules. What they're trying to do, go ahead. My apologies.
Sorry, no problem. I'm going to have to jump in. I'm going to have to shut it down. I got something to come up. I'm going to have to take care of it. And yeah. I'm really sorry, man. I'm gonna have to shut down.
All right,
and
dude.
I'll have
See you later.
I'll bring it back. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Ciao, Richie. Max. Sorry about my language, guys.
Thank you very much for coming up, Mac.
right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the PayPal, dude. You're awesome. And,
No, dude, it works now. Yay.
Yeah. And
was the bugger.
yeah. Dom, thank you. Nude Guru, thank you. Chief.
All right. See you later.
Everybody in the chat as well. Thank you for taking part, guys. I will see you again on the morrow.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
You don't shoot your wad on something and then that's it. You're spent and you're through. And then what next? Everything's an 11. You're not doing anybody any good. It's sad when you can't even tell a new one. Say, what is she upset about? It's always the same. I'm always yelling.
They're rigging everything to make it seem like it's not rigged when it's completely rigged. It's a reverse rig. Wait, what if I'm being rigged right now? Are you rigging me? Am I being rigged?
Something's in the water, I think. I think it's in the water, and it might be the same shit that's turning the frickin' frogs gray. You know what I mean? You know, Alex Jones reference?
Please can I have £1,000 now, please?
That's what I like to do with people. Come out, they're expecting something, they're thinking they know what they're going to get. There's a twist.
Shut it down!